Bitcoin has hit its lowest level since June, getting caught up in the general sell-off of this morning. And in the next hour, as Matt mentioned,
we will speak with David Namdar,
yes,
who is running this company. CEA used to be a company that helped you grow weed. Now it's a Binance treasury company. So that'll be an interesting interview, to say the least. And we have Metsera shares right now actually suspended. It's getting an amended proposal from Novo, and as a result, those shares, I guess, you can be halted in the pre-market as well.
Right, and of course the background here is it's been Novo Nordisk versus Pfizer in a war for this company. Pfizer bringing up a lawsuit against Novo Nordisk and Metsera in an attempt to block this merger.
Coming up, Tesla shares are falling as the world's largest sovereign wealth fund voted down Elon Musk's $1 trillion pay package. Will expand. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
The Middle East and Africa regions are home to some of the biggest deals and fastest growth in the world. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. I'm Jumana Versace. Join me on Bloomberg Horizon's Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insights shaping the decisions of traders across this exciting region.
You had heightened levels of volatility.
There's still room to maneuver.
Reduce the opportunities.
It allows you to increase significantly your net income.
Every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
The belief for climate change is going down right now. It's going down. And we've tried everything to shame people and blame people and put them in their place and tell them that they're doing things wrong and that they're killing everybody. But if we keep telling them that, then we are going to kill everybody. So we got to figure this out. And we're not going to do blaming people who are just trying to wake up and make ends meet every day, especially when a lot of those people have the same connection to nature and the environment that we all share here. I hike and I ski and I love the environment just as much as anybody else, but so does somebody who works in an oil field. The Cabela's shopper and the REI shopper want the same things. They want clean air and they want clean water and they want to be able to recreate outdoors. So until we figure out how to get on the same page, we will continue to lose. We cannot afford to lose anymore. We need to build a winning coalition of people across the political spectrum, or we will never create the solutions that we need.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Haslinda Amin in Bangkok. This is Bloomberg.
We're at the epicenter of a global realignment on a scale not seen for decades. At the intersection between markets, economics, and geopolitics, a forum for sophisticated conversation. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Let's check in on the share price of Metsera, Novo, Pfizer, because breaking in the last few minutes, Novo Nordisk has boosted its bid for Metsera. The amended proposal would value it at $10 billion. Wow. Pfizer had also sweetened their offer, too, for Metsera. It is a battle between these two companies of who can get their hands on this company that might offer a new obesity pill. Pfizer obviously wants it because they don't really have that great of an offering when it comes to obesity medication, whereas Novo already obviously has
or
something.
anything, really, right?
Yeah, correct.
It's your choices now are Wegovy or Ozempic, or Lilly has Mounjaro and Zepbound. And that's pretty much it in terms of the GLP-1s.
Yes.
It'll be interesting to see what comes of this battle. It's a court battle. It's also a battle in sort of the court of culture, right? We'll see. How do we make the switch from obesity drugs to Norwegian Cruise Lines.
Well, I guess it's all stocks that are moving, and maybe that's a bad one because I should say Metsera's actually halted, so even a bad segue in its own right. But look at this move in Norwegian Cruise Line. They're warning of a rough fourth quarter. That's despite 2026 demand levels that are at a record, shares declining 10%.
All right, so getting absolutely decimated, that's the literal definition of the word, to be reduced by a tenth. Ferrari, on the other hand, reporting robust earnings due to higher prices and demand for their customized cars. Bookings are sold out through 2027, if you could even get one of those, and you have to obviously buy some of the starters before the dealer will allow you that high up the chain. But Ferrari shares boosted 1.2%. They have yet, however, to make up the big drop that they saw the last time they had their Capital Investors Day.
And in other car-related companies, Hertz, they swung to a third quarter profit. Matt, I know that this is a company you've been closely watching. It's been prioritizing new cars in its fleet. Shares are up 14% in the pre-market off the back of that.
Yeah, I think a fascinating story because of, well, Tom Wagner taking this over. Since then, it's had its troubles with Tesla. Bill Ackman then taking a stake, a vote of confidence there. The CEO, Gil West, has really innovated, working with, for example, Palantir to help them more efficiently run the fleet. So really, really cool story. Craig Trudell leads Bloomberg's Global Autos coverage. He joins us from London. And Craig, I guess before we get to Tesla, Hertz with an amazing jump in, 14% in a pre-market gain is pretty amazing. Do investors think this company has really turned the corner?
Yeah, it's interesting. We are seeing the shares settle down a little bit in the main session, but I do think that this was a company that, to your point about the issues with Tesla and this sort of broader EV bet, a year ago that was, what was really plaguing this company, that they went so big on electric vehicles, really sort of overinvested in adding them to the fleet. They ended up, really hurting the company from a depreciation perspective, and also I think there was just a sort of general mismatch of where the company was at in terms of its optimism for its customers' interest in electric vehicles versus where its customers actually were. And we've seen it take quite some time for the company to sort of clean things up and clean up after that mess.
Hey, Craig, Matt mentioned Tesla. The news about that overnight being that the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund, the huge fund and a big holder of Tesla, is going to be voting against that $1 trillion pay package. Why and how big of a blow is that to Elon Musk?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think the NBIM kind of took a approach of, on one hand, saying, look, we appreciate the sort of vision of Musk and how much he's driven shareholder value for this company over the years. On the other hand, this is an awful lot. It will dilute other shareholders, and they also sort of raise concern about, unmitigated key man risks. So, these are some of the same points that we've heard from, say, Institutional Shareholder Services or Glass Lewis. We also had CalPERS come out against this pay package last week. I would say, though, that, just based on what we've seen the last few years when, Tesla has put together these sorts of awards for Musk, they at least, if passes precedent, this will end up, being approved without much trouble because the votes haven't been particularly close.
Tesla had been having a tough year. Right now it's up 16%, although it has tripled and then some over the past 5 years. Craig, it occurs to me I haven't talked to you since Carlos Tavares's book push came out. And he said a lot of really interesting things about the industry that you cover for us. One of them is that Tesla may someday not even make cars. What do you think about the Carlos Tavares revelations?
He's really had some spicy takes, yeah. It was about a year ago that he left Stellantis. It was in December of 2024. I think he's kind of on a tour now to sort of weigh in on the state of the industry. And I think his take on Tesla was really interesting because it sort of speaks to me to this sort of broader theme of indications that Musk is not, particularly interested in doing what you would expect a car maker that is having trouble with sales would would do, which is to sort of replenish the lineup, reinforce what you've got to offer. I think it's actually been to Tesla's benefit that they've had a couple of really big sellers in the Model 3 and Model Y, but the absence of a lower cost vehicle the company has really been paying for.
All right, Craig, thanks very much. Craig Trudell there, our global AutoZar, covers cars for us out of London. Let's get now to high interest to look at what else is making headlines around the world. Michael Burry's Scion Asset Management is disclosing new bearish bets on NVIDIA and Palantir. They bought put options just days after the Big Short famed investor warned of market bubbles. The move revives Burry's earlier bets against AI-linked stocks, echoing his caution that the boom may be built on shaky ground. New Yorkers head to the polls today. They will choose between socialist Zoran Mamdani, ex-governor Andrew Cuomo, and Republican radio host Curtis Sliwa, seen here in his patent red beret. It's a high-stakes mayoral race that becomes a national test, really, for the Democrats in a lot of ways. Meanwhile, bomb threats temporarily shut polling sites in 7 New Jersey counties. Sites have been secured and some have reopened. Authorities are urging voters to keep casting ballots in the state's gubernatorial race despite the disruptions. And Dick Cheney, one of the most powerful and polarizing vice presidents in U.S. history, has died at age 84. His family said he passed away last night from pneumonia and heart complications. As George W. Bush's vice president from 2001 to 2009, Cheney shaped America's war on terror and helped lead the invasions of Afghanistan and Iraq. His push for expanded executive power and controversial interrogation tactics defined the post-9/11 era and left a legacy that still divides Washington.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. Bloomberg The China Show brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China.
We need to do more to engage the market more.
We're risk on. I think we caught a little sweet spot.
Massive savings right now.
It's already a different game.
Bloomberg The China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at Japan's Akasaka Palace in Tokyo, and this is Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Right, okay, ready?
David, what initially sparked your interest in this topic of longevity?
15 years ago, I turned 60, and I began to wonder how much longer I'm likely to live and what I could do to extend my life. On longevity, I talk with the leading experts in science and medicine to educate people about how they might be able to change their conduct so that they can live a happier and healthier life. I'm David Rubenstein. Join me on a 4-part journey as I explore the great quest for longevity. Only on Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Anand, only on Bloomberg.
Of course, it is likely there'll be, a 10 to 20% drawdown in equity markets sometime in the next 12 to 24 months. And I'd say there are very few people in this room that don't think that that's a meaningful possibility. It doesn't mean that the general direction of capital flows, investment, portfolio allocations changing. It just means things run and then they pull back so people can reassess.
Goldman Sachs, David Solomon, joining us now. We're Citi Wealth Head of Global Wealth at work, Kristen Bitterly. Kristen, I mean, listening to Solomon there, okay, it's not that controversial to be like, markets might drop 5% in the next 12 months.
I think that's right. I think, and he said over 12 to 18 months,
right.
Looking out a year to 18 months. I think we have to remind ourselves that in a normal equity year, you'll see probably 1 to 2 pullbacks of 5% or more, and a pullback of 10% or more is healthy. I think it basically is this comment around the concentration and whether that's sustainable and whether that's going to be sustained through both record high earnings and continued CapEx expenditure. That's the question on everyone's mind.
I just wonder if we'll ever see that with retail investors buying the dip like this.
Well, you have so much cash on the sidelines too. If you have in excess of $7 trillion of cash on the sidelines, even when we've seen those moments of volatility and pullback, they're met with a bid.
All right, Kristen, we're going to keep you with us through the open. Kristen Bitterly there from Citi, sticking around for the opening bell. It's next. We're looking at futures that are down more than 1% on those valuation concerns. This is Bloomberg.
Take us inside and tell us what you can without violating confidences, what it's like to be in a board meeting of Berkshire Hathaway. You've got, for a long time, you had Charlie Munger, you have Warren Buffett still there as the chair, and you've got other people now on the board. Do people ever say, Warren, you're wrong on this? Or Charlie, you don't really know what you're talking about? Does that ever happen?
The difference on the inside versus the outside is really very limited. In other words, this is a company that's valued transparency, candor. I mentioned Warren and Charlie, their ability to teach. And so I would say there were no surprises being on the inside versus the outside because of that culture. I would say the one difference of nuance is it's just amazing how much Warren and before Warren and Charlie together think about the durability of the business, how much they think about risk, how much they are determined that they are trying to build something to last, and the sense of responsibility they feel to their shareholders, the people that have their life savings in it. And that was one of the big lessons from Charlie in terms of our business, was to really reinforce this culture of stewardship.
Making money isn't about drowning in emotions. It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to glean signal from noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
All right, we're moments away from the start of trading. After some euphoria on AI deals, we get some concern on valuations. As a result, we see futures down more than 1% on the S&P, almost 1.5% on the NASDAQ, and more than that on the small caps. In terms of the opening bell, pretty exciting day down at the New York Stock Exchange. You get beta Technologies ringing the opening bell. These guys are doing electric and automated flights. They had flown recently from Montauk into, I can't remember, it was either JFK or LaGuardia. A lot of ink there on the podium as well. And then down at the NASDAQ market site, it doesn't always have to be exciting, right? These are still financial markets. Northern Trust ringing the bell. They have a new ETF, and it's something about tax-exempt bonds, which is a good way to make money, or at least not spend too much.
Yeah,
Danny?
boring, isn't that like a Warren Buffett thing? Like, boring is beautiful. That's what you want in finance.
I think of my radio co-host, Paul Sweeney. He goes home after work and he swims in a pool full of munis, and he's never regretted it, you know?
That's a beautiful visualization.
Yeah.
Thank you, Matt. Would you regret if you were a holder of Palantir? Probably not, considering the thing has run up 150% year to date. But this is what happens when the rubber meets the road. And I mean, the earnings are really good. There was strong growth, revenue growth of 63%. But it's the concerns about valuations and earnings sustainability. Hedge fund manager Michael Burry also disclosed that he has a short via puts on Palantir's after hitting an AI bubble. So, Matt, those shares down just under 8% this morning.
All right, and Novo Nordisk and Pfizer, we've been talking about this. Both of them have amended their bids. They're really in a bidding war here for Metsera, with Novo valuing the company at $10 billion. Those Metsera shares, they were halted in the pre-market. We'll check and see if they're going to open up at some point. It'll take a little bit longer to settle the trades and open up this morning.
I think 9:50 is when they said that they'd open up, so we got about 20 minutes time.
All right, excellent, excellent. So those market makers really are earning their keep. We are back here on set with Citi's wealth head of global wealth at work, Kristen Bitterly.
It's a mouthful.
It is a mouthful.
Citi Wealth.
But the point is, you know, what you're talking about when it comes to these markets, and we seem to, even though there's no volatility in terms of the VIX, right?
Yeah.
We seem to have these big swings where, you know, you get $38 billion deals and everyone wants to buy anything related to AI. And then you get a warning about valuations and, okay, 400 times sales is a little bit frothy. What do you do in this kind of, when you have money to put to work in this kind of environment?
So I think you have to take a step back and kind of address the question, are we in a bubble environment? Because that's really what people are asking. Are these valuations sustainable? And from our viewpoint, we're not. And so when you compare it to prior bubble environments, they were fueled by leverage. They were not fueled by earnings. And so I think one of the things that gives us a lot of comfort is the fact that even yesterday when you saw with Palantir, you're talking about companies that are delivering record earnings. They continue to deliver on the top line, both in revenue growth as well as earnings, and a lot of the investment that's happening. So you could then shift and say, well, what about CapEx? Is that a bubble in terms of all of this investment? If it's being fueled by free cash flow generation, that is very different than companies that are building, kind of betting on the future via leverage. So that's why we're comfortable where we're at right now.
But the question that I love to ask is, if you're already fully allocated to the AI trade, right? If you already own enough mega cap tech stocks, would you buy more at this point?
No. So I think, like, when you look at our portfolios, we actually, you guys were saying earlier, like, boring is best. We are very well diversified within our portfolios. So yes, we have a bias towards the US market versus international. We have a bias towards large mega cap companies with strong free cash flow generation. But we also have fixed income allocations within our portfolios and managing a duration of around 5 years. So you can see there is a balance within our portfolios to help mitigate some of that volatility. But when asked the question, do we think that this momentum and we could grind higher from here until year end, given the seasonality, I think we could.
But what else do you buy within equities? Because breadth has been remarkably bad. We're kind of getting back to that environment where big cap tech leads us higher. The equal weight is down over the past month. Every single data track had this statistic that even within every single industry group, the equal weighted version has also underperformed. So it's not even just tech. Do we get this long awaited for expanding out at some point?
Yeah, so I think your question is almost like, where do I put fresh capital to work today? What am I doing? And so I think the question to ask is, are you a trader or are you an investor? So if you're someone who basically is going to be watching that screen every single day trying to make money on a trade, that's a different question versus our clients who generally are in it for the long game and they are investors. So I think there's two key things things to keep in mind. One is this idea of legging into a diversified portfolio, tried and tested, so that way you're not putting all of your money or all of your capital to work at once, makes a ton of sense. Remember, there's a lot of strategies that are hedged too and offer downside protection. So we were just talking about the VIX being relatively muted. What that means is you can invest in equities with a degree of downside protection and help mitigate some of that future volatility. One more quick comment. We talk about the equity market always being like, should I invest at all-time highs? 44% of the time, U.S. equities are trading within 5% of all-time highs. This is actually a normal phenomenon to kind of say, am I going to be the person who gets in at all-time highs? And had you said that at the beginning of this year, we know how that played out.
That's a great stat. What is it, 45% of the time?
44% of the time, U.S. equities are trading within 5% of all-time highs.
By the way, this is why I'm so cowardly. This is why I don't have the courage to be, fully invested by myself. I'm not allowed to, obviously, trade for my own account, but
that's the question if you're a trader or an investor. So if you're someone who's actually saying, I am looking to put capital to work long term, then you ask the question, all right, when are these companies actually going to be held accountable for an ROI on their investment? And I think right now, looking out kind of the 12 to 18 month time horizon, the market's patient. Like right now, the market is patient in terms of this capital expenditure, saying that we know it will take time, but there will be an inflection point when earnings are impacted, when you're not seeing that ROI, that will delineate between the winners and losers.
How, and the people you're speaking to, how receptive are they to that? Or are they like Matt and feel nervous around all-time highs?
You know what I would say is our clients, particularly within the Wealth at Work business, we cover very busy professionals across the legal profession, consulting, pre-IPO, post-IPO companies, and asset managers. And so for them, they are busy professionals trying to do right by their careers and then also take care of their families and everything else going on in their lives. So they are very much about, let me have a plan, let me make sure it's in line with my risk tolerance, let me make sure it's in line with my liquidity needs. And what you find is this idea of market timing, there's so much data around this that if you are out of the market on 2 of the best days in any given calendar year, you can erase close to 80% of your per annum returns. So this idea of having a plan and sticking with it, we even saw this in Liberation Day earlier this year. Our investors were okay. They were absolutely fine. They're like, should I rebalance? Should I actually position more towards and tilt more towards risk because there's a pullback? So I think it's key to know like what are your objectives and what is your time horizon, and that helps you stay invested.
Also like that because like in April 2nd, the smart money, the institutional money moved away from this equity market, whereas retail went into it, and that proved to be the right thing to do.
Yeah, and there's always like when we look at what are we watching very closely, we're watching the employment backdrop very, very closely, particularly within areas like the youth unemployment rate. That's an area that's now exceeding 10%, and that's some of those shifts that could happen within the labor market, that you have people graduating from college. What are those entry-level positions that they're coming into? Could that be a repositioning of the labor market? So those types of dynamics we're watching very closely, but then you have to ask yourself the question, could you be in an environment where you could see that tick higher, but ultimately the equity market is going higher too because this is leading to productivity gains, more profitability, and that could be a very interesting reality.
Yeah, you've got to be able to separate that. Kristen, this is why we have you on. Thank you so much for joining us. Kristen Bitterly there of Citi Wealth. Let's get a check on what's going on in the markets right now. You're going to look at the move screen.
Yes, indeed I am. And I don't know, it's been 24 hours without an announcement of OpenAI or NVIDIA partnering with someone. So here's what you get. Instead of that, you get a market that is down decisively this morning, down 1.2% to the upside. Berkshire Hathaway continues its run after its earnings this weekend. Apollo, really strong earnings, getting very close to managing $1 trillion. To the downside, just given its sheer size, NVIDIA dragging this market down by 16 points. Michael Burry posting on X that he has puts on NVIDIA, or he didn't post that, he just posted some negative charts about NVIDIA. But it's all the Mag 7, and Palantir continues to be a sore spot this morning, down nearly 10% after earnings that were stellar, but it comes after an 150% rise. Looking at the individual industry groups this morning too, you get a real flight to safety. The only things that are doing okay this morning are consumer staples and real estate. Everything else is falling. Infotech leads with that drop in Palantir. Oil is also off this morning, so energy stocks aren't doing well. So, Matt, a total drop of more than 1% so far this morning.
All right, coming up, more on the AI trade as Palantir and NVIDIA tumble on fresh doubts about stretched valuations. For Palantir, that's more than 100 times sales. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
In case you missed it, on Bloomberg Crypto.
There's a debate going on right now in DC that I think folks need to start paying more attention to, and that is the yield. And the question really is, who is going to keep the yield? Who makes money off stablecoins? Well, right now, in the case of some of the large stablecoin issuers, there's a yield that on those deposits. So when there's a dollar, for example, deposited in a bank account, there's interest paid on that dollar. And so who's capturing that yield? And I think one of the really interesting things about the Genius Act is that it bans so-called yield-bearing stablecoins from giving that yield directly back to consumers. Now, that's not true everywhere. And I think if consumers have a choice, why would a consumer want an institution to keep that yield? Or would there be sharing of that yield? So right now, one of the debates going on is, will rewards be allowed? And I think these are really important questions.
Don't miss Bloomberg Crypto live Tuesdays.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute political news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Tyler Kendall in Washington, and this is Bloomberg.
Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg Television?
That's a great question.
It's a very good question.
Interesting question. Good question.
Great question. I so appreciate that question.
You certainly ask interesting questions.
Bloomberg Television. Top experts, great questions.
Morning, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. These are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Get your top calls this morning. The analyst action that we're focusing in on. First up, Bank of America cuts both DraftKings and Flutter, citing mounting headwinds across U.S. gaming. The analysts say that volatile sports outcomes, tax risks, and uncertainties surrounding prediction markets is creating what they say a perfect storm for the sector. Shares down 3.6% for Flutter. Next up, Wall Street weighing in on Denny's go private deal. Analysts note that the sale is part of a broader trend of private investors snapping up smaller restaurant chains that have fallen out of favor. They now say that shares trading on the buyout rather than fundamentals, and note that low valuations could spark more acquisitions in the sector. Shares up almost 50%. Finally, analysts were largely positive on Palantir's third quarter results, calling them outstanding. We did get a lot of warnings, though, that the stock valuation at over 100 times next year's sales looks stretched. Its 12-month forward price to equity earnings ratio, rather, makes NVIDIA look cheap. Matt.
All right. Yeah, we're going to be talking a lot more about that. Right now, We're joined by Bloomberg Intelligence Global Head of Tech Coverage, Mandeep Singh, and Bloomberg Tech co-host, Carolyn Hyde. I was telling you guys, I got a message from a viewer who says he really looks forward to squeezing Michael Burry because he doesn't have, and by the way, this is an investor I've known for 20 years, and he's incredibly successful. He says he doesn't have any stocks more spectacular than NVIDIA and Palantir. What do you think, Mandeep?
Well, right now, I feel everyone is investing so much in AI that Palantir being a high-ticket item is sort of an insurance to make sure you have, the data you need to train your AI. And that's where the results were phenomenal last night. But when you think about, a customer spending $45 to $50 million just on Palantir software, I mean, do you think it's going to be sustainable, with all the enterprises spending so much money on one software? And that's where the skepticism comes in, because you want to see that 50% plus growth carry on to 26, 27, and beyond, because that's what the LLM companies are doing right now in terms of OpenAI, Anthropic. I mean, these companies are going triple digits. And even OpenAI doesn't have that kind of multiple that a Palantir has. I mean, right now, OpenAI and Palantir have the same valuation. Both are valued at $500 billion, but OpenAI is growing triple digits, and Palantir is growing 50%. So great growth, but you still draw a comparison between which company has more sustainable growth, and chances are it's going to be OpenAI.
But although we also don't know what kind of valuation they would have if Wall Street Bets got to weigh in. I mean, it's not really a fair comparison, right? Because if retail could buy them on the open market, I mean, I'm sure it would be worth well over $1 trillion.
Just to put it in perspective, Palantir is at a $5 billion revenue. OpenAI right now is close to $15 billion in ARR. So it's already 3 times. So yes, I mean, the multiple will likely be lower for OpenAI, and the valuation will be higher than the $500 billion it's currently valued at, but it's still growing a lot faster than all these software companies. I mean, just think of OpenAI as a software company. How many software companies are there with 15 billion in ARR? So OpenAI is already among the top 10 software companies out there, and it's growing triple digits. So from that perspective, Palantir does look valuation, just on a relative basis, when you attach a valuation multiple, Palantir's $5 billion revenue run rate is 3 times lower. And then why should it be valued at 100 times sales when you've got a company like OpenAI that's growing?
But it's still the thing that just everybody is turning to for Palantir. It's a valuation story. And a lot of things are selling off alongside of it today, Caroline. And I wonder if there's a sense where just broadly with the big tech hyperscalers, with Palantir, with NVIDIA, the sense of this market is Palantir is kind of a poster child for momentum, heavily valued stocks. And today is a day of just selling it all, not necessarily off of anything fundamental.
Even when the fundamentals really prove out that the growth is still there. And yes, to the point that maybe compare it to an OpenAI, but in the public market, and when you're thinking how asset light more broadly Palantir is, they don't have to be paying for all the GPUs. What they're paying for is fewer and fewer sales representatives. And you'll get a Bank of America analyst, we're going to have her join the show a little bit later, who's saying they're so peerless with their go-to-market offering, the way in which they're injecting the engineering talent within your business. No wonder they're scaling so much in the US, but international growth was a weak point. It's interesting, actually, that the sell-off almost started in Asia. The angst started to come that SK Hynix has rallied too far, too fast. And over in Asia, you get regulators stepping in saying, by the way, we're worried about this 200% growth in SK Hynix for the investor base. Then you start seeing that spill over into the European anguish and then into the US. And Michael Burry, look, he doesn't particularly manage the hugest amount of money out there, but still, when you've got someone who made so much money on a bet in the previous sell-off, and now you've got someone saying, look, I'm going to take almost $1 billion out in terms of overall bearish calls on this particular stock, and the fact that they think that they're going to make a load of money if the stock price does fall. I think analysts have said fundamentally Palantir looks beautiful, but when you're looking at a valuation, they just, no wonder you've only got a third of analysts is saying you can buy at this particular level.
I mean, he was played by Christian Bale.
I know.
That's pretty, I mean, that's better than managing a
I think people listen to him for reasons besides just the Christian Bale.
Plays the drums.
But his memes do keep echoing Christian Bale and Star Wars now. He's like using Star Wars.
I got to ask about NVIDIA. I mean, I can understand, okay, Palantir's valuation is insane.
Yeah.
Even if you believe in it, and even if you own the stock, you have to admit, well over 100 times sales is nuts. But what about NVIDIA? They don't trade at insane valuations, do they?
No, they don't. And look, that's where you need that sustainability of top-line growth. I mean, right now you're looking at this ecosystem where NVIDIA is supplying the GPUs, OpenAI is training the models, it's deploying the GPUs, everyone is using the tokens. And that's where even a Palantir uses an OpenAI's LLM or Anthropic LLM, even though they say they are LLM agnostic. They are using someone else's LLM. They don't have their own LLM. So imagine if OpenAI raises prices, that's going to have an impact on Palantir. So from that perspective, the companies that are controlling the software world right now are the NVIDIAs, the Microsoft, the hyperscale cloud providers, the OpenAI LLMs, and that's where you see, you know, the bulk of the valuation and the market cap being reflected.
Hey, Mandeep, Caroline, thank you both for joining us. This was excellent. That is Mandeep Singh of Bloomberg Intelligence and Bloomberg Tech's Caroline Hyde. Of course, tune in 11 a.m. to Bloomberg Tech to watch Caroline cover this further. And coming up in the next hour, we're going to have more on the sell-off with Wall Street's biggest bull, John Stoltzfus. That's coming up on Bloomberg Open Interest.
Let's do it.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
Astonishing day for US technology.
It's shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
Used to be, one would say, what's that got to do with the price of tea in China, when they wanted to poke holes in the relevance of something? Now, though, if you're in tune with how events around the world affect each other, it becomes clear that the current going rate of tea in China has a lot to do with a lot of things, not just tea things either, but tariffs, franchises, and IPOs. How much?
Bringing you up-to-the-minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Francina in Sintra, Portugal, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Open Interest. I'm Matt Miller. Quick check on what stocks are doing as we worry about valuations. You see drops on the S&P right now, down to below 6,800, a drop of 0.75%. The NASDAQ 100 down 1% to far less than 26,000 now. So we're dropping below these big round numbers that we had punched through last week. Take a look at the reasons. NVIDIA is down 1.8%. Palantir is down 8.5%. This after we had a number of CEOs, big bank CEOs, including David Solomon, warning that we could see a 5 to 10% pullback in the next 12 to 18 months. And then, of course, valuations is the biggest concern with Palantir as it trades at well over 100 times sales. Pfizer is gaining as it gets into a continued bidding war with Novo Nordisk. It's interesting to see Novo down and Pfizer up. Apparently, Novo put they both put bigger bids in for Metsera than they previously had. Metsera is halted, so it's unchanged at 60.73. But right now, Novo Nordisk is valuing that company at $10 billion. And Hims & Hers is going to possibly sell or will sell the Novo Nordisk pill when it comes out to fight obesity. Danny?
Let's get more on the story on Novo Nordisk, Pfizer, and Metsera. Joining us is Bloomberg Health reporter Madison Muller. Madison, more bids are in, higher price, the war continues. Does it feel like one of the, either between Pfizer or Novo, is really in the lead to take this company?
Well, according to Metsera, Novo's
increased offer is still better than Pfizer's. But in about an hour, we're actually going to see this continue to play out in court in Delaware because Pfizer is trying to get from last week, Novo's increased bid. It sort of started a countdown or a clock of 4 days for Pfizer to increase its offer. So Pfizer sued last week to sort of stop that process from happening. That hearing is still happening, according to our sources at least, in about an hour, as at the same time these companies are now increasing their bids. So the drama is continuing to play out. Metsera is saying that, again, Novo's offer is better, but remains to be seen sort of what happens in the court.
So Novo sells, obviously, Wegovy and Ozempic. Eli Lilly has the tirzepatides,
Zepbound, yeah.
Zepbound and Mounjaro, which is a horrible name for something that makes you stop eating. What does Metsera have for Pfizer? Is it also a GLP-1?
Yeah, so Metsera has a couple of different drugs in development. One of them is a longer-acting GLP-1, so it's similar to Wegovy and Ozempic, but you only have to inject it once a month versus every week, like the drugs that are currently on the market. And then they also have what's called an amylin drug, and so that's a little bit different. It's a different hormone. It's not GLP-1. It's thought to have fewer side effects, but work, just as effectively for weight loss. So Pfizer's looking at this and saying, we're not in obesity yet, and so this company has drugs that are potentially better than what's on the market today. And so if we're gonna, sort of play the long game here and have to be in this next wave of companies that are getting into the obesity space, why not buy a company that has potentially better drugs and sort of this next generation wave of treatments?
All right, Madison, great to get a roundup with you. Apparently, Metsera is trading again, up 13%. Doesn't Mounjaro make you think of eating?
No.
Manja.
It sounds like, in that way, it sounds like a board game to me.
Well, it's an injectable fat drug.
Correct.
Coming up the next hour, John Stoltzfus on the big tech sell-off and AI bubble talk. He's the biggest bull on Wall Street. This is Bloomberg.
Such an incredibly exciting moment with AI. It is really the most profound technology of our lifetimes, and I think it has the potential to help us rethink literally everything. The potential for economic impact, societal benefit is honestly boundless. When we think about the economic impact for Europe in particular, it's around a 1.2 trillion euro estimate of the productivity growth that can be unlocked. This platform shift that we are living through, I think, is going to create untold amounts of value for the world, but also for the businesses and for economies, which is why I'm incredibly optimistic in this moment for Europe, but also for the whole world.
How do you think about job losses or safety for some of the AI tools?
I hear the anxiety, and I understand the anxiety about jobs. I think that we are certainly going to live through a massive transition about how people learn to work alongside these tools. The reality is I do think there'll be some number of jobs that are displaced. I think it is a smaller number maybe than some anticipate. We estimate it's around 7%. And I think what's important is that we have programs that help those 7% transition into new fields of work. I think what is more likely is that most of us are going to learn to work alongside these tools. So we estimate about 2/3 of us. If you think about the tasks you do in your daily life, when you look at every industry, there are administrative tasks that are happening everywhere, and that's what AI is most helpful in improving.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets? We are basically particularly deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Lizzie Burden outside Windsor Castle, England, and this is Bloomberg.
News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez, remembering former Vice President Dick Cheney.
He was a very controversial vice president, but he was a loyal vice president, and that's what vice presidents are expected to be.
UVA political analyst Larry Sabato, after Cheney's family announced today George W. Bush's two-time former VP had died at the age of 84. Correspondent Cammie McCormick.
This looks like Bush-Cheney country.
Dick Cheney hit the campaign trail many times in a long political career, but by most accounts, he was never comfortable with the handshaking, the media spotlight. In the 2004 race against the telegenic John Edwards, Cheney turned to self-deprecating humor.
People tell me Senator Edwards got picked for his good looks, his charm, his sex appeal, his great hair. I said, how do you think I got the job?
It was a style that served Cheney well in 6 congressional and 2 vice presidential campaigns.
Former President Bush calls Cheney among the finest public servants of his generation. No comment from President Trump, but flags are flying at half-staff at the White House. His family says Cheney died from complications of pneumonia and cardiac and vascular disease. Americans are voting in critical elections across the country. Among the most watched, the race for mayor in New York City. Self-described Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani cast his ballot in Queens.
A campaign that looks to transform the most expensive city in the United States of America into one that's affordable for each and every person that calls it home.
Disgraced former Governor Andrew Cuomo rallied his own troops.
We need a mayor who can stand up to Donald Trump, who can get the funding that New York deserves, who can make sure the National Guard does not come to New York.
President Trump has endorsed Cuomo. Californians are deciding on Governor Newsom's congressional redistricting map that would favor Democrats. UCLA law professor Rick Hassan.
This is starting a kind of redistricting war that doesn't seem to have any end other than when all the states that can do more partisan gerrymandering do more partisan gerrymandering.
A new climate warning from the UN.
I'm Vicky Barker at the Foreign Desk in London. The latest UN report card on how countries are or aren't honoring their climate pledges finds some slight progress, but it says global greenhouse gas emissions still rose 2.3% to a new high in 2024, significantly overshooting the targets for bringing global temperatures back to pre-industrial levels. The main offenders: India, China, Russia, and Indonesia.
6 deaths are now blamed on a listeria outbreak linked to prepared pasta meals. They were sold at Albertsons, Kroger, Sprouts, and Trader Joe's. Dow's down 213. This is CBS News. Calling all Christmas movie fans.
I'm Buddy the Elf.
You look hilarious.
The skin-tight green costume Will Ferrell wore in Elf will go up for bids next month.
You look like you came from the North Pole. That's exactly where I came from.
The package includes the matching hat and tunic. Tags reading Mr. Ferrell are on the inside and written in blue on the black belt. The London auction house staging the sale says the ensemble could go for around $250,000. Also up for sale is Marty McFly's hoverboard from the second and third installations of the Back to the Future trilogy. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
You might want to step it up if you're at a heightened risk of Alzheimer's. Researchers at Mass General Brigham tracked close to 300 older adults. Brain scans of some showed a buildup of amyloid beta, an indicator of potential disease. Those who took more steps had a slower buildup rate. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney.
How do you think the Fed is looking at tariffs, the uncertainty of tariffs?
Let's take a look at the sectors and how they performed.
A lot of investors getting whipsawed every day by news events.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Could we see a market disruption, a market event?
Are people just too exuberant out there?
You see some so-called low-quality stocks driving this short-term rally.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
Good Tuesday morning from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City. To our worldwide audience, we're streaming live on YouTube as well, so check us out there. Scarlett Fu, Paul Sweeney live with you here for our Bloomberg Intelligence program for the next 2 hours. It's election day for some folks around the country, so we'll have some coverage there. Miles Miller, Bloomberg News senior reporter. He'll give us some of the thoughts from various spots around the country that are dealing with local and regional elections there. We're also going to check in with John Mowry. He's the CIO at NFJ Investments, get his thoughts on the markets. Brian Egger, Bloomberg Intelligence, senior gaming and lodging analyst. We had some earnings coming out from Norwegian Cruise Lines, Marriott as well, so he'll break those down for us. So we got a lot of earnings coming up. The markets are selling off today, but we're off the lows here, so that's something right there. But we'll kick this whole show off, Scarlett and I will, with Lisa Mateo and a Bloomberg Business Flash. Lisa.
You got it. This Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by Commonwealth. Join over 2,000 independent financial advisors who are taking control of their growth with advisor-centric support and future-ready technologies. Grow on your own terms with a partner dedicated to your success. Go to commonwealth.com to learn how. We've got stocks slipping this morning. This is after warnings from Wall Street CEOs that markets could be due for a pullback. We'll start with the NASDAQ down nearly 1%, 217 points. The S&P 500 down 0.6%, 43 points, and the Dow down about 0.3%, 143 points. In the yield space, we have the 2-year at 3.57%. That's down 2 basis points. The yield on the 10-year 4.09%, and that's down 1 basis point. To currencies, the Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index strengthening by about 0.2%. We have the Japanese yen stronger by 0.4% at 153.51 against the dollar. The British pound weakening by 0.7% at 130.47 against the dollar. Have to point out Bitcoin too, taking a hit down more than 2% at just above 104,000. Shares of Palantir, speaking of taking a hit, they're down about 7%. They topped analyst estimates for third quarter sales, raise annual revenue outlook, but here's a but, traders questioning its valuation. We have hedge fund manager Michael Burry has bearish wagers on Palantir and NVIDIA. Since I mentioned NVIDIA, their shares down 2%. Uber posted its strongest quarterly growth since late 2023, but it also posted this miss on third quarter operating income and its adjusted earnings forecast for the current period. Its shares are lower, down about 6%. On the upside, we have Hertz. Their shares up 32%, better than expected profit. Made strides reducing the cost of that rental fleet and also helped offset that falling revenue in the quarter. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now. Wherever you get your podcasts, I'm Lisa Mateo. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Scarlett and Paul.
All right, Lisa Mateo, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney are live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City. We're streaming live on YouTube as well. Market drivers today brought to you by IBKR. Will the average global temperature in 2025 be greater than 2.45 degrees Fahrenheit above the 20th century average? At IBKR Forecast Trader, the yes was recently 6%. Start predicting today at IBKR.com/forecast. Last trading day for this contract is January 9th, 2026. So you got that going for you. We got sell-off here in markets, although we are off the lows of the day. Let's see where some action is with some individual stock movers and we go to Christina Aquino. Christine, what do you got for us?
Well, we got to talk about Palantir, Paul. Big news today. So Palantir, ticker PLTR, those shares are down just under 7%, 6.9% at the moment. As we know, they did release their full year forecast and their third quarter results. Both are good, both beat expectations, but again, we know that analysts are questioning their valuation. RBC makes a good point, actually, in their analysis of the results. So they do remain overwhelmingly U.S.-centric, and then the rest of their international portfolio and their performance looks a little stagnant. So I think that's contributing to some of those concerns. And then, of course, they're also in the news because Michael Burry Cyan Asset Management disclosed bearish wagers on Palantir as well as NVIDIA. This is according to their 13F filings. And, you know, we know that Burry has been quite critical of these particular stocks, a lot of warnings over a potential bubble. But the thing to think about here is that it's not clear, right, whether these positions are outright positions. Are they part of spread trades? Is there another side that the company was not required to disclose in the 13F? So just a little bit of a hint of caution there over interpreting this report.
Or the quick glance at, you know, oh, put options. So that means negative, that means sell. So that's another way of thinking about it. Let's talk about Uber.
Yeah, let's talk about Uber. We also got results for that company today. So ticker UBER. Shares not doing too well either. They're down 7%. It was a miss in third quarter operating income, $1.1 billion versus 1.62 estimates, and their adjusted earnings forecast also falling short of forecasts. The silver lining, though, is that their quarterly growth was the strongest since late 2023, and customers ordered more rides and deliveries than expected. So JP Morgan pointing out that the delivery category is potentially a silver lining for them as well. They can grow that profitably because they continue to see better membership adoption.
All right, Yum Brands looking to punt Pizza Hut?
Exactly.
Boy, Pizza Hut was like big time when I was in college in Virginia. That was a big night out.
I'm sure that was a saver for you, Paul. No 2 a.m. study sessions.
Sure.
Yeah. But yes, so Yum Brands, owner of Pizza Hut, so ticker YUM, shares are actually rising on this news. They're up nearly 4%. And again, you know, we also got their results, third quarter EPS beating estimates, revenue also slightly above forecast. But as you say, Paul, it's all about Pizza Hut and their strategic review, because it seems that the company is running out of patience. Their sales have been stuck at about $1 billion for years. And so Baird analyst David Tarantino pointing out that if Yum ends up selling Pizza Hut after this strategic review, they could actually add 1 percentage point of growth to system sales. But that would be selling quite an iconic brand, wouldn't it?
I mean, you know, when you're in Richmond, Virginia, there is no pizza. So Pizza Hut was kind of it.
Yeah, and I'm just kind of stunned at how, remember, once upon a time, Pizza Hut and Domino's like vied for dominance in, you know, I don't want to call it generic, but national pizza market. Sure. And Domino's has come out way ahead. It's pretty remarkable.
Yeah, very, very interesting there. All right, Christine, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Christine Aquino, managing editor for Markets Live, Bloomberg News, joining us here in our studio here. Here's like my favorite headline of the day on the Bloomberg terminal. NYC to decide if a socialist will run the capital of capitalism. Boom. Whoever wrote that nailed it. Miles Miller, Bloomberg senior reporter. He's on location at Brooklyn Bridge Park here. Miles, what's the feeling here about this election in New York City? It's not just a New York City thing. It kind of feels like it's got a regional, if not a national feel as well.
Yeah, you know, I was with Zoran Mamdani earlier this morning, and I asked him basically, how much do you think the margin of winning in this race is important? And he tells me any win is important towards what he thinks is going to be his mandate to get these progressive proposals through. You are talking about a young man, 34 years old, who has put forth some very lofty goals. Free buses, free childcare, and of course, on top of that, making sweeping changes to the way that the NYPD deals with mental health issues and also taxing wealthy New Yorkers. He won't be able to get any of that done without the cooperation of Albany, and he's had some really big support. He has the governor, who was really out front early to endorse him. He's got the state senate and the assembly speaker in his corner. He also has been quickly bolstered by Tish James, the New York Attorney General. So he's got some big bona fides as it relates to endorsements. Will that translate to votes? It remains to be seen. One thing that is important to note is that we are here November, on Tuesday, Election Day, and Chuck Schumer still has not endorsed Zohran Mamdani. It says a lot about Chuck Schumer's base. It says a lot about where we are with the Democratic Party, as this guy was named the Democratic Party nominee when he won the election, the primary in June, and still some key Democrats not backing him. Former President Barack Obama, another one of those who is staying out of the race.
Yeah, that is super interesting. And of course, that's part of why this local race has taken on this national importance, because it really is a test of what the Democrat Party means now to voters. Talk to us a little bit about the election that's taking place in neighboring New Jersey. There's a key governor's race. Paul, did you vote yet?
Early. I'm not going
Okay.
to say often, but early.
Okay, all right. So he voted early. What are the stakes here for the New Jersey governor race?
Right, so you've got Mikey Sherrill, who served in Congress, who's serving in Congress, who's going up against Jack Ciattarelli, who had previously gone against Phil Murphy, and it was a squeaker in that election. He's coming back, looking to win. You know, had spent time in the state legislature, well-known figure in New Jersey. Mikey Sherrill, you know, is someone who was in Congress, you know, was in the Air Force, but she has not been able to answer on a number of key issues. She couldn't say what bills she would ask, you know, the legislature to put forth, you know, if she were to become governor. She could not explain how she was able to make so much money as it relates to her investments while in Congress. But then you've also got Jack Ciattarelli, who is basically running on President Trump's message and President Trump's backing. You know, that is what that race is all about. You know, it's very interesting. Trump was seen to be edging out Kamala Harris in New Jersey. She did win New Jersey, but, you know, there was a thought that perhaps New Jersey could turn Republican. But when you look at the polling and when you look at the broad base of support and when you look at the number of Democrats that are registered in New Jersey, it does not look like Jack Ciattarelli can win. But it's, of course, New Jersey, and so really anything can happen. But, yeah, it is one of those other races that is just really interesting to watch. And will it be a bellwether for the midterm elections? What I can say is that normally the elections that happen the year after one party takes over government is that it usually goes the way of the Democrats. That may happen in New Jersey. That is going to happen in New York, likely. And then Virginia is another really interesting race to see what happens there as well.
Miles, thank you so much for your reporting. Really appreciate it. Miles Miller, Bloomberg senior reporter on location at Brooklyn Bridge Park. You know, I spent most of my New Jersey life in Union County, New Jersey.
Where is that?
It's
Middle?
in North Jersey.
North Jersey, okay.
Union County, so that tells you how democratic it is.
Yeah.
And hugely blue. Now I live down at the Jersey Shore, and you go in a block or two in from the beach, it is heavily red. Very strong support for President Trump. Very strong support for Mr. Ciattarelli. So it'll be interesting to see how this state, which is historically voted Democrat
because
heavily,
most of the population is in northern New Jersey.
is in the northern
closer to the
cities.
closer to New York City overall.
Yeah, but I'll tell you, it just feels much different where I live now than versus I live most of my
absolutely.
life. And you really see the contrast there. So again, it'll be a tight race in New Jersey. That's what the polls are showing, and we'll see what happens here in New York City. But again, the New York City race, it's not just the city; it's kind of regionally getting some focus and
Locally
attention.
even.
But yeah, nationally and globally, we'll see how it plays out. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And this Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment, see if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Well, that global stock rally is really taking a breather. Earnings from Palantir failed to impress. Wall Street executives also warning those rich valuations. Because of all that, NASDAQ down 0.8%, 211 points. We have the S&P 500 off 0.5%, 38 points. And the Dow, that's down 0.1% or 86 points. The 2-year yield, 3.57%. That's down 3 basis points. The yield on the 10-year, 4.08%. And that's down about 2 basis points. To commodities, COMEX gold right now down about 1.5% at $3,956 an ounce. Brent crude is down 0.7%, $64 a barrel. The Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index, that's strengthening by about 0.2%. To earnings we go. We'll start with Pfizer. It raised its 2025 profit forecast for the second time this year. That's as ongoing cost cuts really help make up for that slow sales growth that's driving that battle for the obesity startup Metsera. So we have Pfizer shares. They're up more than 1%. Now, meantime, Novo Nordisk boosted its bid for Metsera. We go to Yum Brands. It initiated a strategic review of Pizza Hut. The chain has been struggling with the competition. At the same time, the company expanding KFC's chicken tenders pilot to 10 stores. Yum Brands up about 5.5%. And finally, e-commerce platform Shopify, third quarter revenue topped estimates, but shares, they're down about 1.5%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, I'm Lisa Mateo. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Scarlett and Paul.
All right, thank you so much, Lisa Mateo. This is Bloomberg Intelligence. Paul Sweeney and Scarlett Fu here with you in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio here in Midtown Manhattan. And we are looking at a stock market. At least when I walked in this morning, Paul, I thought it was going to be massive red on the screen. And futures looked like that we were going to get a really, really bad open, but we're now only down 0.5% for the S&P 500.
Yeah, and we had Barry Ritholtz on earlier, and he was just saying, hey, it's, these are healthy pullbacks. You want to see some of these every once in a while. We haven't had a big pullback in this recently. But again, kind of a little bit of a buying on this weakness here.
Yeah, maybe some buying the dippers have come in and brought things back up, but there are a lot of people who do see room for a pullback. David Solomon of Goldman Sachs, Ted Pick of Morgan Stanley, Ken Griffin all see the possibility of something in the neighborhood of a 10 to 15% drawdown given how far this bull market has come. Let's bring in Louis Navalier. He is the chairman and founder of Navalier and Associates, and he joins us now from Reno, Nevada. Louis, what do you make of the commentary that it's about time for a pullback, yet when you see futures indicating a sharply lower open, and we do open down, those drawdowns don't last for very long.
Yeah, and obviously the sell-off is just from Michael Burry's put option disclosure, and I think he's going to get buried. You shouldn't put options on NVIDIA or Palantir. Palantir had obviously a perfect quarter. NVIDIA is by far my largest holding, and I own a lot of Palantir. But other stocks are coming out with good earnings today. Payments is up nicely. Him and Hers is up nicely. So earnings are working. Now, 9 days ago, the top 10% of stocks in the Russell 3000, 300 stocks, had a 5.73% intraday correction on a mean reversion program. So we can always get hit with mean reversion programs, mini flash crashes. They should all be viewed as great buying opportunities.
In your notes, Louis, you mentioned that you recently attended a Great Gatsby party at Mar-a-Lago. So many parallels come to my mind as it relates to that era. Aside from, I assume, a good party, what did you learn at that gathering?
Well, Mar-a-Lago is a little unreal, especially when they have a big party. Obviously, it was a phenomenal party. Everybody had a great time. I was a little shocked that, he hired showgirls, okay? I didn't see Melania there. I don't think he's going to be doing that in the new conference facility that he's building at the White House. But, yeah, Palm Beach is it's over the top. I live down there, and I just tell people if you move there, don't compete with these people. It's just, it's just the money and everything is over the top.
Yeah, I can just imagine what that party must have been like. Maybe one day we'll see some pictures from it. But in terms of this idea that sentiment is super bullish and people just see kind of blue skies ahead, kind of compare and contrast what sentiment looks like right now as this bull market gets older, and there are little bits of areas of concern, especially in places like the credit market when it comes to certain sectors like the auto sector or the chemical sector.
Yeah, well, obviously we had Tricolor when First Brands, and now we got a situation where BlackRock might lose a lot of money because of a Utah firm. So, yeah, that's private credit's problem. That would just cause the Fed to slash rates by 100 basis points. Our Treasury Secretary says it best. He said that 88% of the stocks are in the top 12% of households. 12% of stocks are in the next 38% of households. The other 50% of America is in debt. That's who we have to help. That's why we have to slash rates. Inflation's come in a lot lower than expected. Obviously, oil prices are down. There is a problem with GDP growth. I know it's 4% now. It's going to be 5% soon because of all the data center stuff. But it's concentrated in data centers. And Jason Furman, who obviously worked for the Biden administration, is a Harvard professor, has pointed out that if you back out data centers, we really don't have a lot of growth. But the onshoring is real. It's expanding to pharma, semis. All the automotive suppliers have to make those parts in America to circumvent the tariffs. And the tariffs are largely over. I mean, we just have USMCA to deal with Canada and Mexico, but largely that's next year. But whatever everybody was worried about is over. So it's just time to be happy and party. I wouldn't call it the Roaring 20s, although Palm Beach might be that way. But it's I think this is like 1998, and next year will be like 1999. And I plan to make a lot of money next year.
Is there an AI bubble, Louis?
No.
Why not?
No, there is an AI job apocalypse, though. You notice all these companies are laying off people. And plan to lay off more. After Amazon announced the layoffs, they also announced 250,000 temporary workers. But yeah, no, there's a problem, and the Fed has an unemployment mandate, and they better keep cutting. As far as I'm concerned, I do think we are at risk of a global interest rate collapse, largely due to the fact that we don't have growing households in Asia and Northern Europe. And it's hard to grow when you have fewer people and fewer households. So the U.S. is an oasis. The dollar's getting its mojo back. The dollar strength will offset most of those tariffs anyway. So I think we have a lot to look forward to. But yeah, we need to have this market broaden out. I'm over 40% in data center, AI and data center stocks. And obviously, I don't want to have my portfolios that concentrated, but that's where what shows up. I also have a lot of gold stocks, 12 of them. So, there's a lack of confidence in central banks. So there are places to invest other than AI. But please, we will all want it to broaden out.
Right. When you say we all want it to broaden out, I mean, there's been, this eternal waiting for Godot, waiting for small caps to really come through and sustain and advance. And that seems to create a lot of false dawns. Small and mid-cap companies, I mean, as the Fed cuts rates, that should help them. But without a consistent outlook of lower rates, what's the thing that gets investors, convinced that there's something there for small caps and mid-caps?
Well, if you look at Payments, PAY, this morning, obviously earnings work. The small caps are like bunnies. They sit, they hop. November is a seasonally strong month for them, so I'm expecting an early January effect, and I think they'll be fine. My average small cap trades at barely 4 times forecasted earnings, while my average large cap trades about 17 times forecast earnings. So the strength in the domestic economy should filter down, help them. I'm not worried about that at all. But you are buying things that are illiquid, and they sit and they hop. So when we explain small caps, we always show rabbits hopping around because that's what you're buying.
About 30 seconds left. Louis, what keeps you up at night here?
Just private credit. I have family that works for Morgan Stanley and Merrill Lynch. So they don't sell stocks. They just sell private credit. 2% upfront fee. It makes 1.5% a year trails. The default rate's getting worse. It was all caused by Dodd-Frank. Banks won't lend to you unless you're perfect, above 800 credit score. and it's become a monster. It's 10% of our GDP, and it would cause the Fed to slash rates. Obviously, they plan certain default rate, but it's starting to annoy everybody, as Jamie Dimon has made very clear.
And you don't expect that to spill over into equities?
No,
the issues
I don't own
credit,
financials.
No?
I'm an ex-banking analyst. I know better. So I don't have any financials. I used to take, this is late 70s, early 80s. I could take 2 losing banks, I'd merge them together, and they made money when I was done with them. So I hate financial accounting for banks, and that's why I don't own them.
Very good. Good stuff there. Louis Navalier, thank you so much for joining us. Louis is a chairman and founder of Navalier and Associates, joining us from Reno, Nevada via Zoom. And so got some very strong opinions. Going to party like it's 1999. He thinks next year could be a 1999-like year with presumably falling interest rates and
a 2000 March 2000 kind of event somewhere in the horizon as well.
Yeah, we want to avoid that.
Right, but that's the inevitable question, right? Anytime you talk about 1999.
That is exactly right. And it, a lot of folks raise that question: is this AI spending, circular spending, circular investing? Is that bullish? It feels a lot like it. It looks a lot like it. Yes, there are real earnings and cash flows with these companies, unlike the dot-com boom when there was not. But that's the concern out there.
And that's why a lot of people are really glomming onto Michael Burry of Big Short fame, making some bearish wagers against NVIDIA and Palantir by buying put options on those stocks. And you can see those stocks are lower in today's trading.
And Mr. Navalier saying he does not agree with that strategy, that he is.
No, he says those are among his biggest holdings, in fact.
Absolutely. So, all right, right now we're going to be checking in with Mr. Romain Bossack, Bloomberg Television. He's sitting down with New Jersey Representative Robert Menendez, again, governor's election in the state of New Jersey today. Let's listen in.
Now from Jersey City with a special guest. Romain?
Thank you, Matt, and welcome to our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms, television and radio. I'm in Jersey City, New Jersey, with the congressman for the 8th District of New Jersey, which represents most of Hudson County and a good chunk of Jersey City, where I'm standing right now. Congressman Rob Menendez, great to have you here, sir, on a day where I think a lot of people are really looking right now to the State House and wondering whether this is that year where we end up with a Republican governor for the first time in a while.
Yeah, listen, New Jersey and Virginia are the epicenter of the political universe right now here in America. And so Mikey's made the case every single day of this campaign. She came out of a contested primary, ran away with it. And every day she's been disciplined about the issues that New Jerseyans are facing. So she knows there's an immense amount of work to do. She's raised her hand and dedicated herself to New Jersey, to the American people. And this moment she wants to deliver for New Jersey. And I believe that has resonated with a lot of our voters.
There's been some criticism of the campaign that Mikey Sherrill has been running, the idea that campaign is a little bit more high level. It's about national issues, while Jack Ciattarelli seems to be focusing a little bit more on the kitchen table and pocketbook issues, if you will. What are you hearing from voters as to what they actually want? What are they going to the polls to vote for today?
So I think there's two main issues in this election. One is the affordability challenge that a lot of Americans and New Jerseyans are facing. Two is they want a governor that's going to stand up for New Jersey. Yeah, so at times work with the president, but when needed, stand up to this administration. We've seen this administration overreach in L.A., Portland, Chicago. If they come to New Jersey, we want a governor who's going to protect us. And so those are the two issues I hear the most. And Mikey's been laser focused on both of those issues. She's talked about affordability and what her administration would do to address that here in New Jersey. She's also made it clear that she will stand up to Trump. So I think those two issues are the center of this election, and I think she's done a really good job of articulating a clear message to New Jersey voters.
In talking to voters, you hear a lot about housing affordability, but as of late, you're also hearing a lot about the issue of affordability of electricity. Power prices have jumped more than 20% on a year-over-year basis. Part of that's good. I guess that's a sign that you're getting these data centers and other things moving to the state. But when it raises the bills for homeowners and businesses, you need something to address that. What's the plan?
So she's made it clear that on day one of her administration, she's going to declare a state of emergency on the energy price hikes. There's an immense amount of work that we have to do with our regional operator, PJM, the production that we have in New Jersey. And we also have to look at how demand has changed. You mentioned AI data centers. It's good for New Jersey to be a leader on AI, and you need those data centers to do so, but they require an immense amount of energy. There are ways, and we're looking at it in Congress, it's one of the things that I'm doing on energy and commerce, to think about about how that increased energy demand, which could be 13% of all energy demand in the next several years, how that doesn't get pushed to our consumers, our residents. So it's going to take all hands, whole of government approach, but she's made that a clear priority of hers, and that's a day one priority. So I know it's something that she's looking forward to tackling as governor.
Another big issue, of course, is taxation, the idea of addressing some of the budget issues, potentially raising the sales tax once again, as well as corporate taxation. Do you think that's something, that the governor, no matter who it is, would actually follow through on, and would there be enough support at the State House to see that through?
Well, I think you can take innovative ways, right? Like, I think, yes, traditionally money in, money out, right? So if we need to spend to grow and build New Jersey, then we need to raise the revenue to do so. But on something like mass transit and infrastructure, there are ways to do it where you look at the assets that NJ Transit has that are underutilized. And if you can make better use of them, you can actually create revenue for the state without having to raise taxes, raise the levy. So I think Mikey's going to have an innovative approach. I don't think she's just going to go and say we have to raise taxes because we have to pay for A, B, and C. I think she's going to look about how the state has underutilized assets, how to make better use of them to reduce the tax burden on New Jerseyans, because it goes into the affordability crisis, whether it's energy, whether it's taxes. These are what people are thinking about.
You represent Jersey City, the second most populous city in the state, and really third most populous, really, in the entire New York metro area. It's seen phenomenal growth over the past few years in terms of new residents and new businesses. How do you get more businesses, and not just the big companies, but small and medium-sized businesses, to actually set up shop here?
Yeah, I mean, you have to have a competitive landscape. So I think New Jersey's done that well on the film industry, right? We've seen an announcement in Bayonne where they're opening up a new studio. We have one here in Jersey City. We have one in Newark. Government needs to work with private sector, and that's things like giant studios to small and medium-sized businesses. You have to have a competitive landscape. It's something that we think about at the federal level. I know municipalities think about it, and that's something that the state needs to continue to lead on. We want to drive business here. We want to grow homegrown businesses that are at the center of places like Jersey City and make sure that we create an environment for them to do so.
We were remiss not to ask you about the government shutdown.
Yeah.
We're now basically officially at 35, the longest government shutdown, longest full government shutdown in history. Where is the discussion right now between Democrats and Republicans in Congress, particularly in the Senate? Are we any closer to actually getting this resolved?
Yeah, I think we are inching closer. But, you know, for us, it's been a clear mission that it goes back to the affordability challenge, and specifically for Democrats, health care. You know, Republicans voted to take $1 trillion out of Medicaid. That's going to make health care more expensive for everyone. We know at the end of the year, the ACA premium tax credits expire. So if you allow those to expire, premiums are going to increase for everyone on the exchange. At some point, it has to stop, right? We're talking about SNAP and the administration not funding it. Well, before that, they had the largest cut to SNAP in the program's history. So the pain has to stop, because we see it every day when we're out with our constituents. That's what Democrats have been fighting for. The center of it has been health care. We're going to continue to fight for that, and Republicans look like they're interested in having a conversation specifically on the ACA, and I hope we get to that conversation, get the government back open.
Are you comfortable, though, with the leadership by the Democrats in Congress in trying to navigate through this crisis?
Listen, we're in the triple minority, right? And so we've drawn a line in the sand that for the American people, we have to deliver more affordable health care. That message has resonated with people. When I'm out, people say, hold the line, keep fighting for us, because if we do nothing, we will not be able to afford our health care, our housing, our prescription drugs. That's what Democrats are fighting for, and they're happy to see us do so, and they are in this fight with us.
All right, circling back to the election here in New Jersey, I do have to ask you, we've had 4 years here of Phil Murphy. Maybe potentially that legacy continues with Mikey Sherrill. When you take a look at Murphy's legacy, what do you think he got right? And more importantly, what do you think he maybe did not take advantage of?
So, I mean, I think he got an immense amount right on moving the state forward on a lot of things that were responsive to what was happening in the first Trump administration, codifying, reproductive health care here in New Jersey. He's done an immense amount to drive the economy here, from being a leader on AI to tech to film studio. So he's done a lot to grow New Jersey, grow New Jersey's profile. I think on the energy front, I think we could have diversified our approach a little bit more to not bake so much of it into offshore wind, but to really maximize solar, to look at nuclear, to look at fusion. But he still did so much, and I'm really proud that he was our governor for these important years.
Only about 30 seconds left, but looking ahead to the potential results that we get tonight, the polls have gotten a little bit tighter over the last few weeks. Citarelli has really closed the gap with Sherrill. You think she's still going to pull it out?
I do. I've seen the momentum on the ground the last several days. Last night in Union City, 2 days ago in West New York, it's palpable. And people know it's on the line. I think when they're in this final moment, they have to make a decision in the ballot box, they're going to go with Mikey because she's a true leader for New Jersey.
All right, really appreciate you taking time for us, Congressman.
Appreciate it.
That's
And that was Romaine Bostick speaking with Rob Menendez. He is the son of the former New Jersey Senator Robert Menendez, speaking with our Romaine Bostick on this election day. Let's get a check on markets and the top business headlines with Lisa Mateo. Lisa.
You got it. And we have some worries on Wall Street about whether the market has run ahead of itself. So let's start with the Nasdaq, up about down about 0.8%, 198 points. We have the S&P 500 that's falling 0.4%, 33 points, and the Dow that's off about 0.1% or 81 points. The 2-year yield 3.57%. That's down 3 basis points. The yield on the 10-year 4.07%, and that's down 3 basis points. To commodities, we have spot gold. That's off about 0.8%, $3,965 an ounce. WTI crude down 0.7%, $60 a barrel. Over to currencies, the Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index, that's stronger by about 0.2%. Bitcoin, though, down about 2.5% at just above 104,000. Shares of iHeartMedia, they're up 22%. The reason why, well, sources telling Bloomberg Netflix in talks to license video podcasts that are distributed by iHeartMedia, and that would put it in competition with YouTube because those videos would be exclusive to Netflix and no longer seen on YouTube if this does fall through. Netflix also had a similar deal with Spotify, and speaking of which, Spotify's monthly active users, they climbed 11% year over year to 713 million in the third quarter. That topped estimates. Its shares, though, they're ticking a little bit lower, down about 1%. And finally, other news, we have Norway's sovereign wealth fund. They said it's going to vote against Elon Musk's proposed $1 trillion Tesla pay package. The fund actually owns more than 1% of Tesla. It pointed concerns about the award's size, shareholder dilution, also, quote, key person risk. Tesla shares, they're down about 2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now. Wherever you get your podcasts, I'm Lisa Mateo. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Scarlett and Paul.
All right, Lisa Mateo, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Scarlett Fu, Paul Sweeney, we're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. A little bit of a pullback in the market today, but the stocks are off of their lows of the day. John Mowry joins us here. He's the CIO of NFJ Investment Group based down there in Big D, Dallas, Texas. Hey, John, we started off the day, futures looking a little tepid here, a little bit of selling here as we start off the morning here. What's your view of this market here? Are you looking for, are you one of those folks like, I don't know, Ted Pickett, Morgan Stanley, Mr. Solomon of Goldman Sachs that says, hey, this market needs a 10 or 15% pullback?
Well, Paul, it's a good question. The first thing I would say is you got to always pay attention to where the multiples are sitting. You've got the S&P, sitting 22, 23 times. That's pricey. And the NASDAQ's up near 30. So you are paying a lot. So any news that comes out that is going to, knock people off their, concentration on the AI trade is going to really cause some pullback. But I don't see a huge concern when I look at earnings, and that's what we're focused on, fundamentals. And I would also pivot and say, hey, if you look at the smaller caps and the 1,000 value, for example, 1,000 value trades at 15.5 times, and the Russell 2,000 value, Paul, just trades at an 11.5 times. So I think you've got some good opportunities down the cap scale. But the problem is, in addition to those points you made that came out today, there was also an article that came out on Bloomberg that showed that the equal-weighted S&P relative to the S&P is back to where it was in 2003. So the pain trade has been to be anywhere other than the Mag 7.
Yep, for sure. And you are a value investor to the core. You manage the NFJ dividend value, the NFJ large cap value, the NFJ mid cap value, the NFJ small cap value. I mean, we get the theme here. So, John,
value.
Yeah,
you like value.
Clearly, small caps provide value, but they've provided value for a long time, and they've been a value trap. Within the large cap space, where is the value to be found?
So, I think within the large cap space, there's a handful of pockets that we particularly like. Particularly when I look at some of the big banks. When I look at the money center banks, those are really printing money. You've seen M&A activity pick up. Investment banking fees look robust, and you've seen that yield curve begin to steepen again. So that's a real positive for the big banks. I think that should parlay into some of the super regionals and down into some of the smaller banks in time. But I think banking within the large cap space is a particularly interesting area. But then I would also point out that we've got a lot of industrials that are doing quite well, whether they're investing in some of the elements around the data center build out, which, those numbers are really big on the CapEx side. But nonetheless, those are good customers to have. I always like to point out that if Meta, Amazon, Google, if those are your customers for building out those data centers, that's a pretty good deal because they're going to be more impervious to what happens with interest rates and what also happens on the employment side. So I think those are positives. So I like banking, I like industrials, and then I'll point out within the large cap space, these gold miners. I know that's kind of an interesting hot topic today with gold prices hovering around 4,000, but these gold companies in the large cap space and the material space, they've got the best earnings profile of any material stocks. And I think they're pretty attractive here. I don't know where the gold price is going, but what I can tell you is that the earnings profile for the gold mining companies hasn't been this good in over a decade. They're printing money. It's pretty hard to add supply. So even if gold prices sit and hover, these companies should rate higher.
Hey, John, I know for a lot of value investors, healthcare screens well these days. How do you think about that space?
Yeah, it's a tricky space. I'll first touch on life sciences. Life sciences, biotech, these areas got really expensive during COVID, and it makes sense. Everything shut down and everything was gravitating toward pharmaceuticals, life science, healthcare. They got into bubble territory in terms of valuation. And then on top of that, Paul, when you have very low interest rates, that is really good for biotech and funding. With the boomerang of interest rates and the high valuations that you were paying for those, they have been a bloodbath. I will tell you there are opportunities, but you've got to be very choosy. I like some of the hospitals like HCA out there in Nashville. Those have been performing very well and have good fundamentals. There are some pockets of pharmaceuticals that we do like. Pfizer is one that's actually kind of worked off some of that COVID overvaluation and has begun to see real positives with the oncology divisions within their business. So I think there are pockets, but you've got to be choosy. I don't care for the blanket healthcare is cheap because some of these companies that are cheap, Paul, are cheap for good reason.
Yeah, definitely. And what do you make of the whole Pfizer and Novo Nordisk battle for Metsera? Is Pfizer overpaying here? I mean, it feels like they're both in a position where they're kind of desperate to get the next gen obesity drug.
Well, this is always the game that the big pharmaceutical companies are playing. They wait for other companies to de-risk the asset, and then they go in and, make those acquisitions. I think that if you look at, what Pfizer's paying, it's hard to say if they're overpaying at this point. We'll have to see. What I can tell you is that, given the depressed multiples of a lot of the healthcare stocks, I think that trying to do some of these acquisitions makes sense. So I like that people are being choosy, going through and looking for the smart deals. I think those should pay off given these low valuations that these companies are getting today.
John, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it. John Mowry, he's the CIO at NFJ Investment Group based down there in Dallas, Texas, looking for value in the stock market that is very expensive, and it's hard to find value. And it's, as you mentioned, Scarlett, there's value traps out there that
small
value
caps,
investors,
mid caps.
Yep, exactly right. So we'll see. We'll stay on top of that. S&P 500 down 43 points, 0.6%. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Scarlett Fu, Paul Sweeney. We are live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube. We had some earnings out today in some of the leisure areas. I'm calling like hotels, cruise ships, that kind of stuff. It kind of gives you a sense of how the consumer is doing out there. Are they spending money out there? Brian Egger, this is his gig. He's been covering the casinos, the hotels, the cruise lines forever. He's been doing it on Wall Street. He's one of the best out there. Brian Egger, Senior Gaming and Lodging Analyst. Let's start with Norwegian Cruise Lines. Are people still cruising, Brian?
People are still cruising. The bookings are higher. I think, noting the stock price decline, that there was a bit of a change in their strategy related to the Norwegian Cruise Line brand, trying to get more families and kids and all that. We could talk about that, but that does have some slightly dampening impact on yield growth for the fourth quarter and next year, which is what I think the stock is reacting to.
So this is the idea that they're broadening their customer base, not just targeting the super high income consumer, which by all accounts is doing just fine in this economy, whereas the lower income consumer and the mass consumer perhaps is struggling with rates staying fairly elevated and a lot of question marks over their job prospects. What is Norwegian Cruise Line's strategy here, certainly compared to its peers like Carnival and Royal Caribbean?
I think it's twofold. I think number one, to try to attract more of a family audience, increase the core customer base of the Norwegian Cruise Line brand, and also by having more shorter duration cruises, maybe with home ports closer to where people live, that could result longer term in kind of more efficient operations and some more more savings on the net cruise cost per net unit cost side. But it remains to be seen, and I think that's why there's a little bit of caution, because the near-term effect will be a slightly dampening impact on the overall mix of yields. Cabins filled with children or families may have a slightly lower combined revenue yield than a different type of customer audience.
Typically, the cruiser, they're pretty loyal people, Brian. How do they typically react, or how do they spend during what could be maybe a little bit softer economic environment?
So if you judge by the current environment, the overall bookings pace, I think, for the third quarter overall was up 20%. The outlook for next year is quite good, with at least modest yield growth. So I think we're seeing still a pretty steady pace of consumer demand. Obviously, that could always change if we see a more severe economic downturn, but the overall pace in terms of bookings demand, notwithstanding this kind of tweak in marketing strategy, has been quite good.
Brian, how does Disney fit in here? Because they have a cruise division, and by all accounts, it's doing really well. They have a very loyal customer base, and perhaps that customer base then grows up, matures, and moves on to the other cruise companies. But how does Disney's success impact the pure cruisers?
I think with respect to Disney, it's such a small relative percentage of the overall cruise industry capacity. It's an interesting strategy on a certain side of the business, but it's not probably decisive in terms of the overall industry, because Carnival and Royal Caribbean together are 80%-ish of the overall industry capacity. So Disney is an important but smaller player.
Marriott, they reported some numbers today. I see the stock's up about 2.9%. Talk to us about Marriott. What do we learn about the hotel biz?
I think the hope from Marriott's perspective is that 2026, in terms of that pace of revenue per available room RevPAR growth, will kind of match this year's 1.5% to 2.5% pace. What we are seeing is that luxury demand, particularly in the U.S., Asia Pacific countries outside of China, are all looking pretty good for next year, and they were in the third quarter. You get a little bit of a bump next year from the FIFA World Cup, which could help RevPAR growth a little bit. I think the big spots in lodging are probably the limited service segment, individual business travel, certainly government workers. As much as we've seen in other parts of the travel industry, the higher end luxury consumer is actually faring better in terms of their pace of growth than more limited service economy segments.
Brian, Marriott has what's called an asset-light business model, where basically the company, expands its hotel portfolio through franchising, through management agreements. They don't actually own the properties, because that's a burden on the balance sheet and everything else. So are there any hotel companies that actually own their own properties, or has everyone shifted to this asset-light business model?
So the marketing strategy, or the strategic setup of Hilton, Marriott, Wyndham, very similar in being kind of to a large degree asset light in the case of Marriott and Hilton and Hyatt in particular. Marriott does have a couple of owned hotels, but it's a smaller part of the business. So a lot of the ownership in the business is related to the hotel REIT business, right? So you do have a separation of ownership and management, which is really true both in the casino industry and the hotel industry.
What I like about Marriott, they have so many different brands, luxury brands, Ritz-Carlton, St. Regis, then they got premium brands, Marriott Hotels, Select Service, I mean, Brian, this is an industry that sliced and diced its audience incredibly well. Is it paying off?
Well, I think so. I mean, the luxury piece of the room footprint for Marriott is about 10% of the total. But, I think in a sense, if you look at what's happening economically, coming out of the COVID pandemic, certainly limited service drive-to locations are outperforming luxury destination properties. Now it's really the opposite. Yeah. Now what we're seeing is decisive strength in luxury higher-end properties and leisure business, and a little bit of weakness on the limited service side.
All right. For Ritz-Carlton, they love me there. Brian Egger, Senior Gaming and Lodging Analyst, Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us here. We had some numbers out of Norwegian and from Marriott. All right, folks, for our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM Channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM Channel 121 is presented by Oracle. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. Your top stories and global business headlines are coming up in just a moment. I'm kind of old school in the hotels. I like to have my room made up every day.
So you always check, make sure you come back. I don't want to
that's part of the whole hotel gig, I think. I don't know. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney.
How do you think the Fed is looking at tariffs, the uncertainty of tariffs?
Let's take a look at the sectors and how they performed.
A lot of investors getting whipsawed every day by news events.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Could we see a market disruption, a market event?
Are people just too exuberant out there?
You see some so-called low-quality stocks driving this short-term rally.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney, we're live here in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City. We're streaming live on YouTube as well, so check us out there. Coming up, we're going to check in with Geetha Ranganathan. She covers all the media stuff for Bloomberg Intelligence. A lot of earnings coming out. Spotify is out with some numbers, and we're going to hear from some of the big media companies coming up here. There's a lot of potential M&A in the media space I want to ask her about as well. Michael Halen, he covers all the restaurants for Bloomberg Intelligence. We're going to talk to him about Yum earnings. Talk about spinning off Pizza Hut. You got to be kidding me. Pizza Hut was big back in the day. Mandeep Singh, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Tech Analyst, talked to us about Palantir and Uber earnings. Max Wasserman, also co-founder of Miramar Capital, give us his thoughts on these markets. So we got a lot coming up here in the next hour, focusing on stocks and earnings and Bloomberg Intelligence analysts right now. All right, let's see where things are going. I mean, I got to sell off in the market here. 44 points off on the S&P. That's down 0.6%. So we're off the lows of the day. Let's see where some of the action is with some of the individual stocks here today. Stock movers with Norma Linda.
Well, let's take a look at shares of Palantir. This has been a company that's been in focus today. People have been really heavily scrutinizing this company. This is ticker PLTR. Shares falling as much as 10% since the worst day since May. And this is not because the company reported poor results or, missed expectations. This is actually a company that has not missed expectations. For 21 consecutive quarters, we've seen beats back to back for this company, but people are starting to wonder about whether or not valuations could be too stretched for this company, especially as we think about the AI landscape, and especially if you dig deeper into some of the numbers. And if you look at price to sales ratio on a trailing basis, it's sitting at 85, which is the highest in the S&P 500. So you are starting to see widespread concern here about the fact that maybe valuations are too stretched for Palantir.
Yeah, Michael Burry, his Scion Asset Management disclosed bearish wagers on NVIDIA and Palantir Technologies just days after the hedge fund manager posted encrypted warning to retail investors about market exuberance.
Right.
So there's a bear call out there. You haven't seen too many of them. You've seen Mr. Ted Pick of Morgan Stanley, Mr. Solomon of Goldman Sachs, CEOs there kind of weighing in on maybe some valuation concerns in the marketplace.
Are we in a bubble? That's the question that everyone wants to know the answer to.
Palantir feeling the pain here today. What else you got for us?
Well, let's look at shares of Novo Nordisk and Metsera. So Novo Nordisk, this is the ADRs we're looking at, ticker NVO, and Metsera MTSR. So we're seeing shares of Metsera hitting their highest level on record, rising as much as 18%. And this is after Pfizer and Novo Nordisk boosted their bids for the company as the ongoing battle for the obesity startup has really been intensifying ahead of a court battle that is set for Tuesday. This is really underscoring a lot of the surging interest in one of the fast-growing areas in medicine. So you really are seeing the street really just trying to analyze the current situation. If you look at shares of Metsera, up about 17% so far as we're taking a look, and Novo Nordisk shares down about 43% year to date, down about 0.9% right now.
That's a good old-fashioned M&A kind of street fight out there over this asset here.
Clearly.
But I mean, in the obesity drug world, you have to be in it, it seems like. If you're a big diversified pharma company, you kind of have to be in it.
Yeah, I was also looking at Hims and Hers. They're rising after saying that they're in talks with Novo Nordisk to sell its upcoming obesity pill. So as you're mentioning, clearly a lot of people thinking about that space right now.
Okay, one more.
Lastly, looking at shares of Spotify, this company in focus, that's ticker SPOT. Shares falling for their lowest since May, down as much as 6.4%. And this is after they reported active users and sales in the third quarter that beat expectations, but we did see ad-supported revenue that fell.
All right, Norma Linda, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Norma Linda, markets correspondent for Bloomberg Television. For more conversations like this, subscribe to our Stock Movers Reports. Listen for 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and anywhere you listen. That's a perfect segue into our next guest, Geetha Ranganathan. She covers all the media names, including Spotify, and she explained it to me very clearly early on in the coverage of this company. Think of Spotify as kind of the Netflix for music. And I was like, okay, now I get it. Geetha, thanks so much for joining us here. What did you make of the Spotify numbers?
I actually like the Spotify numbers, Paul. I mean, you know, the big numbers that we always look for are, of course, the user metrics. We want to see them kind of do well on both monthly active users, which are basically the free listeners, as well as the premium subscribers, which is basically, you know, everyone paying about $12 a month for a Spotify subscription. And both those numbers came in well ahead of guidance. The other number that we look for in Spotify results is gross margin. This has been, you know, a constant point of debate, but Spotify has done really well in terms of expanding their gross margin. They again delivered numbers ahead of guidance, both for, you know, third quarter as well as ahead of forecast for the fourth quarter in terms of guidance. So fundamentals seem to be really strong. I think the one concern, Paul, that has really kind of emerged with Spotify over the past few months is pricing power. You know, are they going to keep, being able to increase prices? And this is something that has dominated the conversation for not just Spotify, but of course, for any streaming company. We've seen Netflix, as you just pointed out, demonstrate really good pricing power. I think Spotify has very good pricing power as well, but people are really waiting for the next big U.S. price hike to really gain more confidence in the story.
Geetha, what's the competitive landscape for Spotify out there? Because as we think about the video business, it's Netflix, and then kind of a big drop down to Disney, and then a bigger drop to kind of everybody else fighting it out. What's the landscape for in the audio business?
It's actually very similar, Paul. In fact, Spotify just leads by a wide margin. So if you just look at both the global audio streaming market in terms of subscribers, they have about a 33% share globally. They have close to almost a 40% share in the U.S. market. So way ahead of their competitors. So obviously gives them a lot of, I think, again, we come back to pricing power, gives them definitely a lot of pricing power in the market.
So what's on the cost structure for them? What are the real levers for them? It seems like, I know at Netflix they got to write big checks to, either license content or, create their own content. What's it like on the Spotify side?
Yeah, you bring up an excellent point, Paul. And this has kind of, again, been one of the pain points for Spotify because, again, this is a music streaming service. They don't own any of, the music, music itself. That's all kind of controlled by the labels. And as you well know, content is king. So this is really where Spotify has a lot of trouble, because for every dollar that they earn, about 70 cents goes back to the music label. So they have very little leverage. They've been trying to kind of change that whole dynamic, that whole equation, come up with more of their content. So a big investment area for them has been, podcasts, has been audiobooks, where they kind of get better, profit dynamics. It has worked well. But actually, one of the things that we're kind of looking for next year is we're going to see a step up in all of the royalty costs. And that's, again, something that the street and investors are a little bit nervous about, because we need to see how, Spotify kind of manages their whole margin expansion story as those royalty costs go up. So the amount that they're paying all of the music labels, the Warners and the Universals of the world, is going to go up slightly. But we still think that they're in good shape. They've been adding a ton of new features to all of their tiers. They're probably going to debut some new tiers. Again, all of that builds to that whole pricing power and monetization story.
And how is Apple as a competitor here? Because anytime I see a company that's even remotely in competition to Apple, I get nervous.
So Apple, if you're just kind of looking at it in terms of share, they are way below Spotify, both globally as well as in the US market. So not much of a competitor from a share standpoint. In fact, they've even priced their product slightly lower. Some of the noise around Spotify and Apple has been, in terms of the iOS and whether, Spotify can kind of get better terms, and they've managed to do that as well. So some of the changes on the iOS system have actually helped Spotify in terms of getting a better market share and getting better economics, actually. So Apple Music, not too much of a worry for Spotify.
All right, let's switch gears to some of the big cap media names you cover. I need to get an update, Geetha, on Paramount, Warner Brothers Discovery, Comcast. Any movement forward there, or I have to wait to the Allen & Company conference next summer to get something done?
Yeah, we really don't know. We haven't heard anything. So just a few days back, Paul, I think it was just for last weekend, we heard that Netflix was kind of poking around. So Warner Brothers Discovery at this point has opened up their books to any of the interested parties. There were news reports that Netflix is looking at some of the financials of Warner Brothers Discovery. Again, this doesn't necessarily mean that a bid is coming. But of course, anybody who, has a chance, I'm sure wants to take a look at the Warner Brothers Discovery, especially the studio and the streaming assets. So right now we know Comcast is interested. We know Netflix is definitely interested. And of course, Paramount Skydance is interested. But again, Paramount Skydance interested for the whole company. So streaming, studio, plus the TV networks. So this is, again, I don't know it's how it's going to play out, but hopefully we should get to hear from, somebody pretty soon. Warner Brothers Discovery is reporting a little later this week.
Boy, yeah, you think about it, Geetha, I mean, you've got a company whose board and whose CEO seems to be open to a deal. You would think that something could happen quickly, but it's not happening, is it?
Price has been a sticking point, Paul. So
gotcha.
We know that, so we know that, Paramount has come in with about $24 a share. It looks like David Zaslav was looking for something north of $30. So again, it's all going to come down to those negotiations and how exactly he can manage to extract, I guess.
All right, the good news is we're getting a lot of big M&A deals announced across the marketplace here, so maybe this thing can cross the tape too. Geetha, thanks so much for joining us. Geetha Ranganathan, she's the best out there covering the media space for Bloomberg Intelligence. Looking at Yum Brands today, that's a stock in the news. Stock's up 5.6% today. It's up about 10% year to date. Launching a strategic review focusing on their Pizza Hut brand there. Let's break it down a little bit with Michael Halen. He's a senior restaurant analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. Michael, when I was in college in Richmond, Virginia, Pizza Hut was the bomb. That's all we had down there for pizza. What's going on with Pizza Hut, and what's Yum's thinking about?
Yeah, I miss Pizza Hut from back in the day. I feel like the quality has slipped since then, man. I miss those breadsticks especially. International has been okay. But U.S. has been a big time drag on UFC on Yum Brands results. So so I think this was kind of a long time coming. It's really been a drag on the top and bottom line growth. Taco Bell is an absolute monster, is putting up strong unit growth as well as same-store sales growth quarter after quarter after quarter. KFC has had some well-documented same-store sales issues in the U.S., but that seems to be turning. They had a solid little quarter here with flat same-store sales versus 6 straight quarters of decline. So that business seems to be accelerating a little bit. And KFC unit growth overseas is phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. They crush it overseas. Yeah, so Pizza Hut has been this drag on this business for quite some time. I think the street is really excited about a potential divestiture here.
Any potential buyers out there that you can identify?
No, we don't have. We don't think any of the companies in the public market are going to be an acquirer of Pizza Hut. Yeah, this thing is, like I said, it has struggled mightily. I mean, we can see private equity. I think private equity would be a good fit, right? Because it's going to take, management said on the call, it might take some of their markets 2-3 years to get them back to like their rightful position as market leader in those countries, which they see as their rightful position. I think Domino's would have something to say about that. But, it's going to take a few years to turn around some of these markets, and private equity, obviously, looking at a 5 to 7 year time horizon would be a good fit.
All right, Mike, let's step back. The restaurant space in general, getting through, earnings season here. What are you learning about kind of the consumer out there from the restaurant perspective?
Yeah, today we heard from Wingstop and another fast casual chain that's struggling, also partly been a victim of its own success, right? It's absolutely crushed it over the last 6 years and is lapping very, very strong results from last year. But they talked some more about low-income consumers and Hispanic consumer weakness and it broadening here in the third quarter. The stock is up pretty significantly, though. We think there's some couple of things going on. Number one, the stock sold off big time off that Chipotle's poor third quarter print. And secondly, there's some optimism here, I think, around the smart kitchens. So
what's a smart kitchen?
They're rolling out some kitchen technology that's boosting operations. It's speeding up service times. They're putting out consistent 10-minute service times, which is 50% better than they were doing prior. Accuracy is better. Food's getting to customers hotter and fresher, and people are going to have a better experience. And so stores that have had this technology, right now it's in about 2/3 of the U.S. stores. It's going to be in all 3,000 by the end of the year. But stores that have this equipment and have had it the longest are outperforming on same-store sales by 500 basis points. Wow. So we think that's why the stock is up so much. People are now a little bit more confident in a positive 2026, despite the decelerating trends here in the third quarter.
Boy, big pop today. Stock's up 13% today, down 14% year to date, but a good move today. I don't think there's Wingstops in Jersey, are there, Mike? I haven't seen one.
Yeah, there's some, but there's not there's not a whole bunch. Texas, it's strong in Texas. They're talking about the Southwest being strong, but no, man, we need some more New Jersey Wingstop franchisees. Yeah. The product's pretty good.
Absolutely. So what's going on the labor front for restaurants? I'm thinking quick service restaurants. With the southern border shut off, that was one of the industries that said we may have some labor problems associated with that. Have you heard from your companies about that?
Yeah, our companies just talk about the fact that they use E-Verify and they do everything by the book, which I think is predominantly the case. The impact that you're seeing, A, is with more of the independent restaurants. Okay. But then B, also kind of causes labor costs to go higher here for the public chains, right? Right. And they're seeing another 4 to 5%, wage rate inflation this year. That's been pretty common year in and year out since the pandemic.
Interesting. All right, Mike, thanks so much for joining us. Always appreciate getting a few minutes of your time talking about the restaurant business. A, it's kind of interesting to me, at least it's fun, but it also gives you a good sense of another data point for the U.S. consumer. And Mike covers all the restaurants, from the quick service restaurants up to the higher end restaurants. He gets a good handle on how the consumer is spending their money. So we'll keep an eye on that. But again, Wingstop, who knew? Stock's up 13% today. I have to check it out. I have to Google if I can find a Wingstop.
And it's not even the Super Bowl yet.
It's not even the Super Bowl, right? And remember, we had a wing shortage at some point. One year we had a wing shortage, and my solution was make more chickens. So, I don't know.
Simple.
And the same thing for beef prices higher. Make more cows. I mean, I just don't get it. But the ranchers tell me it's not that easy.
Yeah, economics.
It's a little bit different, more difficult than that. S&P 500 off 48 points at 0.7%. The Nasdaq's off 1.2%. We got some more earnings coming up. We'll have it all today. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And this Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment, see if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Well, we still got stocks slipping. This after warnings from Wall Street CEO. Markets could be due for a pullback. We have the Nasdaq pulling back down about 1%, 309 points. The S&P 500, that's off about 0.7%, 52 points. And the Dow, that's down about 0.3%. 0.2%, 171 points. Over to the yield space. We have the 2-year at 3.57%. That's down 3 basis points. The yield on the 10-year, 4.08%, and that's down about 2 basis points. Over to currencies. We have the Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index. That's stronger by about 0.2%. The Japanese yen stronger by about 0.5% at 153.41 against the dollar. Looking at the British pound, it's weaker by 0.7% at 130.43 against the dollar. Bitcoin, well, it hit its lowest since June. Risk-off mood hits crypto right now. Bitcoin down 4% at just above 102,000. Shares of Palantir, they're lower. They're down 7%. Top analyst estimates for third quarter sales raise its annual revenue outlook, but traders questioning its valuation. Uber, they posted their strongest quarterly growth since late 2023, but here's the thing. It also posted a miss on third quarter operating income and its adjusted earnings forecast for the current period. Uber shares down 7%. On the upside, and the real upside, Hertz up 38%, posted better than expected profit. Company really made strides reducing the cost of its rental fleet that helped offset falling revenue in the quarter. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, you can subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Lisa Mateo. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Scarlett and Paul.
Hi, Lisa Mateo. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. The world's largest sovereign wealth fund voted against Tesla's unprecedented stock award, $1 trillion, to Chief Executive Officer Elon Musk in the biggest show of opposition yet by a major shareholder. And this vote's Thursday,
a statement.
right? That's a statement. The Norwegian Wealth Fund, I mean, they're monstrous. That client of mine back in the day. But yeah, and they're a shareholder, so if they say no, that has
And they're
some
the
weight.
9th largest shareholder, so you wonder how many other shareholders are going to take their cue from the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund.
Absolutely. Craig Trudell joins us, Global Autos Editor for Bloomberg News. He's based over there in London. Craig, this seems like a problem for Elon Musk. Put it in context for us.
Yeah, I think you've set it up nicely. Just the size of this fund and their position in the sort of ranks of Tesla shareholders make this a pretty big piece of news. And yet I do think it's worth considering, too, that we only have to go back to just last year, the last time that this very fund voted against a Musk pay package, and yet shareholders, in total ended up, passing a pay package for Musk by a pretty comfortable margin. That was, shareholders voting on re-ratifying the 2018 award that the judge in Delaware threw out early in 2024. So it definitely is a signal that makes you nervous if you want to see this measure pass, and yet you do have that sort of precedent of just a year ago to kind of fall back on and say, you know what, this may not matter if the very sort of passionate retail investor base that is behind this company, feels as the way about Musk that they have for a very long time.
Yeah, but Norway's wealth fund raises a number of really important issues. They say that they appreciate the value that Elon Musk has created for the company, but they're concerned about the total size of the award, the dilution, and this key person risk, and how this pay package doesn't really address that. This is something Tesla can address, right? They can kind of come up with some plans or some strategy to kind of acknowledge that these are legitimate concerns. Has there been anything from the company on managing key person risk here?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think maybe there's sort of an opportunity actually to present the extent to which this board has been thinking about candidates to replace Musk. But in the course of doing a lot of work to sell investors on this pay package, we've heard a lot from Robin Denholm, the chair of the board, about just how important it is that this be approved, and yet she's been I would say pretty vague about who exactly would be tapped to step in the event that Musk's threats actually to potentially even step back from Tesla were to be realized. And so I think that kind of speaks to exactly the risk that Norway is flagging here. And I think it's something that's come up for years, where anytime there's been somebody who's looked like a sort of clear number two to Musk, that person tends not to last very long.
Yeah, I mean, in order to make the case that he deserves this major pay package over this long term, that kind of takes away from the idea that they should also be planning for a succession. It's a quandary, right, Paul?
Yeah, and boy, there's no company I've ever come across that has more key man risk than this company with Elon. Hey, Craig, so the vote's on Thursday. What are the tea leaves saying at this point?
It's really hard to say, and that was one of the interesting things when I mentioned we've spoke with Robin Denholm, the chair of the board, last week. I think even the board was pretty, Robin was pretty candid about just how little they know up until the sort of very end. I think they do point to, I mentioned that retail shareholder base. It's something like 30% of investors and of shareholders in this company are retail. I think if you're sort of reading X and the Musk fans, you sort of have every reason to think that this will go the way it went last year and the way it went when that 2018 package was initially approved, and yet I would want to sort of have a better sense of how many more big institutional investors like the Norway Wealth Fund are sort of where they are at on this pay package, which we'll find out in the next couple of days.
Craig, obviously this pay package is the big to-do item at this meeting, but surely they're going to be discussing other things at the annual shareholder meeting, right?
Yeah, I think one of the other big measures that I'm going to be watching very closely will be the investment in XAI, which that was a shareholder proposal and is being portrayed by the board as though this was sort of brought up from the shareholders themselves. I think that sort of leaves out the very important context that speaking of Musk, he sort of just threw out there on X some months back. Hey, should we Tesla invest in XAI, my AI startup, and sort of use the sort of poll he took of his followers as basis for saying, okay, I'll take this to my board of directors to see what they think. So that I think raises all sorts of questions because of just the sheer amount of money that's being spent on all things AI, and XAI in particular seems to be going through cash at a pretty extreme rate. And so on one hand, is there potential there in that the valuation of XAI seems to keep going up in these private fundraising rounds that Musk is doing? Sure, but it does seem like it's not without risk.
All right, Craig, good stuff. As always, Craig Trudell, Global Autos Editor. He's responsible for everything at Tesla. He gives us all the great reporting. We appreciate that. He's based out there in London. All right, let's get back to some of these tech earnings coming in here. Palantir, Uber. Yes, I arbitrage between Uber and Lyft, and people who don't do that, I don't understand those people because I get huge discounts, 20, 30% on
Wait,
a
so
lot of rides.
whenever you need to go somewhere, you're going to check both apps and then figure out which one to take?
It takes an incremental like 8 seconds, and it saves me real money. And Matt Miller and I had this fight on the air. He doesn't do it. He's brand loyal to. I'm like, you're leaving money on the table,
there's no
dude.
loyalty to this. This is all about how much it costs.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's a commodity.
It's all about the money. Yeah, exactly right. Mandeep Singh, somehow he's built a career on doing this stuff. Mandeep Singh, he's our senior tech analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. Mandeep, let's start with Palantir. What's your call on that, and what do you make of the stock action today? I'd love to just get your thought on the company, the stock, and what do you think of the action today, the sell-off?
I mean, Palantir still is the most expensive enterprise software business. So at a $500 billion valuation, you have to ask yourself, is this the best software company that I can own? Or is there something else out there in the world of AI, which, to my mind, OpenAI and Anthropic are also recurring revenue software businesses? Yes, OpenAI is much bigger in their ambitions with regards to a consumer business and an enterprise API business. But these companies, OpenAI and Anthropic, are growing triple digits. And OpenAI, for example, is at a 13 billion plus revenue run rate. So when I compare an OpenAI Anthropic to Palantir at $4 billion run rate, growing at a very healthy 50%, trading at 100 times EV to sales, that is where I think the valuation is what gives me a stop here.
Okay, I was raised by gentlemen where you did PE ratio, and then I got converted to EV to EBITDA. And then you people in technology got me focusing on multiples of revenue.
When it comes to software companies, not other businesses, just in software land.
And then I said, all right, I can kind of get used to 5, 6, 7, 8 times revenue. Now you're telling me what?
100 times.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's it's like PEG ratio and eyeballs back in the day.
Exactly.
So Mandeep, When it comes to Palantir and what it does, though, there's no other company like it, right? That's the issue. It counts big governments as its customers, and then now increasingly big companies. And as much as you can compare Palantir as a stock to other AI plays, what the actual responsibilities it has, the business that it conducts is irreplaceable? No, irreplicable. That's the word I was looking for.
They clearly have a very strong mode in terms of, creating an ontology. That's what they call basically making sense of data that an enterprise may have. And think about, any enterprise, they'll have 10, 20 systems, a lot of data replication, and Palantir can give you like a master data where they can help you get rid of all the redundancies and give you data that really matters for your AI. And so think about an organization that has $1 billion IT budget, spending billions of dollars on AI. Why would you not spend $50 million on Palantir, especially if you are a government or bank or a manufacturing company and not a tech company? That's why Palantir's customer base is not your sophisticated tech companies like Google or Meta or any of the tech players, because they do their own thing. But it's your banks and government, and not that they're not sophisticated, but they need more help with organizing their data. And Palantir gives you an out-of-the-box solution. And in this age of AI, when things are really kind of getting bigger and bigger in terms of spend, the last thing you want to save on is, spending on data. Because if your overall project fails, since you didn't have good data, then it's bad ROI. And that's where Palantir is really benefiting and making a case, guys, you're spending so much on infrastructure. Why are you not spending on data? And I think that's a good pitch.
Don't cheap out on the data.
Yeah.
ANR function for Palantir: 9 buys, 16 holds, 4 sells. Average target price at $180. Stock's at 190. That tells you all you need to know. The street is split.
This is after an 8% drop today.
Yes,
by the way.
exactly. And one of the high estimates out there for price targets is our good friend Dan Ives with the $230 number. Mandeep Singh, thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate the context here. We got to get OpenAI public. We got to get Anthropic public. Yeah. Get on top of that, will you? Mandeep Singh, Senior Tech Industry Analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. Absolutely one of the best out there on the street. And again, if you want to learn about AI, go to BIGO on the Bloomberg terminal. Type in AI, and it'll bring you to Bloomberg Intelligence. Deep dive into
Are they adding
AI.
to that constantly?
Yeah.
I feel like they need to be, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. So we've got the complete coverage of what AI is and how it impacts different industries across the market. It's really the best research. And because it's on Bloomberg Intelligence, it's updated basically all the time, real time. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
11:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in the red. This after a chorus of Wall Street executives warned investors to brace for a pullback amid lofty valuations. That has triggered a sell-off in stocks amid worries about whether the market has run ahead of itself. So here's where we stand. The S&P right now down 48, a drop of 0.7%. The S&P holding just above 6,800 now, 6,802. The Dow down 0.4%, down 172 points. We've got the NASDAQ Composite Index dropping 292 points. NASDAQ now lower by 1.2%. Our Mag 7 Index is down 1.4% with a 10-year that's yielding 4.08% and a 2-year 3.57%. Spot gold right now, we do have the precious metal trading lower by 0.9% below 4,039.66 right now, down $35 the ounce, and a retreat for crude at $60.61 a barrel, down 0.7%. And the slide in Bitcoin continues now at 102,775 for Bitcoin. It is down by just about 3.8%. As for the market backdrop, John Mowry is Chief Investment Officer at NFJ Investment Group. He was a guest right here on Bloomberg Intelligence.
You got to always pay attention to where the multiples are sitting. You've got the S&P, sitting 22, 23 times. That's pricey. And the NASDAQ's up near 30. So you are paying a lot. So any news that comes out that is going to, knock people off their, concentration on the AI trade is going to really cause some pullback.
John Mowry of NFJ Investment Group keeping an eye on Uber shares after earnings. Uber is now down by 7.4%. The ride-sharing company posted a miss on third-quarter operating revenue. They are based in San Francisco. Crosstown rival Lyft also lower, down now by 4.6%. Recapping, stocks are selling off. We got you covered here at Bloomberg with the S&P down 48 right now, down 0.7%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pelleton, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. Well, typically when you see a day like today, it's historically, at least this year, it's kind of been a day to maybe buy some stock on the weakness. I don't know. Let's see what the pros are doing out there today. Max Wasserman, co-founder and senior portfolio manager at Miramar Capital Management, Northbrook, Illinois. I've been there. Nice town. Had some good times there. Max, thanks so much for joining us here. What do you make of days like today's? Do you kind of go look at the stuff you like, but maybe it was a little expensive, and maybe today's a little bit less expensive?
Well, I don't really think of today as an event, because I'd be down 1%, 2%, or even 4% in the NASDAQ, given the meteoric rise. Yep. I don't think it's enough to change momentum, the direction it's going. But I think the market's frothy in technology. I think people are getting carried away. I think there's a lot of risk. But I think the FOMO, the fear of missing out, and managers trying to get in the last quarter, I still don't see that momentum changing based on just a 1.5% or 2% change.
So this idea that the big Wall Street CEOs are talking about a 10 to 15% pullback, you don't see that happening right now?
Well, I think you'll get 15, 20% at some point. When, I don't know. And the problem that you have here is to come out to say it now in a day like today or in the last few days. I think it's great. I think they've been cautioning people for a while to manage the expectations at these high levels. I think it should be go down more. But I don't know if the momentum is really shifting based on just a few commentary. You need some type of catalyst to make people wake up and say, wait, I'm paying 40, 50, 100 times earnings. It's asymmetrical return at this point. I mean, great companies, but the valuations, we're not even in the 8th or 9th inning. We're in extra innings with these valuations.
Yeah, and similar to the 18-game during the World Series playoffs. Max, what about the Trump put? There's this idea that we have this Fed put if things get really bad, but the president wants to see the economy do well, and in many ways, many cases, that's really the stock market doing well.
Right. I mean, if you look at the stock market, you have to look at the have and have-nots in the market. Right now, everybody's piling into an AI trade or a second derivative of the AI trade, and they're selling everything else. I mean, healthcare, finances, consumer staples, consumer cyclicals, energy, they're all being sold on days, and you see them piling into technology. So on weekdays, you see some going back in, but the majority of the movement is sell non-AI and buy AI. But if you look at the underlying thing, there's a lot of things to be concerned about. While the inflation number is still sticky, you have 1.3 million employees are basically the government, the largest employer, and about 32% of them aren't being paid right now. So that's going to be an effect on the economy. You have growth slowing down in employment. In fact, unemployment announcements are rising by tech companies. So the consumer is going to start feeling this squeeze, especially with the fact that you have $1.2 trillion in consumer debt. So there's a lot of reason to be cautious because we think the underlying economy outside of technology is having a totally different experience than what we're seeing in 7 to 10 stocks.
Max, dividend growth investor, where do you see opportunities in this market?
Well, it's interesting. Right now, as dividend growth investors and, value growth, if you want to look at it, if you don't own AI, you're just watching your stocks get crushed.
Yep.
And we have a lot of the large cap techs. In fact, 25% of our portfolio is in them, but it's not enough. We think valuations in consumer staples, cyclicals, healthcare, specific companies we like. We like the Home Depots because McDonald's, we think they're going to benefit for cutting interest rates. We like defensive dividend pharmaceuticals like AbbVie or infrastructure like Waste Management. We think these are great companies, good dividends and good growth prospects, but nobody wants them. They want, the hot stock right now. So I think the valuation is much more compelling outside the large cap tech.
Yeah.
There's a lot of opportunity there, but everybody's ignoring it because you're not being rewarded to be diversified right now.
Right. It's not the bright, shiny thing. Max, how are you thinking about the government shutdown? Today marks now us being tied for the longest shutdown ever. Tomorrow, we will be officially the longest shutdown ever. And so far, investors have been kind of dismissive of this. But at some point, it's going to hurt the economy, no?
Yeah, I definitely think it's going to hurt the economy. And the reason they're dismissive because they're just piling into those top stocks we talked about. But the underlying companies are reporting it. They're starting to feel the consumers being stressed. They're starting to see the consumers being more selective on what they're spending. You're looking at the average consumer who's getting hurt right now, not just from, the government shutdown, but just from the fact is they're not seeing employment growth. So people are staying at their jobs. So you're starting to see the change take place. But the stock market is definitely not reflecting the overall market, at least in the averages, because the averages are so weighted towards technology. I mean, the S&P 500 is like a mini tech fund right now. Look at it compared to the equal weighted. There's like almost 800 basis points spread between them. It's amazing. So I think the consumer is going to get hurt. They are feeling the pinch. You just don't see it because the indices are just reflecting technology.
So 30 seconds left there, Max. New money today, where would you put it?
New money, if you don't own tech, I'd be very selective. I buy very little on any pullback. I would start positions if you don't have it. If you're overweighted, I would take some profits if you tax penny. But I like the consumer cyclicals. Again, lower interest rates, and they're going to come, whether it's with Powell or with Trump next year, you're going to get lower interest rates. I think if you look at those areas, you're only paying 12, 15 times earnings. I do like healthcare. I think it's oversold. I do like some of the staples. I think they look good. I mean, there's a lot of companies. Defense stocks are working pretty well right now. Energy's gotten crushed, and you're getting paid like 3, 5, 6, 7% on good dividend stocks. So I think if you just take a step away from technology and say to yourself, a good diversified portfolio, because when this knife drops, and it's going to drop, it's going to be ugly because we've seen it before. People forget 22 when the NASDAQ was down 34%, and they forget just in April of this year, the NASDAQ was down over 20. So when it turns, it doesn't turn 5 or 10, it turns 20% on the downside. So we caution people, don't be too concentrated here.
All right, Max Wasserman, co-founder at Miramar Capital, giving a warning to investors to maybe not put new money to work in the high-flying sections of the market. And Paul, we see some of those names that he recommends. The consumer cyclicals are his picks. Consumer staples are among the worst performers this year. Household and personal products down 14% in 2025. Consumer durable and apparel, there's that cyclicals, off by 13% this year.
Absolutely. So we'll see how this trade plays out. Historically, it's been a little bit of a, kind of buy on the dip. We'll see how this plays out over the following days. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
I think there's two main issues in this election. One is the affordability challenge that a lot of Americans and New Jerseyans are facing. Two is they want a governor that's going to stand up for New Jersey. Yeah, so at times work with the president, but when needed, stand up to this administration. We've seen this administration overreach in LA, Portland, Chicago. If they come to New Jersey, we want a governor who's going to protect us.
All right, that's Democratic Congressman Rob Menendez of New Jersey's 8th District, speaking with Bloomberg's Romaine Bostick on whether the state could flip Republican for the first time in years. And with that, we are joined by Romaine Bostick. He is the co-host of The Close on Bloomberg Television. He is in Jersey City, New Jersey. Hey, Romaine, I live in New Jersey. I voted early. It seems like this is a pretty darn close race in a state that historically goes Democrat. What are you hearing?
Absolutely, and it's gotten even a lot closer, Paul. I mean, just a few weeks ago, if the election were held then, Mikey Sherrill probably not only would have won, but won by a pretty healthy margin. But the polling heading into today actually shows that Jack Ciattarelli has narrowed that lead considerably down to single-digit percentages, in some cases around 1 to 5 percentage points, depending on the poll, which means that's basically within the margin of error. And one big issue, Paul, that's actually been driving a lot of voters as they head into the polls is not some of those big hot-button issues like immigration that have dominated the national headlines. It's actually electricity prices. I don't know what your utility bill looks like, Paul, but last year, a lot of people in this state got a big shock when they saw their bills go up, and that was largely because of this big AI data center build out. There was another big wholesale auction just a couple of months ago. Wholesale prices went up again, another 20-something%, and it's expected to go up even further when the next auction comes around at the start of the year.
Yeah, living in a high-cost state like New Jersey, we're just kind of getting it from all sides, including all the taxes here. So what has you spoke to Congressman Rob Menendez. What was his call on kind of how this might be a referendum, maybe a little bit for the country?
Well, I mean, he seems to think that this will actually play out a little bit more at the local level, those sort of kitchen table, pocketbook issues, the idea that people are really concerned about costs. And let's face it, Paul, you know this, costs, inflation, that is a national issue. But it's also something that a lot of the politicians here, particularly when it comes to Cheryl and Chitterelli, think can be addressed at the local and state level, whether it's freezing power prices, whether it's finding a way to adjust rents in a way that maybe it's a little bit more commensurate. And more importantly, just kind of addressing other little issues, Paul. I mean, I know you haven't pumped your gas probably, in years since you were a baby? Well, you know, there have been potential changes proposed for that as well that could actually, believe it or not, potentially actually lower the price of what you pay for gas, which I already think is pretty low in Jersey, by the way.
It is $2.78 a gallon. I did it last weekend, so that was pretty nice. Romaine, you know, all of us in the tri-state area, we've been just inundated with political ads on television, but what we have not seen, particularly in the state of New Jersey, we have not seen President Trump really out there for Mr. Chitterelli, and that's maybe a little bit surprising given that Donald Trump has a big presence in New Jersey with his golf club at Bedminster. How have the Republicans kind of dealt with President Trump here on this race?
Yeah, we kind of joke, President Trump is basically a part-time resident of New Jersey, given his golf course here. And he has sort of, I guess, teleported, if you will, into a few of the town halls with Jack Chitterelli, but he hasn't physically been here. Now, we should point out that the Republican Party has been pretty aggressive about sending some of Trump's surrogates from the federal level, as well as a lot of other sort of Republican acolytes from the state and local level to support Jack Chitterelli in his efforts to woo voters. And I should point this out to you, Paul, that one sort of reason why Chitterelli has actually narrowed the polling a little bit, he's actually put a lot more emphasis not on Republican voters, but a lot of the independents and even a lot of the Democrats here who he thinks are a little bit disaffected by the current administration here in New Jersey, 2 terms of Phil Murphy, and that they want to change. And he thinks that he can speak to those people and say that he himself, a Republican, is indeed the change that they need.
In New York City, Romaine, obviously a race here for mayor that's got regional and national kind of significance, or certainly attention. What are you hearing the latest in New York?
Well, I mean, the polling there is obviously a little bit wider with Mondani with a pretty healthy lead over Andrew Cuomo. But as you know, Paul, this has to be probably one of the more political of the races out there, which just says a lot. President Trump has weighed in frequently, including, of course, over the last 24 hours, offering a more full-throated endorsement of Cuomo, though if you read in between the lines, it's probably less of an endorsement of Cuomo and more of a dig at Mamdani, the sort of threat, if you will, that if he does indeed win the mayoral race, that Trump maybe could potentially hold off on some federal funding for the city, but we'll see how that works. Remember, a lot of the proposals that Mamdani has, they aren't proposals that he can sort of execute on his own. He needs the full support not only of the city council, but of course also of the state legislature in Albany and Governor Kathy Hochul. Hochul, remember, is actually facing a relatively contentious re-election bid next year, so she might not want to do anything too crazy before then.
Very good. All right, Romaine, before you leave Jersey City, Raza Pizza, you gotta make the stop. Romaine Bostic, television anchor, co-host of The Close for Bloomberg News, and joining us remotely from Jersey City, New Jersey. Again, elections in New Jersey for governor, Virginia for governor, and New York City for mayor. So there's a lot going on out there. And we should note that Michael Bloomberg has endorsed Andrew Cuomo in the mayoral race and donated to a super PAC supporting Cuomo. Bloomberg is the founder and majority owner of Bloomberg LP, the parent company of Bloomberg Television and Radio. All right, for our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM Channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM Channel 121 is presented by Oracle. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. Your top stories and global business headlines are coming up in just a moment. With the S&P down 50 points, that's 0.75%. The Dow's down 130 points, that's 0.3%. NASDAQ taking on the chin, down 310 points, that's 1.3%. More Bloomberg Radio coming up right now.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan, and on the 35th day of the federal government shutdown, confusing signals. President Trump just said on social media that there will be no distribution of food assistance benefits until after the shutdown ends. Just yesterday, the administration said half would be freed up this month from a contingency fund. And CBS's Chris Van Cleve reports that chaos at many airports is spreading.
Marathon-long security lines could soon become a reality for travelers across the country.
I was at the line for like about 5 hours, but I still didn't get to the check-in.
At Houston's Bush Airport on Monday, passengers waited more than 3 hours in line. TSA staffing is so low because of sick calls due to the government shutdown. The airport could only staff checkpoints in 2 of its 5 terminals.
With his comments in recent days, President Trump has helped train the Election Day spotlight today on New York City in the battle for mayor. Trump has criticized Democratic Socialist Zoran Mamdani and has threatened to withhold federal funds if he's elected. And today, Trump urged Jews not to vote for him.
When we think about how best to fight Donald Trump, one way we can do so is by understanding Andrew Cuomo for what he is, the candidate endorsed by Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and Stephen Miller.
Cuomo, a longtime Trump political foe, is the former governor running as an independent.
The city is not a socialist city. The state is not a socialist state. Socialism has never worked anywhere on the globe. Not Venezuela, not Cuba. It's not going to work in New York City.
Tributes today for Dick Cheney, the nation's 46th vice president, who died at 84.
I'm Stacey Lynn at the White House. George W. Bush described his former vice president as a calm and steady presence in the White House amid great national challenges, and said he would remember Cheney for the decent, honorable man that he was. In a statement, Senator Mitch McConnell said Cheney's intellect, experience, and resolve made America safer. While the White House has lowered flags to half-staff, President Trump has not commented yet on his death.
CBS's Michael Wallace tells us math teachers at an Arizona high school received hundreds of death threats over their Halloween costumes.
The 8 teachers in Vail near Tucson wore T-shirts with fake blood and the words, "Problem solved." It was a reference to solving math problems, but many people who saw the photos online thought the teachers were mocking the death of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. The teachers received hundreds of threats by email and phone. The school superintendent says the situation was taken out of context.
And checking Wall Street, right now the Dow is down 138 points. This is CBS News. Move over, John Krasinski. Your reign as the sexiest man alive is over.
Meet People Magazine's 2025 Sexiest Man Alive.
You can't leave.
because you can't resist this.
Jonathan Bailey, who made his movie debut in Wicked, is the first openly gay man to wear the crown. He explained to NBC's Jimmy Fallon,
I'm sort of thrilled that People magazine have invited someone in to bestow this honor on someone who can really cherish the value of a sexy man.
his new title announced on The Tonight Show. The 37-year-old actor will reprise his role as Fiyero in Wicked Forever this month. He'll return as Anthony Bridgerton on the steamy Netflix series in January.
Night and day, I dream of you.
Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Starbucks says it will sell a controlling stake in its Chinese retail operations in a deal with a Hong Kong investment firm, which values the business at around $4 billion. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
And finally, they vote. Welcome to the Election Day edition as we track marquee races from New York City, New Jersey, and the great state of Virginia. We're going to bring in all three over the course of the next couple of hours with reporting straight ahead from the best of Bloomberg. Miles Miller in Manhattan and Romaine Bostick across the river. We'll have insights this hour from Cliff Young, the pollster at Ipsos, as well from Republican strategist Ashley Davis. She's with us at World Headquarters here in New York, and our signature panel is in place as well. The government shutdown just matched the longest of all time, and we'll talk it out with Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis, all after a look at Wall Street. Let's start right there with Charlie Pellet at my side in New York. Charlie,
yeah, it's good to have you here right now. Lower across the board. Do want to begin with a developing story on a down day for the rest of the market. Election day. We do have Apple shares advancing right now. Apple up by just about 0.4%. Apple is preparing to enter the low-cost laptop market for the first time, developing a budget Mac aimed at luring away customers from Chromebooks and entry-level Windows PCs. Right now, we got Apple shares. They're advancing by 0.4%. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all declining. S&P lowers sentiment and technical indicators flash signs of overheating. S&P right now down 55, 67.96 where we stand. Drop there of 0.8%. Also a chorus of Wall Street executives warning investors to brace for a pullback. The Dow down 164, drop there of 0.4%. Tech hard hit. NASDAQ down 1.5%. NASDAQ 100 index also down 1.5%. And our Mag 7 index down now by 1.6%. 10-year currently yielding 4.08% with the 2-year 3.58%. Spot gold down $35 the ounce, down 0.9%, 39.66, trading below 4,000 on gold. And Bitcoin right now is down 4.7%, 101,769 on Bitcoin. Aaron Kennan is co-founder of Clear Harbor Asset Management, and on Bloomberg Surveillance this morning, he said investors are certainly keeping an eye on the elections and also Washington.
Particularly as it pertains to the upcoming Supreme Court interpretation of the president's authority around tariffs. That could have a massive impact around volatility going forward, but the economic picture looks okay. The K-shaped recovery, on the other hand, is of concern. Lower rates benefiting the 40% of American adults who do not own financial assets. And that's a big issue. It's playing out in the election probably today in New York City.
Clear Harbor's Aaron Kennan. And yes, we got you covered right here on Balance of Power Election Day 2025. Recapping S&P down now by 59, drop there of 0.9% for on-demand news 24 hours a day. Subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. And back we go once again. Here he is, your host, Joe Matthew.
Charlie, thank you so much. Charlie Pellet will be with us for the ride on this election day across America, including right here in New York. Thank you, sir. We'll be back to Charlie a little bit later this hour, 15 minutes from now. As we track the Tuesday trade here on Wall Street with NVIDIA and Palantir in play, it is, if you're still keeping track, day 35 of the government shutdown, which means we've matched the longest of all time. And I'm pretty sure they're not going to figure it out today. So we'll set another all time in the next 24 hours. The House has been out of session for 46 days. And none of that seems to matter too much to people who are focused on elections in New York, Virginia, New Jersey, also the Prop 50 in California that we're going to be following here. I'm going to start in New York, of course, and we've got the best of Bloomberg in the field today who are going to be bringing us to ground in the states that we're talking about, talking geography, talking campaigns, voter turnout, and what we should watch tonight when we're bringing you special coverage on Bloomberg Radio. To start in New York, of course, where the Democratic message and the trajectory of the party appears to be very much on the line here, as the self-described Democratic socialist, Zoran Mamdani, cruises to an expected win. Republicans have seized on this moment, starting all the way at the top with President Donald Trump to try to frame rhetorically what is happening here in Manhattan and what might take place if he's elected. Here's the president. Listen.
We have a communist running, and you shouldn't vote for him. He's a disaster.
You know, he's running against a communist. I would think that he would have a good shot of winning. He's a communist. I don't think our country is ready for a communist.
I'd prefer not to have a communist mayor of New York City. And, you know, that's what he is based on his policy. Democrats have become radical left lunatics. They have policies that nobody's going to buy. And, you know, I see what's going on in New York. We're going to have perhaps a communist mayor. It's not even believable, my beautiful New York.
President working overtime to frame the nominee as a communist. And we've heard this from a lot of Republicans on the program. This is where we start our conversation with our reporting now. And Miles Miller joining us, Bloomberg News senior reporter from Brooklyn, where he's been out early and often here covering this race. Miles, tell us what's on the line.
Yeah, I spoke with Zoran Mamdani this morning in Queens after he cast his ballot, and I said, if you were to win tonight, what would you expect the margin to be to say that you would have a mandate? And he said a victory is a mandate enough. So that's how he's going into this election day. Of course, the polls are open, and they will remain open until 9 this evening, and people have already started casting their ballots early, right? They started the early voting 2 weeks ago. 730,000 people participating in this race, and it's become a race that has really been shaped by three main things: the candidates' affordability messaging, the public safety messaging, and then also ideology, right? You've got New Yorkers who feel that they've been priced out. You've got the New Yorkers who want a little bit more when it comes to childcare, and then you've got the push to hire more cops, and then folks on either side of that aisle. And then you have the folks who believe that this is a race that is much different than there has ever been in New York. If Zoran Mamdani is to win, he'd be the first Muslim and first South Asian mayor in New York City. And there has been a lot of criticism about some of the messaging that he has said in the past few years, saying globalize the intifada, Andrew Cuomo making the effort to connect that to anti-Semitism, but then Mamdani has said that he is not anti-Semitic, but that there has been a lot of Islamophobia in this race. Taken together, this is a race that does not feel very tight. The latest polling shows Mamdani with a pretty commanding lead, and as I said at the outset, this will really be focused on just how big the margin is, and if he has that mandate to pursue some of these really progressive proposals. You know, I was looking at some of the reporting from 2013 when a tall guy named Bill de Blasio won the mayoralty back in 2013, and in one of the last paragraphs of the piece, it basically said the same thing that it says about Mamdani's race right now, that he was able to really push through and get the message across about income inequality and about affordability, and that really set him apart from his other candidates. The other candidates are running basically a race that is focused on public safety, but nothing really compared to the free buses, the free childcare, and the taxes on the wealthy.
Miles, thank you so much. We're going to be back to Miles Miller a little bit later on in the program, reporting on the New York mayoral race with some big endorsements that have emerged in the last 24 hours. We talked about Donald Trump yesterday, not really a formal endorsement, but in his 60 Minutes interview, add Elon Musk, and last night, even Stephen Miller trying to point Republican voters to Andrew Cuomo and defeat Zoran Mamdani. Polymarket right now gives Mamdani a 95% chance of victory. Let's skip across the river right now, where Bloomberg's Romaine Bostick is covering the gubernatorial race in New Jersey, remembering Democrat Mikey Sherrill against Republican Jack Ciattarelli, and what we are told, Romaine, in a recent poll is a 1-point race. What are you seeing there?
Yeah, it's gotten a lot closer. If you go back just a few weeks, Mikey Sherrill actually had a double-digit percentage point lead in the polls, or in most polls, I should say, over Jack Ciattarelli, her Republican challenger. However, that has narrowed considerably over the last few weeks. Emerson College out with its latest poll showing a 2 percentage point lead by Mikey Sherrill, and most of the other polls are in basically a 1 to 5 percentage point range right now, with Sherrill up ahead. And remember, that is with not only within the margin of error, but you're talking about a state, Joe, that despite the sort of reputation for being a Democratic state, only about 38% of the voters, of the registered voter here, are Democrat, about 25% Republicans, about 35% are independents, and those are the ones that are really going to potentially call this election. Those are the voters that Jack Ciattarelli has been courting hard. He's also spent a lot of time in some of the Democratic strongholds here, including where I'm standing here in Jersey City. He spent some time this weekend in what is not only an overwhelmingly Democratic city, but probably one of the most diverse cities in the entire country. He spent a lot of time at some of the churches with predominantly Black and Latino members, and he is really making a big push to convince those folks that the last 4 years of a Democratic governor under Phil Murphy did not serve them well, and that their fortunes would somehow improve under a Republican administration led by him.
Really interesting, Romaine. New Jersey has not voted for a Republican president in more than 30 years, has not voted for a Republican senator in more than 50 years. To what extent would this test history, knowing as well that New Jersey has a reputation for toggling between Democrats and Republicans at the top?
Well, if you want to answer to that, I think all you have to do is look right now at the RNC. You go back 4 years ago when Jack Ciattarelli ran for governor. Remember, this is the third time that he's run for governor here. He did not get a lot of support from the federal level, meaning the National Republican Party, in terms of money or even just visibility. And that has changed in a big way. Even though Donald Trump himself has not physically been on the campaign trail with Ciattarelli, a lot of his surrogates have shown up with him. A lot of the Republican members of Congress have been out here. A lot of members of the RNC and elsewhere have been out here as well, and they funneled a lot of cash to his campaign. They looked to what Donald Trump did over the last few years, losing to Biden 4 years ago by a 16-point margin, but then losing to Kamala Harris just last year by only a 5 percentage point margin. And that has a lot of Republicans in Washington thinking that maybe, just maybe, they can even flip this state when we get to the next presidential election in 3 years.
That would be something, Romaine. Really glad you're out there for us, and we'll be checking back in with Romaine Bostick throughout the day and throughout the evening with special election coverage starting at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, an extended edition of Balance of Power on the late side. I do want to mention quickly, as we throw the full resources of Bloomberg News at covering this election today, we've still got our eyes on the shutdown, and the FAA has just issued a ground stop at Washington, D.C.'s National Airport. It is over security that we're being told. This is part of the cascade of delays and cancellations that we've seen at a number of airports across the country. This shutdown is now 35 days old, matching the all-time. Tomorrow will be in record territory. In fact, for a full shutdown as opposed to a partial one, we're already there. Let's keep it in New York, as we're going to talk to Cliff Young next about his polling on not necessarily these races, but the factors that are driving decisions. Beginning with cost. Zohran Mamdani was on MSNBC earlier today. He was on Morning Joe and asked about claims of his communist affiliation, as we heard the president say repeatedly over the past couple of months. Here's what he said.
What I actually find is that when you're speaking to New Yorkers, they ask you less how you describe your politics and more whether there's room for them in that politics. Right. And New Yorkers are asking me, does your politics have room for my struggle to afford my rent, my childcare, my groceries? And frankly, President Trump ran an entire campaign focusing on the cost of living, focusing on the promise of cheaper groceries. And his inability to do so is now making him increasingly desperate to try and stop the campaign that will actually deliver on the same diagnosis that he shared.
Let's bring in Cliff Young, as I mentioned, from Ipsos, U.S. Public Affairs Chair, professor at Texas A&M University's Bush School of Government and Public Service. Cliff, it's great to see you. Your most recent round of polling started with a headline, "The Calm Before the Storm, Affordability and Elections." And it's remarkable to us to see the issue of cost and inflation, prices, that drove Donald Trump back into the White House, the same one that will likely elect a Democratic socialist here in Manhattan. Is that how you see it?
That's how we see it. And we always have to be careful, Joe, not to overly nationalize the elections. Indeed, when people go into the ballot box and they vote, they're thinking about their lives, their ability to make ends meet, to provide a good standard of living to their family. And that's what they're thinking about today, whether it be in New York or New Jersey or Virginia. Americans today are really worried about affordability, cost of living. Obviously, Donald Trump won on that issue in 2024, but the tariffs, and that's the storm that we talk about, they're beginning to rear their ugly head, and Americans are worried about it.
We've talked a lot about, or asked a lot about, Cliff, the Trump factor in all of the races today. He hasn't been terribly present. It certainly didn't come personally to stump in New Jersey. He held some tele-rallies last evening in Virginia. He didn't even mention the candidate's name in Winsome Earl Sears. To what extent are his approval numbers and policies, like you just mentioned, his tariff policies on the ballot?
Yeah, I don't think we're even being in a very positive place, that if Trump's approval ratings were 50 points plus, would he necessarily have a big impact on these elections? Indeed, as I was emphasizing, really people are worried about those very simple pocketbook issues. That's how you typically vote at the state and the local levels. Are the roads paved? Is my garbage being picked up? Can I afford things? Is, let's say, our tolls too expensive? These sort of bread and butter issues are what people are worried about, and they're really worried about them today. Now, that's not to say that Trump is in a relatively good position given everything. His approval ratings are, let's say, in the mid to low 40s. There's been some slippage over the last, let's say, few months. That's mostly because of cost of living issues and the economy. But for the most part, he's in a good place. But really, voters are worried about, again, how to get things along, how to take care of their families.
It was a long time ago when James Carville said it was the economy stupid, but that certainly turned out to be the case, Cliff. And I guess, do you see this as a world where the issue doesn't change? It remains cost when it comes to elections in the United States, but the political pendulum swings back and forth as people try to seek an answer.
I think it's a fair way to look at it. Obviously, in a different scenario at a different moment in time, it could be national security, it could be terrorism, it could be immigration, for instance. But indeed, that's how I would look at it, Joe. That really what we're seeing in, once again, New Jersey and Virginia and New York, we're really seeing sort of the party out of power that's not responsible or doesn't own the problem with affordability in a relatively better place than the incumbent party. And I would just emphasize there, New Jersey's close. I would not be surprised if it flips, that is, it goes to the Republicans. We'll see. Obviously, I don't have a crystal ball, but all the indicators, especially the affordability indicators and matchups, suggest that the Republicans in that state are in a better position than the Democrats.
Let's talk shutdown, Cliff. You've got numbers out here. On day 35, it's worth talking about, I guess, the blame game, because politicians all seem to think they're winning on both sides of the aisle. You're finding blame for the government shutdown, in fact, remains split. Can you tell us more?
Yeah, no, there's two different ways to ask the question. Kind of ask, President Trump, the Republicans in Congress, the Democrats in Congress. If we ask independently, about 2/3 of Americans blame each one equally once again. Now, if you put Republicans and Republicans and Trump against the Democrats, the Republicans together with Trump hold more of the blame than Democrats. It's about 45% versus 33%. So yes, it's a pox in all your houses. We've said that before. But if you're looking at the relative odds, Americans are seeing it being more of a red problem than a blue problem. But once again, it only will matter really if it impacts your pocketbook.
There seems to be a sentiment out there that the government shutdown is just waiting for these elections to pass. We're going to be back open this weekend. Do you have any polling, or have you seen any research that would indicate that the election itself is an inflection point in the shutdown?
Yeah, well, I don't know the sort of the machinations of the politicking around the shutdown. It is a critical point. It's a point of reflection for both parties. They'll see sort of where they are as a relative gauge. Will it be an impetus to push it forward and end it, or keep it going, perhaps? But once again, the parties themselves will be looking at these elections through a national lens. And this might have some sort of impact on the calculus.
One state we haven't really talked about yet this hour, and we will more over the course of the program, is California and what's happening with Prop 50. As a pollster, to what extent does this scramble the deck for you if we're redrawing congressional lines in a state that large, or as it looks like now, maybe as many as a half dozen states around the country?
That's a great question, Joe. I'm in the midst of, or we're in the midst of redoing our midterm models, our forecasting models. And it's a difficult one because we don't know what it will net out at. I mean, you have Texas on the one hand, you have states like California on the other. It's more of a wait and see. We'll have to adjust them accordingly. That said, it should be a Democratic year. Maybe it's more attenuated, but obviously there's a lot of a road to toe before we get there.
It's good to have you, Cliff. Happy Election Day. With us from Ipsos, Cliff Young in Washington, D.C. I'm Joe Matthew, live at World Headquarters in New York. Ashley Davis is also with us in New York. We're going to be talking to her from her perch at S3 Group. The Republican strategist will be with us next on this Election Day. We do need to check on Wall Street. And also with us, Charlie Pellet, the voice of Wall Street and the New York subway on the markets. Charlie, what do we have?
Hi, thank you very much, Joe Matthew. Right now we are lower across the board with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red. Do want to begin with a developing story, though, out of American Airlines. American said to be cutting hundreds of corporate jobs after reporting a loss in the third quarter. Right now, this according to sources. Again, Bloomberg reporting that American said to be cutting hundreds of corporate jobs, with the stock now down by 3%. This on a day when the S&P 500 index is slumping 59 points to 67.92 on the S&P. A drop right now of 0.9%. We've got the Dow Jones Industrial Average down 0.4 right now. NASDAQ lower by 1.5%. The NASDAQ 100 index also down 1.5%. Your 10-year at 4.08%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.57%. Gold is trading well below $4,000 the ounce, $39.62 right now on the precious metal, down by 1%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 0.5%. WTI 60.73 a barrel, and Bitcoin now down by 5.2%. The selling there intensifying. Bitcoin 101,320 on Bitcoin. Keeping an eye on Hertz Global Holding shares, the stock is now up by 41.1% on Hertz. The stock is soaring after the company posted better than expected profit in the third quarter. Rival Avis Budget Group up now by 4.5%, but Hertz bears repeating it is up by 41%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcast. I'm Charlie Pellet. He's here in New York, and we love him for it. Back we go. Once again, your host, Joe Matthew.
I just come up here to hang out with Charlie. I appreciate that.
Big elections. I mean, the whole country's watching this.
That's for sure. Not just here in Manhattan, but we're watching all the way across the river to New Jersey, down in Virginia, and of course, it's probably going to be tomorrow's story when we're dealing with California Prop 50, and there are a couple of other items in there that we'll get to as well. There's some important Supreme Court races, for instance, in Pennsylvania that we're watching. The President of the United States on Truth Social on this Election Day. If affordability is your issue, he writes, vote Republican. Energy costs, as an example, are plummeting, getting close to $2 a gallon gasoline. When energy goes down, he says, everything else follows, and it has. President DJT. He's been really writing a lot about the elections today. Another just a one-liner. I can't really read the whole thing on the air. Any Jewish person that votes for Zoran Mamdani is a stupid person. You can read the whole thing yourself. SNAP benefits, separate post, which increased by billions and billions of dollars, manyfold during crooked Joe Biden's disastrous term in office, will be given only when the radical left Democrats open up the government, which they can easily do, and not before. I read these because a lot of folks believe that the shutdown and this election day are somehow impacting one another. And maybe they are. Let's talk to Ashley Davis, get her view on everything that's about to happen today. With voting taking place as we speak, Republican strategist, partner at S3 Group, it's great to see you in New York.
Nice to see you.
So let's, I guess, start with that very question, because The government shutdown is changing the way people look at politicians on both sides of the aisle, not really for the better, it seems, although the Democrats seem to have an edge in the blame game at the moment. Is it motivating voter decisions today, or is this something that's based purely, as we keep saying, on prices, on cost, on inflation?
I actually think the latter, Joe. I mean, look, I've been saying from the beginning of the shutdown 35 days ago, I think this is a horrible way to legislate. I've said it to you several times. So I don't think either side of the aisle is doing well on that issue. But I'm not a big believer that this is impacting the election, especially here in New York and New Jersey. Maybe a little bit in Virginia because of obviously all the federal workers. But at the end of the day, at least in my mind, and I do a lot in Republican governors' world, I didn't think we were going to have much chance of winning in New Jersey or Virginia. Now, Virginia, I'm pretty confident to say that we will lose that race by a significant margin. In New Jersey, there's thoughts, obviously you've seen the gap and you've seen that they are getting closer and closer. I'm not sure if we can pull it off, but again, I don't know if we were ever supposed to win.
Okay, so let's tick through these because I'm curious your thoughts. Let's start with New Jersey because according to one poll, this is too close to call. Most recently, a 1-point race. Do you believe those numbers, or is Jersey going to be Jersey and this remains a blue state?
Yeah, I mean, let's remember that first. I mean, New Jersey is a blue, pretty significant.
There's a reason why
blue
Donald
state.
Trump did not come here, right?
Exactly.
He would not have helped Jack Ciattarelli.
No, and he wasn't really going to have help in Virginia either. I mean, yesterday, obviously, he did the teletown halls or whatever he did at the last minute. But no, that's going to isolate. I mean, it's a little bit like how Pennsylvania used to be, but New Jersey is solid blue. And I think it's going to be very difficult for the Republican candidate to win.
You're right about that.
Do you like how measured I'm being right now, Joe?
Well, you always are. That's why you're always here. In Virginia, he didn't mention Winsome Earl-Sears' name in the tele-rally last evening. So maybe we should discount the Trump factor for a minute in both of these races and talk about what's actually driving voters. Virginia is a really different race. Abigail Spanberger is a really different candidate. There have been questions about candidate quality for your party in Virginia. Do you share them?
Yeah, I mean, 4 years ago, we had the best candidate ever with Glenn Youngkin during a time where he fought against kind of woke issues in schools and in companies in corporate America, and that's what he won on. You can't use that same argument now 4 years later. So she has tried to do that against Spanberger. Spanberger has run towards the middle. If you look at her voting record, that's not necessarily the case, but that's how she's run, and people aren't paying attention to her voting record. She's a likable candidate.
That's got so much to do with all of this, right? How about Mikey Sherrill? Because there are questions about someone who has such a great story to tell about her career, but also has had a real challenge delivering that message against a formidable candidate in Jack Ciattarelli.
Well, and she also has some skeletons that have come out against her over the last 6 months. But
This is the Annapolis, the cheating scandal in Annapolis. Is that what you're referring to?
Correct, and some stock issues that she's had. But at the end of the day, I mean, we are New Jersey. I mean, this is New Jersey, so they're kind of used to.
Hey, wait.
One of their senators is in jail right now. I'm just kidding.
I love that we're having this conversation in New York. So. Zoran Mamdani, unless an asteroid, I guess, hits us tonight, he's going to be the next mayor of New York. Is that good in a sort of a contrarian way for the Republican message? Donald Trump just got his greatest foil.
Absolutely. I think who it's good for is Elise Stefanik, who is going to be announcing governor probably here at the beginning of the year. So she has something to run against. Yeah. And she has something to run against, especially because of the Governor Hochul, who she will be running against, has endorsed the new mayor-elect, I would expect tomorrow.
What do you think when you see Elon Musk and Stephen Miller endorsing Andrew Cuomo? I mean, the Republican messages get
I'm sure Andrew Cuomo, just like when Trump endorsed him, I'm sure he's like crawling under a rock a little bit, like he doesn't want the endorsement.
Yeah. We have big news today, and I, Ashley, would be remiss if I didn't ask you about the life of Dick Cheney. We lost Dick Cheney, at least we found out about it this morning. And this is someone who crossed multi-generations, multiple administrations, went from Congress to run the Pentagon to be a vice president who arguably reinvented that role. And he's someone you worked closely with. How are you thinking of him today?
Absolutely, and always want to give my condolences to Lynn and Liz and Mary, his girls. I mean, Look, I was very fortunate at a young age in my 20s to have my office beside his in the West Wing. I was with him on 9/11, and he truly was a mentor in regards to how to act and how to put yourself forward in this political world, and taught me a lot. The reason I read The Economist every week is because Dick Cheney told me I needed to read it every week. I'm like, yes, sir. But no, he's a good guy. Listen, he's a loyal guy. He's a good guy. There's a lot of people that didn't believe in his politics. He believes in America. He loved our country. He has an extraordinary life and career.
Yeah.
And we lost a true patriot.
We only have a minute left, which is always when I ask you the hard questions. But what was his posture? What was his demeanor that day? You were with him on 9/11.
Oh, calm. I mean, this was what it was. He and Norm Mineta. I don't know if you remember when he was Secretary of Transportation at the time, and the president was obviously in Florida, and the two of them were in charge of working with FAA to call down the remaining planes in the air to make sure our airspace was clear, because we didn't know what else was hijacked at the time.
Yes.
So very calm.
is the first word that you reach for. That's
Absolutely.
fascinating. You're flying home. Good luck. This ground stop is for real. I'm just looking at this now. Reagan Airport, all flight operations are being held. Send me a text when you get to the airport. Ashley Davis with us on Election Day, partner at S3 Group and a great friend of the program, former special assistant to the Director of Homeland Security, former colleague of Dick Cheney, who we have lost at 84. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Our panel is next. In New York, this is Bloomberg.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Risk off on Wall Street with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all declining. This after results out of Palantir Technologies last night. Stock now down by 6.8%. Also warnings from those Wall Street CEOs that the equity market is due for a pullback. So here's where we stand. S&P now trading at 67.82. We're down by 1%, a drop of 70 points. Dow Industrials down 261, a decline there of 0.6%. And NASDAQ lower by 383, down 1.6%. Our Mag 7 index down 1.9%. The 10-year currently yielding 4.08% with a 2-year 3.57%. Gold down 1%, $39.59 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 0.7%, $60.63. And the slide in Bitcoin continues, now down 5.1%. Bitcoin, 101,490 on Bitcoin. John Stoltzfus is Chief Investment Strategist at Oppenheimer. He is the biggest bull on Wall Street with a 7,100 target for year-end. He was a guest this morning on Bloomberg Open Interest.
We think more things are getting better than worse. But that said, I'm not surprised to hear these CIOs and CEOs say what they said. But usually about this time of the year is when they get bearish for next year. You remember going into this year, the thought was, it seems like every year in 23, 24, 25, the recession is coming. And we have to see if that really, you have to have a lot of factors move in a direction for that.
John Stoltzfus of Oppenheimer, interviewed on Bloomberg Open Interest. Again, I mentioned that 7,100 target. Putting that in context, right now the S&P at 67.81. Uber, after earnings, down 6.3%. Rival Lyft also lower, down 4.9%. Hertz Global Holdings soaring after earnings. Right now we are looking at Hertz. It is up by 41%. Rival Avis Budget up 4.6%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Election Day 2025. Our coverage continues. Once again, the host of Balance of Power, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much indeed. We've stationed ourselves in New York for a couple of days here for special election coverage that will carry into the evening. I'm surrounded by legends in this building, including, of course, the great Charlie Pellet, who will be back at the top of the hour, 1 p.m. Eastern Time, with the latest on Wall Street, keeping tabs on a series of races across the country here. Voters are fanning out, and this is real. We spend months talking about this stuff, and as our friend Rick Davis always says, the real poll is being held right now in places like New York, of course, New Jersey, Virginia. We've got Prop 50 we're tracking in California, but we want to start with our panel, and I'm glad to say we've got them both with us today, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, with the race in New York City. Zohran Mamdani answering the idea that there'll be an exodus from New York, the accusations from the president that he will destroy the city, that he will cause wealth to leave New York. Here's what he said on the stump this morning in response.
I look forward to utilizing every single tool at my disposal as the next mayor of the city to fight for the people of it. That means using the courts. That means using the bully pulpit. That means ensuring that we actually follow the letter of the law. And I know that doing so is something that threatens Donald Trump. It's why he's gone after Attorney General James, because she had the audacity to hold him to the same law that every New Yorker is held to. But I will not be intimidated by this president. I will not be intimidated by anyone, because my job here is to serve the people of the city.
Answering threats as well from the president that he'll pull federal funding from a city like New York if a self-described democratic socialist, or as Donald Trump calls him, communist, ends up running the city. Let's get into it. They're both here. Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis. Jeannie is our Democratic analyst, democracy visiting fellow at Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center. Rick is our Republican strategist, partner at Stone Court Capital, and we could not have an election without both of them. Happy Election Day. Jeannie, Zohran Mamdani has managed to really work himself into quite a situation here. Polymarket says he's got 95% chance of winning. He's got a lot of talent on the stump. He was very successful in navigating debates, interviews, being pithy. It's going to be a different job when he's running the city. Is he ready for it?
Yeah, that's right. And happy Election Day, Joe and Rick. I wouldn't spend it with anybody else if I had a choice, and I have a choice. I love to be here with you. I think this may be your last visit to New York City before the communist red descends on it. People are fleeing. This is what we're hearing. And of course, running is one thing, governing is something else. We haven't seen Mamdani do that in an executive role. And there's a good deal of consternation in the Democratic Party in New York City and New York State and the country as to how he'll perform. So if he wins, we're going to be seeing that. But the reality is that New York City is its own sort of Democratic primary today is the way I think about it. We are thinking about and seeing in real time Democrats fight it out as to what the future of the party should be. It is a microcosm in that sense of the party, but it doesn't tell us, I don't think, an awful lot, as we will see in New Jersey and Virginia, about where we sit in terms of the party versus the Republican Party. So I think it's going to be telling, but I don't think it is going to be, we're going to be able to extrapolate from that to the broader country as a whole.
Is that how you're looking at this, Rick, that this is not so much a Democratic story, but a New York story?
Not really. I think it's a little both. The reality is that Mamdani is redefining what it is to be a Democrat, whether the Democratic Party likes it or not, right? And I don't think they like it. But he's the energy in the party right now. I mean, there's no question of everybody we're going to talk about today, you know, whether it's potentially a Democratic governor of Virginia, a Democratic governor of New Jersey, Mamdani's going to get the lion's share of discussion as to what the future of the Democratic Party is going to be. And both those others are moderate Democrats. They're not getting any attention. Where's the respect to the moderates? And so the reality is Democrats have an image problem. They have not well defined themselves post Biden-Harris. And now they've got this young upstart, could be the youngest mayor of New York City since the 1800s. Wow. I mean, that's a long time, even older than me. And so, like, the reality is the Democratic Party is going to have to deal with this. And I think that's the definitional thing. I don't think it's going to matter to Republican politics or whatnot. But, like, the reality is, you know, the Democrats are going to have a hangover tomorrow morning if he winds up being mayor of New York.
Wow. What do you think of, Rick, the Republican efforts to back Andrew Cuomo at the last minute? You've got a Stephen Miller endorsement last night for the former Democratic governor. What's going on here?
Yeah, that'll go a long way in New York City.
Yeah, so, I mean, are they making it harder for Andrew Cuomo?
It does seem like it's a little self-aware, right? You know, because, yeah, I do think it makes it harder. I think Donald Trump, you know, basically endorsing him at the last minute and then saying, I'm going to wreak havoc on the people of New York. Well, that's going to convince them that his endorsement goes somewhere. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me, honestly. You know, the campaign hack that I am. If I were Donald Trump and Stephen Miller, I would have focused on Curtis Sliwa, the Republican, you know, because those votes that he has would go to Cuomo if they thought Cuomo could beat this guy. And
to try to get him out, you mean?
Absolutely. Well, not even get him out. Just bleed the votes. You know, Curtis is in double digits. He is the reason that Cuomo's not competitive. That's it. Incredible. Short stop.
Yeah.
And so rather than endorsing Democrats, it wouldn't be the first Republican that Donald Trump threw under the bus. And so I don't know why that bus isn't rolling into New York right now.
Wow. All right, Jeannie, where's your heart on all of this? To see Republicans backing the former I mean, he's still a Democrat, even though he's running as an independent in this case. What do you make of the strategy here? And where's your heart on this idea that Zohran Mamdani is rewriting the playbook for the Democratic Party in the midterms?
I think we're hearing, and we've heard it from many Republicans, I think we're hearing it from our dear friend Rick Davis right there. Their wish is to hang Mamdani over the Democratic Party as this be-all and end-all. I disagree. I think Abigail Spanberger gets a lot of attention. I think we have incredible Democrats across the country. Look at what is happening in California with Governor Newsom, who's been able to, if this turns out the way polls suggest, pass Prop 50 and meet Donald Trump's attempt to gerrymander Texas. So there are no shortage of more moderate Democrats in the party. And I think we have to look at the context in which this election occurred. Had moderate Democrats put forward a candidate who Democrats could get behind, who had not just left the governor's office under allegations of sexual assault or impropriety in that way, who had not left under this veil of shame as he did, there is a chance that Mamdani would not have won that primary. But you look around New York and find me moderate Democrats who are thrilled with the choice of Cuomo. Those who are voting for him are doing so out of fear of Mamdani. So I don't think this is a sort of clear choice in that way in terms of what the Democratic Party has become. I do think we are seeing a lot of frustration, and rightly so, on the part of particularly young people who are saying this entire system, capitalism in particular, is not working for me. We heard Donald Trump on 60 Minutes the other day. He was going on and on about how great the market is doing and 401ks are booming. And when Nora Donald said, yeah, but costs are off, he was very confused by the idea that not everybody is in the market and enjoying 401ks that are robust. So this is what Mamdani has played to. He is electric on the campaign trail, but there's electricity in the moderate parts of the party as well.
Well, I guess the lights are about to go out on the Curtis Sliwa campaign, despite, as Rick mentioned, him being in the double digits, and the calls continue coming at this late hour for him to drop out of the race, which is bizarre because he's on the ballot either way. This is his response from yesterday.
Even to this day, we're 30 hours away. Oh, you're going to drop out. Are you out of your mind? Don't you listen to me every day? And every day that people talk about whether I should drop out or not is a good day for Zoran Mamdani, because then he doesn't have to talk about the issues, especially public safety, law and order, cops, things that he's very weak on and would be vulnerable to losing a lot of votes if we would focus on that instead of this nonsensical every day, are you going to drop out?
He's had a couple turns at this, Rick. Is this the last one for Curtis Sliwa?
First of all, I'm glad to see the beret is back.
It is back.
It is his definition. and look, it's never been the last hurrah for Curtis. This is what, his third race that he's run unsuccessfully. Look, I think the Republican Party in the state of New York really needs some soul searching, right? I mean, like, the reason we're not more competitive is because we're not putting competitive candidates in. Could you imagine if it was a one-on-one with a Republican right now? We'd be at 55%. Wow. I mean, a Republican could win in New York City against Mamdani. He's only getting 40-some% of the vote. 60% of the city doesn't want him.
Imagine.
So at some point, the party's got to realize that if they just keep, sort of whistling past the graveyard on elections, then they're never going to win.
So you need a real candidate for the next election in New York City.
Absolutely. I would start today, looking at who are you going to recruit, how are you going to train them, how do you get them an organization stood up. It's not like we haven't won Republican victories in New York City. Sure. We have. It's just, it takes a good candidate, and candidate recruitment matters, and this party has not been doing it.
It's really something. Jeannie, I don't know what's going to happen to Curtis Sliwa or the feline vote for that matter. But what if Zoran Mamdani was running against a moderate Republican in New York? Would this be shut down already?
It would, and I think you're hearing a similar, it could be, wouldn't say it would, but I think you're hearing a similar story on both sides, and it's reflected in the polling. People are angry at the establishment parts of these parties, not just in New York City or New York State, but across the country. The Democrat and Republicans are underwater in terms of approval. People are holding their nose as they go to the polls. And so imagine, to Rick's point, had the Republicans put up a candidate who was competitive, likewise, had the moderate Democrats done that. Zoran Mamdani will tell you himself, he was at 1% in the polls when this primary started, but people were being asked to support somebody who left the governorship under shame and who has a long record that is highly controversial. And I don't think, at least in this short time period, moderates in the primary were excited to go to the polls and support him, and they stayed home, and here we have Mamdani. And so I think the establishments on both sides have to take a look at who they are putting forward and who they want to be.
Just 30 seconds, Rick. Polls close in New York City, 9 o'clock tonight. Is this an early call with the numbers we're seeing?
Yeah, it could be. I mean, all the energy I'm seeing on turnout models here is that it's, skewing lower on the age level and very Democratic. So that's probably going to be beneficial to Mamdani. So, yeah, I think there'll be an early call in New York. And I must say the one person who's probably more worried about a Mamdani victory is the governor, Kathy Hochul, because, Elise Stefanik is going to make him her deputy.
Fascinating. Boy, all right. We're just getting rolling here on Election Day with Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano. They'll be back in our second hour. And I'll remind you, Michael Bloomberg has endorsed Andrew Cuomo in the New York City mayoral race and has donated to a super PAC supporting Cuomo. Michael Bloomberg is the founder and majority owner of Bloomberg LP, the parent company of this network. We've got a lot more to go. We'll bring you to the White House for the latest from Tyler Kendall coming up in our next hour. Romaine Bostick in New Jersey, only here on Bloomberg.
From Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
Election Day arrives as the government shutdown matches the all-time record. Welcome to the Tuesday edition, live from New York, as voters cast ballots in a series of races that we're watching across the country. And coming up, we'll get the latest on the shutdown from Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall in Washington, with updates on the elections from Romaine Bostick in New Jersey and Greg Giroux in Virginia. Later this hour, we'll compare notes with Republican strategist Lonnie Chen, all part of our coverage on this Election Day on Bloomberg TV and radio. And we start with a look at Wall Street Street. Charlie Pellet has that for us from World Headquarters here in New York. Charlie?
Thank you very much, Joe Matthew. We got the Bears voting decisively right now with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red. The S&P looking at a 71-point drop right now at 6780, down now by 1%. The Dow down 282, down 0.6. NASDAQ down 385, drop there of 1.6%. Stocks are tumbling. Risk-off sentiment returns to markets following results out of Palantir Technologies. Also warnings from Wall Street executives chief executives that the equity market is due for a pullback. Again, the S&P now down by 1.1%. Your 10-year at 4.08% with the 2-year currently yielding 3.57%. Spot gold is down $45 the ounce, $39.55. That is a drop of 1.1%. Silver down 1%, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.5%, $60.77 a barrel. Bitcoin now down 5.5%. Bitcoin at 100,941. Bears repeating. Bitcoin right now selling off big time, down 5.5%. Palantir Technologies after earnings down now by 7%, and Nvidia retreating today. Nvidia down by 3%. We got you covered on markets. Recapping: S&P down by 1%, 6780, and one more quote on that: Bitcoin down by 5.5%. Balance of power continues right now. Election Day 2025. He's here in New York. Once again, your host, Joe Matthew.
Charlie, thank you so much. We'll have more from Charlie Pellet on the Tuesday trade, the Election Day trade, in just about 20 minutes time from now. A risk-off session. We'll see if it stays that way as we work through this day that has voters waiting in lines in New York, in Virginia, in New Jersey, not always in lines after seeing a massive surge in early voting. And we're going to spend some time over the next hour picking through each of these races with some of the smartest people in the business, including right here at Bloomberg. We'll connect with Tyler Kendall in a moment in Washington, with Romaine Bostick in New Jersey, as we set the stage for what could be a very late evening here. Greg Giroux will have more coming up from Virginia as well, with a very important gubernatorial contest that's been unfolding there. Let's start in New York, though, where the self-described Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani is apparently cruising to a victory. We've talked about the polls here for weeks. Double-digit lead on the poly market. He's got a 95% chance of victory. And Republicans have been urging GOP voters to back Andrew Cuomo in an effort to keep Mamdani out of office. Elon Musk, Stephen Miller, and yes, even Donald Trump endorsing Cuomo in the 11th hour of this race. Of course, this follows weeks, months really, of rhetoric from the President of the United States aimed at Mamdani, who he calls a communist. Let's remember.
You have a communist running, and you shouldn't vote for him. He's a disaster.
You know, he's running against a communist. I would think that he would have a good shot of winning. He's a communist. I don't think our country is ready for a communist.
I'd prefer not to have a communist mayor of New York City, and you know, that's what he is based on his policy. Democrats have become radical left lunatics. They have policies that nobody's going to buy. And, you know, I see what's going on in New York. We're going to have perhaps a communist mayor. It's not even believable, my beautiful New York.
My beautiful New York. The president, of course, in Washington right now. And we want to start with the backdrop for these elections in the nation's capital. Bloomberg Washington correspondent Tyler Kendall is there right now with more, and it's good to see you, Tyler. This is, of course, happening, people voting on the same day that the government shutdown reaches the all-time here, 35 days, and will, within hours, be in record territory. The president has really tried to frame this race in New York City as an important one, and has even threatened pulling federal funding if Mamdani wins.
Right, and that comes after the president has already frozen $18 billion in funding for New York City infrastructure projects, with the basis being that the government shut down and then the OMB had the ability to claw back those funds. So it's definitely playing a role here, is definitely a backdrop. And Joe, at the moment, we can say there's not much movement, but there does appear to be a glimmer of hope, because we did hear from Senate Majority Leader John Thune yesterday, who said that there seems to be an off-ramp appearing. Now, we should caution, of course, that these talks are very fragile. And our understanding is they're not happening at the leadership level, but there seems to be momentum among rank and file members on a bipartisan basis to reach some sort of solution to reopen the government. As Joe, today, the Senate voted for the 14th time and failed to pass the same stopgap measure that would at least open the government through November 21st. The deal that's emerging is one that we kind of have been expecting, which would be that Democrats would be guaranteed a certain vote date for extending the Affordable Care Act Obamacare premium subsidies in exchange for reopening the government. And then there could be some other element here that includes a 3-bill minibus reportedly and other guarantees for a fuller year appropriations process, because as you well know, and you've been asking every lawmaker, there seems to be a back and forth on whether or not Republicans really want to pass a longer term CR, and this could be a potential off-ramp.
This is a great update. And, you know, we've also been hearing, Tyler, from lawmakers and congressional watchers, if you will, over the past really 24 to 48 hours, who seem to think that this week we could see this shutdown end. That is what would be required to fulfill SNAP benefits. The President of the United States on Truth Social earlier today, SNAP benefits, he writes, which increased by billions and billions of dollars during crooked Joe Biden's disastrous term in office, will be given only when radical left Democrats open up the government, which they can easily do, and not before. Tyler, he's currently funding 50% of these benefits, which we used to call food stamps.
Right, exactly. SNAP, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. And Joe, this comes one day after the Department of Justice said that it would partially fund these benefits for at least through November while the government remains shut down. And why there was talk that there could be momentum this week is because millions of Americans woke up on November 1st over the weekend without their SNAP accounts replenished. 1 in 8 Americans currently receives food benefits through the program. So this is a huge pressure point on both sides of the aisle. And there's a lot of Americans that are currently in need. Now, President Trump's post raises a lot of legal questions, a lot of economic questions, a lot of political questions on what this is going to look like going forward, because we had heard that the USDA was going to use up a pile of contingency fundings related to SNAP, but that they weren't really going to go further than that. And that's why this was only going to be partially funded. So it's something that we're going to be watching closer because it has such broad-ranging implications.
And Tyler, we thank you, as always. Bloomberg Washington correspondent Tyler Kendall in our D.C. bureau. I'm Joe Matthew in New York, where we're following races, of course, not only here in Manhattan, but across the river in New Jersey. And I do have an update for you. Before we bring in Romaine Bostick, we're just hearing now from National Airport, from the FAA in Washington, D.C., that they have lifted the ground stop at DCA. They are advising of a ground delay, but the main runway opened just about 15 minutes ago, so it looks like flights are resuming. But if you're on your way to the airport, or if you're stuck there watching us on TV in the lounge, you could be there for a little bit longer as we work this out. There were reports of a threat that had been phoned in. To New Jersey, where Bloomberg's Romaine Bostick is standing post throughout the day here following the gubernatorial election there, and one that many polls suggest is too close to call. Romaine, there's a bit of history in New Jersey, as you well know. The Garden State, kind of like Massachusetts, likes to have a check on who's in the White House, and has typically had a gubernatorial winner here with the party opposite of those controlling the executive. Is this going to be an exception this year?
Well, potentially, Joe. I know you're a student of history, and actually, frankly, to be honest, history actually isn't on Mikey Sherrill's side. She is the Democrat, and she is, for right now, the front runner, but only by a couple of percentage points, depending on what poll you pick. But here's the thing when it comes to history. Never have we seen the leading party, meaning so the Democratic Party, having 3 consecutive turns at the governor's mansion. Remember, Phil Murphy, he is the outgoing governor. He's had served 2 terms here. And Mikey Sherrill, also a Democrat, if she were to win, that would actually defy history here in making her continue that streak for a 4th year here, for another 4 years, excuse me, Joe. And Jack Ciattarelli has really been leaning in to a lot of what would normally be considered the Democratic base, really reaching out to Black and Latino voters, particularly Latino voters that actually started to gravitate a little bit more towards Trump in the last presidential election. Ciattarelli's campaign saw that as an opportunity, and they've been campaigning heavily in some of the Latino strongholds in this state.
We've seen the president weigh in a couple of times recently, at least on Truth Social. I know there was a tele-rally that he held last evening. Romaine, he's been seizing on energy as the key issue in this race. If you want energy prices to go down, vote for the Republican. Is that resonating in New Jersey?
Well, I'll tell you this, energy prices are resonating with voters, and in fact, it's driving a lot of them to the polls. The question is, what's the actual solution? Both Jack Ciattarelli and Mikey Sherrill have sort of outlined proposals for how they think they could rein in energy prices. For Ciattarelli, part of it is pulling out of some of the climate agreements that this state had agreed to. Mikey Sherrill has proposed actually freezing power prices. But remember, it really goes a lot deeper than that. A big part of the reason for the jump in energy prices here in the state is because of the build out of AI data centers, and there are more coming, Joe, including two gigantic ones, one in central New Jersey by CoreWeave and another in southern New Jersey, not far from Atlantic City. Both of those would effectively double the amount of available data center capacity in this state within the next year or two. But the big rub here is to increase the actual capacity for electricity to serve that. Well, that takes a lot longer than a year or two to get up and running. And right now, the state is way behind on that. So some of the proposals that the candidates have put out there, they actually don't address that issue. So it'll be interesting to see not so much what voters who voters choose, but more importantly, what the winner can actually say come tomorrow with regards to how they're going to address that.
Really interesting. Live from Jersey City, we're lucky to have Bloomberg's Romaine Bostick on the case today, and he's going to be playing a big role in our special election coverage and extended edition of Balance of Power that starts at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Glad to say we can add the voice of Lonnie Chen, a fellow in American Public Policy Studies at the Hoover Institution at Stanford University, former candidate for California State Controller. That was in 2022, and he was the policy director on Mitt Romney's presidential campaign in 2012. Lonnie, it's great to have you. Everyone's trying to nationalize these races. That's what we all do in this business. We're looking for bellwethers. How about you?
Well, Joe, I think that's a great observation. Increasingly, American politics defies the old axiom that Tip O'Neill had, all politics is local. Well, not anymore. All politics now is national, and we're seeing that in the Virginia governor's race, the New Jersey governor's race, to some degree the New York mayoral, and out here in California where I'm sitting over Proposition 50, which is the big redistricting initiative that Gavin Newsom put much of his political capital behind. So the reality is so much of this election that we're seeing this year, and I would venture to say in future years, is going to be a referendum on national politics and particularly Donald Trump.
Well, we wanted to talk to you about this redistricting effort in California. This has been a remarkable story to see unfold. It's now, of course, well, it started in Texas, but now has involved any number of states that will be redrawing congressional maps. I spoke last evening, Lonnie, with Frank Luntz, the pollster and founder of FIL, and asked him which of these races was the most important for him tonight. That's the one he picked. Here's what he said.
It's the California redistricting ballot initiative, because that's going to determine who controls Congress. If the Democrats are successful, if they win that initiative, it will be 5, maybe even 6 seats switching from Republican to Democrat as they carve up the state more politically. That California initiative is going to have a bigger impact on American politics than anything that happens between now and Election Day 2026.
That's saying a lot from Frank Luntz, and the money has been remarkable in this campaign. Lonnie, Democrats have thrown almost $100 million in ads to boost Prop 50, according to Ad Impact. Republicans with $38 million, and a lot of folks are expecting a blowout. What's about to happen in California?
Well, I don't know that it'll be a blowout. I think that the measure is poised to pass. I think it will probably be closer than people expect. You know, that margin could be somewhere, let's say, between 5 and 10 points. But look, here's the reality of this. This was an initiative that when we began the process, when the initiative was first put forward by Governor Newsom several months ago, I think a lot of people would have told you, Joe, it didn't look like it was going to pass. It looked like it'd be a very difficult road. But what Gavin Newsom did was very smart. A couple things. First of all, as we've talked about already, he nationalized this. He made this about California versus Donald Trump, and that framing ended up being very successful. I'd say number two, he was able to get national Democratic Party constituencies and interests engaged in this campaign. So he raised a lot of money, not just from his base of donors, but also more broadly from various interests across the country who wanted to make sure that Democrats had an advantage going into this midterm election cycle. And then the last thing is, For Gavin Newsom's own prospects, this was really a vehicle for him to get out and campaign nationally, to get his name out there. We think he's going to run for president in 2028, and this was a great jumping off point for him. So this has become, I think Frank Luntz is right, a bellwether in a lot of ways for how next year's election is going to go, because what's going to happen if Prop 50 passes is Republicans will go down to as few as 4 representatives. Think about that for a minute. The state of California is massive. To only have 4 members of Congress from California who are Republicans is remarkable, but that's going to be the impact of this initiative.
That's a big deal. So if you're Darrell Issa, Ken Calvert, some of the other Republicans who are going to be directly impacted by this, are you trying to figure out if you can stay in Congress right now, or are you adopting a different strategy to run in a different district?
Well, it's kind of dastardly what they've done, actually, Joe. They've actually put 3 Republican incumbents up against one another. Ken Calvert, Darrell Issa, and Young Kim, all 3 people whom I know well and whom I think have been terrific members of Congress. They're going to have to figure it out because they've essentially been drawn into, if you look at their residences, roughly the same district. So they're going to have to make some decisions about whether they run there, run somewhere else. It's going to be a very challenging situation. And then districts, Joe, that had been competitive for Republicans. So, for example, Orange County, Katie Porter's old district, that's a district that Republicans have always felt would be very competitive, has gone from being about a 3-point differential in registration to a 13-point differential in registration. So you're talking about districts that had been competitive that are not competitive anymore. It's going to be a very tough road for Republicans in the House coming out of this initiative passing.
This is going to be something. You know, whether we're talking about redistricting on a great sort of grander party level or the gubernatorial races we're looking at in Virginia and New Jersey, even the mayoral race in New York, they all have costs in common, prices and inflation that are driving decisions at the polls. Lonnie, when you think back to when you were advising Mitt Romney on policy, what do you make of this being the stubborn issue that's getting both Republicans and progressive Democrats elected, depending on the scenario?
Americans vote their pocketbooks. It's a very, very simple dynamic. We've seen it in pretty much every election going back over the last, certainly in my lifetime in politics. That's been the issue that fundamentally, with the exception, we had the 9/11 period. There have been periods where foreign policy issues have been more salient. But fundamentally, elections in America do come down to how Americans feel about their personal financial situation. And I think that's what you're seeing play out in this election as well. That's what's going to play out in 2026. I know we talked about the government shutdown and when that's going to end. I got news for you. By the time we get to next November in the midterm elections, that shutdown could be a distant memory for many Americans. That's right. The issue they're going to care about most when they go to vote for a member of Congress is, how am I feeling about my personal economy? How am I feeling about my economic opportunities? And I think that's something you're going to continue to see as a dynamic that's important going into 26, 28, and beyond, because that is something that Americans fundamentally hold in mind very closely when they go to the ballot box. And by the way, to speak to the nationalization of this, that's not just for members of Congress. That extends even to local representatives as well now. So the nationalization of American politics, the rise of economic policy and economic interests as being key, those are all things we're watching closely.
Lonnie, it's great to have you back and good to see you. Lonnie Chen with us on Election Day in America and here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. Coming up, we'll get an update on the markets. A risk-off day has got the S&P down 75 points. And we'll go back to COP30, the vice president of the European Investment Bank, up next, only on Bloomberg.
It's 121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got stocks trading in the red. Do want to begin, though, with Bitcoin, because right now it is hovering just above $100,000. Keeping an eye on that key threshold there, a psychological threshold, big round number. But Bitcoin right now, 100,350 on Bitcoin. Bitcoin, the selling is intensifying, down now by 6.1%. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all declining. Stocks are tumbling as risk-off sentiment returns to markets following results last night out of Palantir. Right now, Palantir is down 7.9%. S&P down 75, drop there of 1.1%. Dow Industrials down 253, a decline there of 0.5%. And the NASDAQ Composite Index now down 413 for NASDAQ, a drop now of 1.7%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index is now down by 2.1%. 10-year, 4.08% with the 2-year, 3.57%. Spot gold down $49 the ounce, $39.51, drop there of 1.2%. And West Texas Intermediate crude, $60.79 a barrel. WTI down by 0.4%. Bitcoin bears repeating, $100,300 now on Bitcoin. It is down 6.1%. News, Uber down now by 5.8%. They're based in San Francisco. Crosstown rival Lyft also trading lower, down now by 5.1%. Coming up after the close of trading today, we will be hearing from Advanced Micro Devices and Arista Networks. Recapping, S&P down 73, down 1.1%. Balance of Power continues right now. What a joy. He's right here in New York. Once again, the host of Balance of Power, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, great to see you in the flesh. Live from World Headquarters. We'll have more from Charlie Pellet in just about 20 minutes' time as we track the Tuesday trade. With voting underway on this election day in America, here in Manhattan, across the river in New Jersey, in Virginia, out to California. We'll be having much more on these races. And as the voting takes place here in the United States, currently it's a busy time at COP30 in Sao Paulo. The Green Summit, the Bloomberg Green Summit is underway right now. And it's a great opportunity to bring in Bloomberg's Vonnie Quinn for an important conversation they're having on climate at COP30. Vonnie, take it away.
Joe, thank you so much. Yes, I'm here with Ambroise Paul. He's the responsible at the EIB, the European Investment Bank, for everything climate action related, environmental development policy and so on. So welcome and thank you for joining us. First, let me ask you a broad question about all these supranational and national goals that are trying to be met. They're not being met. Is it pointless having these goals in the first place because we're not getting where we need to be?
Well, we are making a lot of progress. When you look at the climate commitments of multilateral development banks or their financing on climate projects, this is year after year a record level. So what you see is more and more multilateral development institutions, including the European Investment Bank, are developing projects that are targeting climate objectives. But what you see also at the same time is the impact of climate change in the real life of people. That is also something that explains why we have more and more projects to finance.
In total, you have about $100 billion at your disposal for green and climate and development needs. You have about $50 billion. Where is that going?
So what we do at EIB is 90% oriented in Europe and 10% outside Europe. And what we have in terms of sharing of projects is 60% climate. The target we have in our objective is at least 50%. And the rest can be health project, can be projects that have a significant impact, but not necessarily climate projects. The climate projects are mostly related to energy, renewable energy, energy efficiency. We can also do nuclear, and we have also projects that have that are related to innovation in the green industry.
So let me ask you about that, because there is a bit of a bifurcation. There's a lot of excitement about the new technologies that are getting developed, geothermal, battery technology, all around the world, from China to Europe to the United States, right? There's also a sort of a, if I can say, doomsday scenario out there, to use the Bill Gates word that sort of went viral. I'm curious, do you ignore the naysayers on this when you're looking at projects and just hope that, you know, each individual project makes a difference?
Well, what we try to do is to do two things at the same time. We think we need to scale up projects, and that's what we've done in Europe. Last year, for example, we have done 31 billion euros of renewable energy projects. And we do that because it's good for climate, it's good for trying to get electricity price down, and it's also good for securing our energy efficiency, energy security. But at the same time, you need to push for innovation, because you don't know what's going to be successful, but certainly some of these ideas will. And that's why we are also very active in supporting projects that have a high innovative content, like in the batteries, for example, for electric vehicles.
You know, it is a particular environment right now. It seems to have changed over the last couple of years, and it's not just in the United States, it's elsewhere as well. So I'm curious, you know, in this particular environment, are you finding it more difficult to mobilize private capital? What are you doing to mobilize more private capital when perhaps the appetite may not be there?
Let me say that at least what we have is in Europe, our government behind us. We have adopted last month our new climate strategy. It's a 5-year strategy. And it has been adopted unanimously by the 27 member states. And the first objective that we have is to stay the course, because we think we need to show that we care about climate financing. And the second objective is to try to make it more linked to competitiveness, but also to try to have the simplification, because it's true when you listen to SMEs that there are a lot of reporting that should be avoided, basically. And that's what we are trying to do. Now, we are going to have more means, including for adaptation. We are doubling our objective on adaptation. And that will help us also do more with the private sector in terms of blending, in terms of de-risking, do more projects with the private sector.
How much do you look at the regulations of a country before you go in? I mean, obviously, regulations are quite strict in France and Germany, right? But what about the sub-Saharan countries that you're looking at and other countries you might be looking at?
Well, we look at projects. And when we have corporates, for example, what we do is trying to see if their strategy is consistent with what we expect in terms of Paris alignment, in particular, of our projects. Now, what I would say, though, is what we try to do is, part of the issue is to have more capacity building, especially in poor countries, where you need, to assess climate risk. It's not easy. And to transform climate risk into adaptation plan into projects. So we have put in place a program that is called Greening the Financial System, that helps central banks, financial institutions in poor countries, especially in Africa, to put in place these kind of programs that will help them respond to your question about how can we make sure that we are all going in the same direction.
And finally, Mr. Fayol, I have to ask you about your thoughts on that Bill Gates memo, because it did reverberate around the world. He seemed to be suggesting that there is a pile of money, and some of it now has to come out of climate in order to make sure that children's health and welfare gets taken care of. Is that true or a false dichotomy?
Well, what I think is that it is true that you need to spend more money on vaccines, on health, and on poverty reduction. And that's what we try to do also as EIB, especially in the vaccines sector. But at the same time, what is also clear is that the poor countries, especially in Africa, are those who pay the highest price for climate change and its consequences. And that's why we need to spend also a lot of money on climate change and supporting projects that fight against climate change. And that's why I think you need to have both.
Do it all. Mr. Fayol, best of luck at COP30, and we hope to get an update after you're finished. We'll send it back to you in the studio. Joe.
All right, Bonnie, thank you so much for a smart conversation at COP30 of balancing a couple of storylines today on this election day in America, but the Bloomberg Green Summit underway right now in Sao Paulo, and we wanted to make sure we brought that to you as part of our conversation today on Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew at World Headquarters in New York with election coverage that will stretch throughout the day and throughout the evening, including right here in Manhattan. Bloomberg's Miles Miller, in fact, is in Brooklyn Heights right now as he tracks the mayoral race that's happening here in the city. And what looks like a blowout for Zoran Mamdani, despite Republican efforts, Miles, to steer GOP voters to Andrew Cuomo. Is this late effort putting a dent in this race?
You know, it'll remain to be seen. Yeah, I think the late endorsement, if you will, by Donald Trump of Andrew Cuomo would probably do more to get Democrats who outnumber Republicans in this city out to the polls as a vote against Donald Trump. What we know is that this morning, Zoran Mamdani told supporters that any victory in this race is a mandate for his progressive agenda. It's a very confident statement for a 34-year-old who was relatively unknown before jumping into this race. He had been a big proponent of free buses, and that's what he was basically known for. That new Suffolk University poll that came out about a few days ago showed that there was a 10-point lead over Governor Andrew Cuomo by Mamdani, and that Curtis Lee was trailing at 11 points. But yes, as you said, this has been a race that has been largely defined by generational and ideological divides, and then you throw in the Trump factor, throwing a big wrench into this race. This extraordinary, really, crossover endorsement tells us that this is a Republican president who feels he can do a lot more, meaning he can meddle a lot more with Andrew Cuomo than he'd be able to do with Mamdani. But there is that little caveat I've been talking about, which is that Mamdani says he can work with Donald Trump because Donald Trump has been saying since he took office he wants to bring the prices down. He's talked about gas. He's talked about groceries, eggs. You remember he was talking about the price of eggs for months. Yep. This is a lot like what Mamdani's talking about, but the real focus here is how is that going to be paid for? That's the sticky point. Trump saying if Mamdani's elected, he's not sending any money to New York City.
Interesting. If we have a double-digit win or a blowout even beyond that this evening, Miles, could this be an early call? I just wonder what you're seeing procedurally while New York City attempts to count the votes in a decent amount of time.
I'm just thinking back to 2013 when Bill de Blasio won that decisive victory. That was decided pretty quickly, and that was a tight race too, right? It was de Blasio versus Joe Lhota who ran the MTA, and then Bill de Blasio, who ran the very obscure public advocate's office. This will really come down to the turnout. 730,000 people coming out to vote in the early run-up to the election, and then record number of new voters, about 104,000 new voters signing up, and you have to talk about how much of that was done by Mamdani's campaign, right? Getting new voters, people who may have just recently moved to the city, young voters, to sign up and say that they wanted to vote, and specifically for this campaign, is very different. Now, this turnout is very historic. By the time all is said and done, you'll think about 2 million ballots by tonight. This is the highest since the Dinkins-Giuliani era, and my looks may deceive you about how old I am, but, I was born at the very tail end of the Dinkins era. Hey, Dinkins' name is on my birth certificate, but I didn't know Dinkins.
Miles Miller, younger by the day. This is Bloomberg.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Bitcoin trading briefly below $100,000. Right now, Bitcoin is at $100,252, but that dropped below 100K. First time that has happened since June. Again, Bitcoin selling off. It is down now by 6.1%. Bitcoin at $100,300. Stay with Bloomberg for the latest on Bitcoin and indeed today's sell-off on Wall Street. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all declining right now. Stocks are tumbling as risk-off sentiment returns to markets. This after results last night from Palantir. Palantir now down by 8.7%. We're seeing a drop in the S&P of 83 points, down 1.2%. Dow Industrials down 325 on the Dow, a decline there of 0.7%. Dow Industrials, by the way, just above 47,000. NASDAQ down 450, a decline there of 1.9%. Our Mag 7 index is tumbling 2.2%. The 10-year 4.08%, but the 2-year currently yielding 3.57%. Gold now at $39.36 the ounce. The precious metal down 1.6%. Silver down 1.5%. And West Texas Intermediate crude 60.55 a barrel on WTI, down by 0.8%. Bitcoin bears repeating, down 5.9%. $100,500 on Bitcoin. Just getting word from IBM that it will be cutting thousands of workers this quarter while it continues to shift the focus of its business to higher growth software and services. Earnings news, cruise lines reporting, and they are hitting choppy waters. Right now, we do have Norwegian Cruise Line after earnings plunging 14.7%, taking rivals down with it. Royal Caribbean down 6.8%, and Carnival Corp down by 9.1%. Recapping, S&P 500 index now down 1.2%. We've got the 10-year 4.08%, but Bitcoin down by 5.6%, $100,800. Balance of Power continues now. Election Day 2025. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
Charlie Pellet, we do thank you as always. You can feel the building shake here in New York when Bitcoin fell below 100,000. Indeed, we'll have more on that, Charlie. We'll have the latest on the markets coming up at the top of the hour when we begin Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Thank you for joining us on Election Day in America. We have so far this hour brought you to Manhattan, brought you to New Jersey, California. Now we go to the Old Dominion and the great state of Virginia. Really looking forward to our conversation with Terry McAuliffe, the former governor, someone who has been there, is about to join us here as we set the table with Bloomberg's Greg Giroux. Bloomberg government, which incidentally is in Northern Virginia. So let's get on with it, Greg. It's great to see you. Happy Election Day. We couldn't do an election without you here. We talked about how close the race appears to be in New Jersey a short time ago. We've talked about the blowout that's expected for Zohran Mamdani in Manhattan. How about the gubernatorial race in Virginia, where there have been big questions about candidate quality on the Republican side and what many are framing as a layup for Abigail Spanberger?
Yeah, it does seem like polls indicate that Abigail Spanberger, the former congresswoman, is going to win and probably win decisively in the race for governor, which would extend a pattern in Virginia governor's elections of the party that usually wins is usually the party opposite the White House. So it gets a lot of outsized attention for that. You know, we see that in New Jersey as well, though the pattern is not as clear. But Abigail Spanberger seems to be on pace to win this and win this by a decent margin. I think a big question will be, is her victory strong enough to pull the down ballot Democrats for lieutenant governor and state attorney general along with her? And to what extent her coattails can boost the state House of Delegates Democratic majority, which is now just 51 to 48. Democrats are seeking an expanded majority in the state House, not only to help shape state policy the next 2 years, but because they also want to redraw congressional district lines in Virginia, and they would need Democratic government to do that.
That attorney general race in Virginia is an interesting one. Jay Jones, the Democrat, who is and when I drive through my neighborhood, I see his name on signs with Abigail Spanberger. And of course was caught in a scandal over text messages in which he was wishing violence, political violence upon an opponent. Republicans, his challenger, Jason Miyares, have seized on this. To what extent could this be an issue for Democrats? And does Abigail Spanberger need to get him elected tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I think the margin for Spanberger may be kind of decisive in determining whether she can pull Jay Jones over the line. Obviously, the bigger the margin for her, I think the chances that Jones can weather this increase, although polling indicates that certainly this texting issue, the scandal from 3 years ago when he sent those violent text messages, has really hurt his campaign, and polls show a pretty close race between him and the Republican incumbent Jason Miyares. These three races in Virginia every 4 years, and the year after the presidential election, governor, lieutenant governor, and attorney general, more often than not tend to go the same way, but this may be a rare instance where they do not. But I think Spanberger's margin will be interesting to watch tonight, and to what extent, how far the drop-off is for Jay Jones versus Spanberger's margins.
Yeah, great to have you back, as always. Greg, look for his work covering the election on the terminal and online. The closer for Abigail Spanberger, none other than Barack Obama. He was speaking at a rally over the weekend for the Democratic nominee. Let's listen. Guess we don't have that, but I can assure you he was there. The former governor is with us now as well, no stranger to Barack Obama. Terry McAuliffe, former governor of Virginia, former chair of the Democratic National Committee, is with us live from the Old Dominion. And Governor, it's great to see you. I really appreciate your time today on Bloomberg TV and radio. Yeah. I'm curious your thoughts on the shutdown, now 35 days old, impacting decisions in this election with so many federal workers who have been furloughed now for over a month. Does that help Abigail Spanberger in the end?
Absolutely. Republicans rightfully are being blamed for the shutdown. When I ran for governor in 2013, Republicans also had a shutdown there. I went up 10 points in the polls. They rightfully are blaming the Republicans. We have 500,000 federal workers, the most of any state in America. Maryland is right behind us. And we have a president, Donald Trump, who's now saying, well, I'm not sure we're going to pay those people back for the time that they've worked. So this is a perfect storm for Donald Trump this year in these elections. We're going to win big in Virginia. We're going to sweep the statewide. I think we may get to 60 House of Delegate seats. But ever since Donald Trump has come into office, Joe, our economy has been decimated. Our third quarter GDP went from 6 to 1.7. 7 straight months, unemployment has gone up. We have had the DOGE cuts, the federal contract cuts, now a shutdown. We've seen 3 rural health centers closed. Trump has been a disaster for Virginia. This is a lot like 2017 when Trump won in 16. We won the governorship by 9.5 points. It's turbocharged this year because it comes down to affordability. People are paying more for groceries. They're paying more for energy. And now, because of the big ugly bill, they're paying more for health care. So it's going to be a big night, not only here, also in New Jersey, also in California, also in New York.
I'd actually love to get your take on some of the other states as someone who helped to run the party or did run the party at one point. But when it comes to Virginia, there have been questions about candidate quality on the Republican side. Governor Donald Trump held a tele-rally for Winsome Earl Sears last night and never actually mentioned her name. What do you make of Republican selection in this case? Would you have a harder race against someone else?
Yeah, I mean, it's a ticket hard to make up, a very erratic ticket. The lieutenant governor, who's now running for governor, Earl Winsome Sears, is very erratic, has not talked at all about the economy. You know, one other president ran said it's the economy stupid. Well, it is again this time. And she has not talked about the economy. You have a lieutenant governor, Republican candidate for lieutenant governor, who has had a whole slew of issues, and they've had no money. So it's really a perfect storm. And our candidate, we got great candidates. Abigail, I've known Abigail for years. She's been a great member of Congress. She will focus on job creation, health care, education funding. And, you know, Joe, at the end of the day, that's what voters want. And that's what they really want with their state elected officials. Remember, we build your roads, we run your health care, we run your education. And they just want all this bickering that goes on to stop. They want results. And that's what you're going to get with Abigail and Hashmi, and you're going to get it with our Attorney General, Jay Jones. And that's what people want. You're going to get. It's going to be a historic win tonight. And I should say, the first woman governor in the history of the Commonwealth of Virginia we're actually going to be able to elect tonight.
You mentioned Jay Jones. I have to ask you about his campaign, as we were just discussing with Greg Giroux. Are you concerned about this text message scandal? We hear about it a lot in an age when political violence is a real concern. Do you wish that he came out and apologized and was more deliberate in that effort?
Yeah, well, Joe, he did come out right away and apologize. Had horrid comments. I mean, nobody should talk about political violence. You know, I hated it. You know, I didn't like it when Donald Trump came out and said I could shoot someone on Fifth Ave and people will still vote for me. There is no place for that today. But I have personally known Jay for a long time. I knew his father, who recently passed, was a well-known judge down in Hampton Roads. His mother was a judge. His grandfather was a great civil rights attorney. So I know Jay's background. He will be a great attorney general. And here's the key point. Very important, Joe. So you have Jason Miyares, the Republican for Attorney General, who is in lockstep with Donald Trump. He should have sued Donald Trump, the administration, on the DOJ cuts. He should have sued on all these federal contracts that we lost here in Virginia. So you now have not one Republican in Virginia in the last 10 months who's come out to defend Virginians, to support Virginians. But no, all they want to do is support Donald Trump, and our economy is anemic. And Governor-elect Abigail Spanberger tomorrow, she's going to have to deal with a crisis in our health care and jobs, all because of Donald Trump and the Republicans in Virginia who have been too scared to stand up for the people who they should have been representing.
Donald Trump has invoked energy as a major issue in the campaign, and of course it speaks to costs and prices across the board. He said if affordability is your issue, this is on Truth Social, vote Republican. Energy costs, and as an example, are plummeting close to $2 a gallon gasoline. When energy goes down, everything else follows, and it has. I guess my question for you, Governor, is with the data center capital of the world in Virginia and more data centers coming, is it possible for a Democrat or a Republican to promise to control energy costs when we see such demand for energy in high tech?
Yeah, very good question. When I was governor, there were a lot of data centers. You know, I was very proud. I was a jobs governor. I recruited 2,100 companies, 210,000 new jobs I brought to Virginia. I did the Amazon deal and a bunch of other big deals. But in order to do those deals, Joe, you need energy.
Yeah.
If you're going to bring in those high-tech companies, you need to provide them with energy. So I come from a place as a Democrat. I've been very vocal. I'm for all of the above. I did the largest offshore wind project utility in American history off the shores of Virginia Beach. I did solar panels, but I was all for natural gas. I lost 2 gigantic manufacturing projects that I could have brought to Southwest Virginia, but Dominion could not commit to me the long-term energy contract. So if we're going to grow our economy, we as Democrats, we got to be for all of the above. I couldn't agree more. I'm all for renewables, but let's make sure that we have everything in place so that we can grow jobs, we can grow manufacturing. And that's what the Democrats need to be talking about, all of the above, and let's do everything we can to grow our economy.
This is going to turn out to be a much more pronounced conversation, Governor, that I'd love to continue with you even beyond the election. But give us your view nationally here. You ran the DNC. Frank Luntz told us last evening on Balance of Power that Democrats will sweep tonight. That also includes gubernatorial in New Jersey and Prop 50 in California. You obviously agree with him, I'm guessing, because it looks pretty close in New Jersey today.
Yeah, listen, you know, and play this tomorrow. I hope you put it on, Joe. I think Mikey probably wins by 5 to 6. You know, great. Went to the U.S. Naval Academy. I love her. I've known her a long time. Her husband, Naval Academy, captain of the rugby team. My son was captain of the Navy rugby team. So I love Mikey Sherrill. I love Abigail. I worked with her as governor. I think Abigail, Ralph won by 9 in 2017. I think Abigail could go 9 to 12. 60 House of Delegates, Joe. You heard it here. You play this back tomorrow. 59 to 60. It's a historic win for us. And we could win the California Prop 2 to 1. That's a possibility, 2 to 1, and huge win in New York. So we sweep the board. Please play this tomorrow. And either I look like a great soothsayer or I'm one of the biggest fools in American politics.
That's some confidence. That's a man with confidence.
But I'm just telling you, yeah. But the dynamics of Donald Trump, he is minus. He's at, you know, you saw the polls. He's the lowest of any president in American history. In Virginia, he's minus 15 points. He has destroyed our economy. Soybean farmers, because of the tariffs, they're going bankrupt. Rural voters in Virginia, farmers, going bankrupt because of Donald Trump. And it's just shocking to me that nobody, now one Republican will stand up and say, Mr. President, you are wrong. This is hurting our economy. Show political courage. Get up and do what's right. I'm all about jobs. I'm a jobs governor. And we need someone in that White House who's focused on people's jobs, their health care, keeping energy prices low, keeping grocery prices low. So big night for us, Joe. Tomorrow, I want this thing replayed tomorrow at 1 o'clock.
All right, producer James has his assignment. You're making his job easier, Governor. Terry McAuliffe, thank you for being here live on Bloomberg TV and radio on Election Day in Virginia and across the country. We appreciate your insights, and we will see. Let's see if Mikey Sherrill pulls out 5 or 6 points, and we'll play some of that tape back tomorrow with Terry McAuliffe. Great conversations across the board, and I want to thank everybody for being part of it. We'll meet you back here at 5 p.m. Eastern for a special extended edition of Balance of Power, only on Bloomberg.
is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
A very good afternoon, everyone. Live on Bloomberg TV Radio, streaming on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals. I'm Emily Griffeo, along with my co-host, Matt Miller.
It's great to be here. It's great to be here. I'm doing very well. You know, I opened the market this morning. We had much bigger drops on futures than we did in the cash trade, and now we've slid down to those levels on the indexes. So the S&P down more than 1%. Concerns about valuations really weighing on this market, and I'm pretty excited to see how it goes to the close.
Yeah, investors finding safety in the dollar, finding safety in treasuries. And we have another piece of news happening today, Matt. Do you know what it is? Do you know what's going on in the world?
I mean, I know that there are elections today, and here in New York City, it's being painted as so important because it's likely that a socialist wins control of this bastion of capitalism, and it's also being painted as maybe sort of a turning point for the Democratic Party. I'm not sure if I buy into that.
Okay.
You could just as easily make the case that Mikey Sherrill is the turning point for the Democratic Party, and she is running for governor in New Jersey, but there are important elections and ballot decisions across the country.
And we're going to be talking about all of that, not only the races in New York City, but also Virginia, New Jersey, and beyond. We have a stacked show on the election today. Kathy Wild, president and CEO of the Partnership of New York City, is going to join us soon, Matt.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I mean, as I said, there's a lot to talk about in terms of politics. It's going to affect the way a lot of people live in this city. She's one of the most powerful women in politics. It'll, I guess, the outcome of this election be important to women as well, potentially, because remember why Andrew Cuomo left the governor's office in Albany, and now New Yorkers are being asked to put him in charge again.
Right. We're going to have all of that and more. First up, though, let's get a check on the day's trade and top business stories. Here's Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much. Lots going on indeed. And want to begin, instead of the equity markets, I do want to begin with crypto because we did see Bitcoin briefly trading below $100,000. Bitcoin right now does remain lower, paring its losses down 5.1%. Bitcoin now at 101,340 on Bitcoin. Again, Bitcoin now down by 5.2%, but the key takeaway was trading briefly below 100K, 101,339 right now, 101,339 on Bitcoin as I speak. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in the red right now. We do have stocks selling off today. We've got the NASDAQ Composite Index slumping by 1.6%, S&P down 1%, Dow Industrials lower now by just about 0.6%. Stock bulls getting a wake-up call from Wall Street CEOs. We've got the 10-year currently yielding at right now 4.08%, with a 2-year 3.57%. Gold down $62 the ounce. Spot gold $39.38 the ounce, down 1.6%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.6%, $60.70 for a barrel of WTI. Bitcoin bears repeating now at 101,450. We've got Bitcoin down by just about 5.1%. Lots going on in the pizza world. Apollo Global has withdrawn its offer to take pizza chain Papa John's private at $64 a share. This according to Reuters, citing two sources. Shares of Papa John's, PZZA on the ticker. It is down now by 17%. And over at Yum Brands, just a month into becoming CEO at Yum, Chris Turner has decided it might be time to ditch Pizza Hut. We got Pizza Hut, Yum brand shares, Yum parent of Pizza Hut, up by 6.8%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, thanks, Charlie. Matt Miller here with us today, Bloomberg Business Week. Stocks dropping on this election day. The S&P 500 down almost 1%. Tech stocks getting crushed even further, Matt. And really the only place to hide out is the dollar and treasuries today. There's also a chorus of Wall Street executives warning investors to brace for a pullback amid lofty valuations. Gillian Wolfe is here. You're doubtful?
I mean, you know what? It's the first thing I saw this morning. When I logged onto the Bloomberg terminal at like 4:30 in the morning, I saw this story that Wall Street bigwigs are warning about a pullback.
That's what's happening.
Then I read the story, and it wasn't really that much of a warning. I mean, they're saying, yeah, within the next 2 years, you could see a 5 to 10% drop. Really? I think we all expect that to be the case.
That is very true. Let's get Gillian Wolfe's take on this. She's global equity strategist at Bloomberg Intelligence, here with us in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. let's just start right there, because that is the headline today that Wall Street execs are warning. But Matt is right. Some of these warnings were like, stocks could drop 10% in a year.
It's not the easiest call to make, right?
Or what was it, that 60 Minutes interview that happened recently where somebody said, oh, eventually there will be a downturn. Eventually there will be a downturn. I think we've been hearing these warnings, I almost feel like for the past 18 months, about, is AI a bubble? Is there going to be a downturn? Are stocks getting too hot? And we just haven't seen it occur yet. But I think I want to point out two important things, which is one, that at the start of this year, investors, or the consensus, really thought that AI earnings growth was going to slow and the rest of the index was going to catch up. AI just gotten too hot. The comps were too difficult. This had to be a bubble. The rest of the market had to catch up. That was the call starting 2025. Now that's been pushed out to 2026 again. AI stocks have actually done much better on earnings than investors thought, and the rest of the market has been lagging on earnings growth. So this convergence thesis still gets pushed out further and further. So the question of whether or not is AI a bubble, we had that call at the start of the year and it didn't play out. And the idea of this just can't get much hotter. The second thing I do think that investors are starting to look at right now, though, is capital discipline, right? And I think the Meta call last week told us a lot, because Meta beat, but they tanked on more CapEx spending than maybe investors, the consensus, would have liked to see. I think we're now maybe entering a phase where it's not so much about whether or not these AI stocks can deliver, but are they maintaining enough discipline? Are they getting over their skis, right? Are they building out too fast, faster than necessarily companies could adopt the technology? Whether or not eventually companies will adopt the technology is still to be seen. But I think there's this concern starting to grow of, well, are we going too fast with this level of investment?
I mean, the one thing I would say about Meta is that of the big hyperscalers, it doesn't have a clear line to show you what kind of ROI they're getting on their investment, right? And Mark Zuckerberg seems the most excited of all the major CEOs to overspend if possible, right? He actually said, could we overspend by a couple of $100 billion? Yes, but it's better than the alternative, which is not spending enough. And that's not the kind of sort of freewheeling, loose purse strings talk you hear from the Microsoft CEO, for example.
But if anything, that tells you maybe that this isn't this overly exuberant bubble, right? The idea that you can spend too much, let's not get too overzealous about the trade. Investors are still a bit wary about it, right? A bubble implies that you're investing in companies like in 2000 that don't even have an earnings stream yet, hoping that they eventually will. Now you're definitely seeing some caution and maybe some lessons learned from that era. These stocks aren't invincible. And usually people don't talk about a bubble when we're in a bubble, right? So the idea that people are still keeping an eye out for these things, and there are phrases or trends that could take these stocks down, tells you a little bit that it's maybe not a full-blown bubble, at least just yet.
Your recent research has looked at some metrics that you track at Bloomberg Intelligence about showing that investors still are relatively calm, right? There's some pieces of data that you're looking at that are showing that there's not that much panic when you look at, I think it's breadth, right?
Yeah, so when we run our Market Pulse Sentiment Index, which takes a look at whether or not investors are getting too manic or panicky. So look at whether or not investors are getting too manic or panicky. So typically when they get too manic, that's a sign that the rallies run too hot. Likely it historically has told us that it's likely to slow down going forward. We aren't seeing that right now. We aren't seeing that in any of the underlying indicators that typically signal overbrilliance. We are seeing low volatility stocks do rather poorly compared to their high volatility counterparts. That's sort of a sign that we're in this risk-on environment. But when you look at breadth, when you look at how well highly levered versus low levered stocks are performing, we aren't seeing this mania that usually leads to a drawback because you've just piled too much into maybe more garbagey stocks without keeping an eye on what's actually happening underneath.
What are we seeing in terms, though, of companies hitting weekly highs, companies hitting, 52-week highs, 52-week lows? What's the Hindenburg omen?
Well, what we know is that the largest stocks, the Mag 7, we did analysis on this recently, are really what ultimately determines the direction of the index. And this has really been more and more true over the past 12 months, that if the Mag 7 are up on any given day, the index will be up. If the Mag 7 are down, the index will be down. I think there was a day last week where the Mag 7, it was the day Meta reported, the Mag 7 were down on median, so the index was down, but every other stock was actually up on median if you looked at the rest. So I think looking at breadth metrics to kind of tell you where the index might be going, we're not really in that regime right now. We're in this very highly concentrated regime where just because of the nature of the index weighting, there's only a handful of stocks that are really going to dictate its overall direction. That said, the bottom isn't falling out from underneath the market or anything like that. You don't just have these Mag 7 stocks doing incredibly well and everything else doing poorly. Like I said, we just had a day recently where Mag 7 did poorly, everything else did well, but the market was still down. So we look at it to kind of see, we look at breadth to see, well, is the bottom falling out from under the market? Is the market doing well just because the Mag 7's doing well? But that's definitely not what we're seeing right now.
All right, Jillian Wolf, Global Equity Strategist at Bloomberg Intelligence. Thank you for joining us. Let's turn now to the New York City mayoral election today, where voters have been flocking to polls in record numbers to choose between Democratic nominee Zohran Mamdani, independent candidate Andrew Cuomo, and Republican Curtis Sliwa. Bloomberg News senior reporter Miles Miller joins us. He's outside Brooklyn Bridge Park on this important day for the Big Apple. Miles, just give us a take on just the vibe right now in Brooklyn as more voters head to the polls. Like I said, this has already been record turnout in early voting, but what are you seeing on the ground now?
Yeah, you know, if you look at the early voting tallies, the neighborhood, one of the neighborhoods that voted in the highest numbers was Windsor Terrace, which is not too far from where I'm standing. Definitely a liberal or center-left stronghold in the Democratic voting base in this city. And they will be a crucial part of deciding who wins today's election. Now, I talked to Zohran Mamdani earlier this morning just about what he felt as it relates to what would be a mandate, right? You know, right now, the latest polling has him at about a 10-point difference between the independent in this race, Andrew Cuomo, and 11 points with Curtis Sliwa. And he told me any victory is a mandate. A very confident statement from a 34-year-old assembly member who heads into tonight as the clear front runner in this race. This race has been defined by generational and ideological divides, and of course the late-breaking twist of Donald Trump making that endorsement towards Andrew Cuomo. Will it have a measurable difference, or will it make a difference in this race? That remains to be seen, specifically because it was such a late endorsement, and then Cuomo also said that it wasn't an endorsement because Trump didn't call him, so it wasn't really an endorsement. But Trump is saying that if Mamdani is to take office, what that would mean is that he would not send any funds.
I mean, it's been happening for weeks, Miles. If you look at Donald Trump's Truth Social account or his Twitter feed, it is flooded with endorsements for Cuomo, begging voters not to vote for Sliwa. He's been trying to push Eric Adams out of the race for weeks now. And it's very clear that the entire MAGA machine is behind Andrew Cuomo. And it's also interesting that this is someone who left Albany in disgrace, right? Let's not forget the allegations of sexual impropriety that pushed him out. He had to resign his position as governor. Why would New Yorkers then vote him into arguably a more important job?
Yeah, it's important to note that there was contrition, right? Like, if we think back to 2021, there was a very contrite Governor Andrew Cuomo, you know, apologizing for what he's done. But now, in 2025, he seems to have done a complete, 180 on that, and is saying that they found no wrongdoing, that the 5 DAs found no wrongdoing. But he did leave office because he didn't want it to be a distraction. But when you get down to the brass tacks of it, the big sort of divide here is a candidate in Zohran Mamdani who is pitching populist ideas that he thinks can get funded at a certain point that will lead New Yorkers to a more affordable New York, and then Andrew Cuomo, who is doing basically the typical Democratic talking points: more cops for a safer New York, not to close Rikers Island, but to come up with a new plan on that.
And more cops is a Democratic talking point
with tax increases.
I feel like the Democrats have gone recently the other way. I mean, I remember Bill de Blasio, right? And Eric Adams didn't exactly clean up the streets either from crime. It's just fascinating to me that the big money has gotten behind Cuomo, as well as the MAGA Republican movement, all because of this fear that Mamdani will somehow turn this city into a centrally controlled communist economy. Is it really likely, you know, Miles, and you've covered New York politics for so long, you understand the ins and outs of how things work at City Hall and with City Council, that Mamdani, even if he were, you know, full-blooded Marxist communist, could really push through policies that mean taxing everybody from the middle class up to pay for the poorest people?
You know, the one thing, and I worked for the last, I would say, pretty left-wing mayor in this city, Bill de Blasio. And the one thing you have to know is that if you run for mayor of New York City, you could be far right or far left. You're going to have to come to the middle because this is a consensus city. You're going to have to work with the city council to get these things done. The first shot I saw today that Mamdani took against that liberal city council that has been backing him was to say, for rezoning, you know, that's been a big issue in the city. This park would not have been built without for rezoning. He said, you know what, the mayor, the city council speaker, you know, and the borough president should have a say in rezoning legislation and rezoning applications, not just city council members. That's the reason why there's not a lot of affordable housing in the city. And so he's going to have to strike that balance. But in order to get anything done in New York, you need the city council, you need the support of the state legislature and the governor, and you need the business community. He's been making some inroads with the business community. You saw that with him saying he'd keep Jessica Tisch, the police commissioner. But back to what you were saying about crime, you know, you say what you want about Eric Adams. Crime numbers have continued to go down in the city and across the country, but, you know, Eric Adams has done quite something on crime with the teams in the subways and all of that. So, you know, you have to look at that history too. That crime is going down, and that, you know, Mamdani, while he doesn't want to add cops, is saying that what he'll do for crime is to keep this police commissioner, who he thinks has been doing a good job on crime and also rooting out corruption in the police department.
Bloomberg News senior reporter Miles Miller, right there in Brooklyn Bridge Park. Thank you for joining us. That's the New York City mayor race. Let's go to the Garden State. Bloomberg TV's Romain Bostic joins us. He's in New Jersey right now, talking about state and the local elections in New Jersey. So that was New York. Romain, why does the business community, why does Wall Street care about the elections in New Jersey?
Oh, why do they care? Well, let me tell you, Emily, they don't call this Wall Street West for nothing. I'm in Jersey City, New Jersey, Grove and Mercer Streets, to be exact. And just a few blocks away from me, you'll find a slew of some of the biggest financial firms in the world. In fact, a lot of the same financial firms that you see on the other side of the Hudson River, but they have a big presence here. And that's really a testament to what politicians have done over the last 20 or 30 years to attract new businesses and, more importantly, new residents to this state and specifically to this city. And that is a big part of what's on the line in two key elections here. A mayoral race here in Jersey City, New Jersey. And of course, Emily and Matt, that gubernatorial race between Mikey Sherrill and Jack Ciattarelli, a race that just a few weeks ago looked like Mikey Sherrill was going to run away from it. But as of today, based on the polls, it is a toss-up to the hilt.
I wonder what we could see in terms of different policies enacted there. I was just talking with Miles Miller about how much power the mayor has in New York. What's the case with the governor in New Jersey? What kind of different policies would we see if either one was elected?
Well, the governorship here in New Jersey is a little bit different than most states. The governor here has a tremendous amount of power relative to what you see in other states, primarily just because of the way that that position was structured. Remember, I mean, just a decade or two ago, they didn't even have a lieutenant governor. The governor has a lot of ability to make unilateral decisions about a lot of what goes on in this state. And on top of that, if for some reason Mikey Sherrill, the Democratic candidate, does win, remember, she basically has a Democratic legislature. She has the majority seats in the U.S. House of Representatives represented by her party. And, of course, both U.S. Senate seats, also Democrats. So she would be able to get a lot done. Ciattarelli would have to work a little bit harder with Andy Kim, of course, the Democratic senator, as well as the other Democratic senator in this state, in order to get some of those things done. But I don't think that's really an impediment for either one of them, for one big reason, that a lot of the policies, or at least a lot of the policies that voters want to see them address, like affordable housing, like electricity prices, as well as budget issues and the cost of schooling, a lot of those issues are things that the governor, him or herself, can more or less get done on their own without a whole lot of backing or support from either the legislator or some of the local municipalities. Basically, it's kind of do what you want within reason.
Romaine, I'm curious, from the sources you're talking to, what do you think this means for the Democratic Party? And I ask because, I listen to Balance of Power all the time on Bloomberg Radio, and the Republicans say the mayoral race here is basically a referendum on the Democratic Party, as if Mamdani wins, that means the Democrats are all communists. Whereas the Democrats say, why can't you judge us by Mikey Sherrill? Like, why can't you judge us by the centrists in this party? What are you hearing?
Well, I mean, to say it's a referendum might be a little bit overstatement. I think you have to understand one big thing about New Jersey. Yes, this is a Democratic state, more or less. It's controlled by the Democrats, and they've more or less controlled it for the past 30-plus years. However, this has always been a relatively centrist state. Remember, you've had two Republican governors that managed to get reelected, Chris Christie and Christie Todd Whitman back in the 1990s and Chris Christie in the 2000s. So, it's not that they're reticent to embrace Republicans at all, and even the brand of Republicanism in this state is much more center-right than the far-right that we're seeing in other parts of this country. Even Jack Ciattarelli, who has gravitated a little bit more to the far-right in this particular campaign, remember, he's run for governor twice before, and he pretty much towed the line more to the center of the political spectrum here. And based on the policies he's proposed, if he were to be elected, most likely that is kind of where he would probably settle in, if not by choice, certainly by necessity. This is a state where you have something like 38% of the registered voters are Democrats, only 25% are registered Republicans, but about 35% are independents. And that really does help to make up the complexion of where politics goes in this country. And I don't think, Matt, that's necessarily reflective of what you're seeing in other states where you're seeing a lot more division and a lot more lopsidedness in terms of how people vote and what policies that they back.
Romaine, thank you for joining us. That's Romaine Bostick, Bloomberg TV, joining us on location in Jersey City, New Jersey. We'll check back on New Jersey soon. Right now, let's take a look at markets. Here's Charlie Pellet with the Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you very much. And here's what's going on. We've got stock bulls getting a wake-up call big time from Wall Street CEOs. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red. Dow Industrials right now down 272, a drop there of just about 0.6%. S&P 500 down 69. Decline of 1%. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 400. For NASDAQ, that represents a drop of just about 1.7%. So stocks are declining. Dow, S&P, NASDAQ all in the red. The 10-year, 4.08%, with the 2-year, 3.57%. Spot gold down $58 the ounce, down 1.5%, 39.42. West Texas Intermediate crude, 60.58 a barrel on WTI, down 0.8%. The big news, though, Bitcoin, it is down 5.2%, just above $101,000, but Bitcoin did trade briefly below $100,000. Corporate news, Apple preparing to enter the low-cost laptop market for the first time, developing a budget Mac aimed at luring away customers from Chromebooks and entry-level Windows PCs. On a down day for much of the market, we've got Apple shares up by about 0.5%. Hertz Global shares are surging 40% right now. This after it posted better than expected profit in the third quarter. Rival Avis Budget Group, ticker CAR, We've got shares of Avis up by 5.3%, but Hertz bears repeating, up now by 40.2%. Again, recapping a 5% drop in Bitcoin, a 1.7% drop right now for the S&P 500 index. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you, Charlie. Let's talk about energy now with the new CEO of Williams, one of the largest natural gas infrastructure companies in the United States. Williams transports, processes, and stores natural gas from production basins to utilities and end users. They're known as a midstream company. $70 billion in market cap, Matt, and they transport about 30% of the natural gas consumed in the U.S. We're joined now by Chad Zamarin, President and CEO of Williams, on Zoom from Tulsa, Oklahoma. He officially took over as CEO in July. Let's start with earnings. Thanks for joining us. You see cap expenditures increasing. What are you going to be spending on and why?
Yeah, great question, and thanks for having me. First, what I'd say is we announced earnings today, and team has delivered just an incredible run. 13% increase in Q3 earnings for 2025 over 2024, and importantly, we reaffirmed our guidance for this year, which we've raised by a total of $350 million at the earnings midpoint to $7.75 billion. And when we deliver our numbers, that will cap a 5-year compound annual growth rate of 9% for EBITDA and 14% compound annual growth rate over the last 5 years for EPS, which is pretty phenomenal for a company of our size in our space. And so, it's been a great performance for the team, and looking forward, the next 5 years look even more exciting. And we increased the capital that we will be deploying between now and the end of the year. And we're investing in the critical infrastructure in our country that delivers natural gas to homes, to businesses, increasingly to LNG facilities, so we can send natural gas through LNG to our friends and allies around the world. And we're also developing projects that directly serve hyperscale data centers. We're building gas and power generation infrastructure that helps us with speed to market solutions that will bring our ability to compete and ultimately win the race for AI to our customers across the United States.
Chad, what's this market look like to you, nationally compared to globally? Because you mentioned the surging gas demand. We got to power these AI centers. LNG exports should be huge from the U.S. At the same time, you have ExxonMobil dragging its feet on a huge field in Mozambique because they're worried that the system could get flooded, and you've got warnings of a big glut in the global oil market as well. So how do you juxtapose the two, this market and the entire globe?
Yeah, I think the first thing that we think about is we're a company that's been around for over 100 years, been building critical energy infrastructure for over a century. And we take a very long-term view when it comes to how we steer the strategy of our company. And there are two very important fundamentals that drive the need for natural gas. The first, there are still billions of people living around the world in energy poverty. And so natural gas is the most scalable solution that we have to balance affordability, reliability, and low carbon emissions energy that we can send from the U.S. to our friends and allies around the world. So that's going to be an important theme that will play out, frankly, for decades and generations. The world's increasing need for energy to lift people out of poverty and ensure energy affordability and prosperity around the world. That's why LNG exports are so important from the United States. We are the low-cost producer of natural gas. Think about this. We can produce natural gas here in the U.S. that on an energy equivalent basis is the equivalent of 50 cents per gallon gasoline. That's our American affordability superpower, natural gas. And so exporting that to our friends and allies around the world is good for us. It's good for our friends and allies around the world. And then, as you mentioned, you look back here at home, for 25 years, we haven't grown electricity production in the United States. For 25 years, we haven't grown electricity production. And now we want to win the race for the next generation of technology. And it's going to take us building electricity and energy at a scale that we haven't done for decades. And so we as a country need to get back to building, and natural gas will be the most important solution for both speed to market, but also scalability, importantly, affordability. That is our competitive advantage here in the United States, the ability to do big things, but we've got to have affordable, reliable energy in order to scale.
How does Williams view its role relative to renewables, other sources of clean energy? You talk about this insatiable demand here. Where does liquefied natural gas kind of fit in the energy transition?
Yeah, importantly, you've got to do a mixture of many different things. And any market that has been able to successfully integrate renewables, which have intermittency, the sun is not always shining, the wind is not always blowing. The only markets that have done that successfully and preserved reliability and affordability have done that in combination with natural gas for power generation. And that's what we see here in the United States. You know, I'm patching in here from Tulsa, Oklahoma. Oklahoma has a great wind resource. The reason why it works and we have affordable, reliable, abundant energy in Oklahoma is because when the wind slows down, natural gas generation picks up the slack. It is our most dispatchable energy solution, and it's our most affordable. It can allow us to invest in more expensive technologies, but keep affordability within our country. And, you know, you talk about, you know, the region that you're in, you, up in the Northeast in New England, we pay on average in New England and in New York about 3 times the national average for natural gas. And during the winter months, 30 times what we pay in other parts of the country. It's not because we don't have enough natural gas. It's because we don't have infrastructure to bring it into those markets and serve those markets. So we need to continue to do a combination of technologies and solutions. But I can tell you that the most scalable, most important enabler, whether you want to grow renewables or you want to drive down energy costs, which ultimately translates to total affordability for consumers, natural gas is our superpower, and we think you've got to lean into it.
Chad, I got to ask you about the great state of Ohio. I know you're investing a lot there, and even though, you know, my Ohio State Buckeyes are going to visit and, like, let's face it, beat your Purdue Boilermakers this weekend. You still have to be excited about that power project. Tell us about it.
Yeah, very excited. And I think Ohio is a great example of a state that's been very friendly for business and very friendly for infrastructure development, and they're winning as a result. And so, you know, you look at our first project that we've announced for power innovation. It's a project that will power one of our country's most important artificial intelligence data centers. And we're going to bring that power to market in under 14 months. You know, if we were to rely on expanding the grid, that might take 6 to 8 years. We're not going to win the race for artificial intelligence if it's going to take 6 to 8 years to expand our grid. We need to do that. It's going to take time. So we're going to keep building our pipeline systems in order to deliver more grid capacity over time. But we also have to be able to meet these hyperscalers and our customers where they have their needs. We've got to do it with speed. And in Ohio, we've announced a very exciting project that will be one of the largest advanced AI data centers on the planet when it comes online mid-2026.
Chad, great to have you with us. Thanks very much. And I do wish you the best of luck this weekend. I wish they'd done better against Michigan.
I'm just following
weekend.
UVA football, Matt.
You're
We're having a really great year.
Yeah,
I know
you are doing well.
Ohio, it's typical for you guys, but you know, for the Virginians, this is an exciting time.
Let's, well, congratulations on that, and I'll be following along as well. We are absolutely packed with UVA Mafia here at Bloomberg LP. I want to get down to another Southerner, David Gura, down south of the equator, right there in Brazil. Are you at the in Rio? Sorry, you're at the COP30 in Rio. What are you taking from that conference? Because a lot of big heavy hitters not attending.
Yeah, so this is the kind of prelude to the bigger COP30 Leaders Summit, Matt. And so we've had a lot of conversations among governors and mayors from, yes, the United States, but around the world, some private sector investors here as well. I have Danny Oshpe with me. Currently, he is the high-level champion for climate for COP30. Joins me here. He's a businessman on the board of many companies, including Embraer. Dan, great to have you with us. Thank you so much. Let me ask you, first of all, just sort of what success looks like from a business perspective when you think about this COP30. What are you hoping for?
Implementation.
Implementation.
Implementation, that's number one. And a good framework for us to continue to implement. I think we realized that there was a missing link between COPs and that we could continue with the effort throughout the cycles, regardless of where COP is being held. So our architecture for the climate action agenda thought a lot about it. The other point was to work on existing initiatives, not necessarily generate many new initiatives on COP, but make sure that the more than 700 initiatives that we have out there on climate action were being dealt and debottlenecked over time. That's how we plan this way of working the climate action agenda.
Part of your job, you've been in the job since April, is to get other business people to come to this event. Give us a sense of how successful you've been. We've heard a lot of national leaders aren't coming. Will you have a significant presence of business leaders here?
I think we are okay on that matter. But honestly, more than having the people in Belém, which is also very important, we want to have attention of everyone to the process. How can everybody contribute, either remote or present, to the plan of accelerated solutions, the granary of solutions, and again, to extract the roadblocks so that very objective things like, for instance, sustainable aviation fuel or maritime fuel, how can we make those things happen quicker? Hard to abate sectors, steel, cement, tripling or quadrupling renewables. How can this be done in this second half of the decade in a very constructive, efficient, and continuous way?
You're going right where I want to go, which is, you know, transportation and mobility so well. When you look at the overarching goals for COP30, in those two sectors in particular, what's the most effective thing companies in those sectors can do to achieve those COP30 goals?
I think at the end of the day, the issue of expanding dramatically the renewables is a very basic subject for all the rest. The more we have on that, the best will be. Solar is a very good example. This amazing curve of adoption, bringing the costs to a very competitive position and being like the quickest energy that you can build, that's great because you can really make other things happen when you go to the hard to abate sectors. So I think that's probably a number one or a very critical one. But then we need also regulation. Again, when you think about maritime, we were going in a certain speed in a certain direction. Now there is somehow a holdback. So how can we get back on track and have regulation, because business needs, innovation needs a regulation framework to work better.
We are in the middle of this global energy transition. Where does Brazil in that? What's the role that it plays?
Solution.
How far along are we? Solutions.
Solution. Brazil is a solution, is a powerhouse for renewables. So when you think about a lot of things that will need to be done, you will do these things better where you have renewables. That's not only Brazil. If you think about U.S., at least part of U.S., like Texas as an example, is a powerhouse as well for renewables. So these areas of the world will probably expand value chains in them. Of course, if you have minerals, if you have food, agriculture, even better, because you can use this renewable to work on basic products that otherwise could be eventually exported to be transformed in a place where you don't have that. So probably these regions will add value based on a power shoring strategy, as we say.
I wanted to ask you about maybe challenges to investment. So before I came down here, I saw the news of the crackdown that took place in Rio. A lot of people killed in an effort to eradicate criminals from the city. How does that play into the general investor appetite for coming to Brazil, safety and them seeing something like that?
Play very much. It's a very negative event, of course, and it adds a lot of insecurity and cost because you have to think of ways to move goods and to move people with a lot of plans B and additional security. For instance, premium on insurance, which gets much higher. So in real life, this is very negative. But I would say that maybe even worse than that, the cost of capital in places like Brazil are still very high. The tax system is not the most efficient. We are moving in the right direction, and there is a big reform here, but it will be done around 2032, sorry. So there is still some time to get there. And we have this package that we call Cost Brazil. And the two biggest items are cost of capital and tax. And then you go to this whole cost of insecurity, besides human lives, which is bad enough, you have real life or real economy costs associated to that.
Let me ask you lastly just about this economic environment. So the benchmark rate here, about 15%, no real prospect of that coming down anytime soon. This is a country that President Trump has targeted with a very high tariff rate, 50%, although there have been conversations between your president and the President of the United States about that in recent days. From your vantage, as a businessman, How do you see the economic and business climate here, and do you see prospects for things improving in light of the fact that rates are still high and there is this punitive tariff in place?
For all that you describe, I honestly just see ways of improving.
You do?
Because some of these things are a bit exaggerated to the worst, and we know how to get them better. So I think that's the route. Probably next year we will have lower interest rates. Probably sooner than later, U.S.-Brazil relationship will be back in a very good tone as it has been for 200 years. And I think the Brazilian society, the Brazilian business environment is very eager to get to this position in those two topics at least.
And how has Brazil's kind of perspective on the world changed in this moment again? So with this trade war happening, what are the other economies or countries that Brazil is looking to more seriously now?
I think Brazil can play a global role in many aspects. Again, we have a good source of minerals, of water, of renewable energy, of grains for food. So there is an amazing base here, and we need to expand those value chains to improve the wealth of the people, to promote socioeconomic development. And this can only be done on a sustainable manner. The route of not being sustainable doesn't make much sense, especially for a place where you have all these opportunities. So a strategy for the country centered into sustainability seems to make a lot of sense, and we hope that this is the route that Brazil will take over time.
Dan, great to speak with you. Thank you very much. That's Dan Yoshby, the high-level champion for climate for COP30, joining me here in Rio de Janeiro. Matt and Emily, I'll send it back to you in New York.
Bloomberg's David Gura, thank you so much for that interview. Markets lower right now. We have about an hour left to go in the trading day. Let's take a look at markets and other business news with Charlie Pellet.
I thank you very much, Emily. It is a tough day for the bulls today with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all declining. S&P right now down 78, dropped there to 67.72, a decline of 1.2% on the S&P. The Dow Industrials down 309 now, down 0.6%. NASDAQ Composite Index is slumping 1.9%. A chorus of Wall Street executives warning investors to brace for a pullback amid lofty valuations. 10-year is currently yielding 4.08%, with the 2-year 3.57%. Spot gold down 1.5%, now at $39.41 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 0.8%. WTI 60.58 a barrel. Bitcoin, major story today, trading at 100,907. Bitcoin now down 5.6%. Briefly, we did see Bitcoin trade below $100,000. Just a month into becoming CEO at Yum Brands, Chris Turner has decided it might be time to ditch Pizza Hut. Yum has initiated a strategic review of the chain, which generates less than 15% of its total revenue. Yum shares on a down day for the rest of the market. Yum Brands up by 6.7%. Lots going on in the pizza world today. Papa John's International shares are plunging following a report that Apollo Global Management pulled its bid to take the pizza chain private. PZZA on the ticker. Right now, we got Papa John's down by 17.9%. Recapping, S&P lower by 81, down 1.2% for on-demand news 24 hours a day. Subscribe to Bloomberg News now, wherever you get your podcast. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie, thanks very much. Now, on the latest installment of our weekly discussion focused on women, money, and power, we explore all the economic implications of today's New York City mayoral election with one of the most influential women in the history of Big Apple politics.
And that's Kathy Wild. She joins to discuss her view on the New York City mayoral election and how the city's next mayor will impact the local and regional economy and its related businesses. She's also set to step down at the end of the year from her role as president and CEO of the Partnership for New York City, a business lobbying group with 350 CEOs in its ranks.
And I should say that our owner and founder, Michael R. Bloomberg, and former New York City mayor, of course, gave $1.5 million to a super PAC supporting Andrew M. Cuomo's bid for mayor and reiterated his support for the former New York governor a week before this election. So we do want to make that disclaimer. Now, having said all of that, Kathy, welcome to the program. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
What's your overview of this race? Because it has been incredibly energetic and incredibly well followed.
Well, I think number one, it's exciting that we have record turnouts at the polls for a local election, and we have literally hundreds of thousands of newly registered voters coming to the polls, a lot of them young people. And as our country has become increasingly cynical about politicians and their motives, it's great to see the level of excitement that this election has generated, and particularly the candidacy of a very young New Yorker, 34-year-old Zoran Mamdani, who is the Democratic nominee for mayor of the city.
The headline on the top of the Bloomberg terminal today, New York City to decide if a socialist will run the capital of capitalism. In your view, what does Wall Street, what does the business community, the capitalist community of New York City want out of this election?
Well, I think what we want is political stability. And I don't think that the voters going to the polls are voting for Mamdani because he's a socialist or because they think he's going to transform our capitalist system. That is not within the power of any mayor. And so we're not looking for a major economic change in the city. I think what Mamdani's message has been about, which the business community agrees with, is that New York is the highest cost city in America. Government spending at the state and city level has gone up more than 50% over the past decade, and we can't afford to keep that going. So everybody is looking for a more affordable city. Now, we've got opposite ideas in many cases about how to get there. The business community's position is raising taxes makes New York more expensive. Mamdani's position started out being, I'm going to raise taxes to pay for cheaper housing and health and child care and cheaper groceries. I think that we've made some progress in the last 6 months in getting him to take a slightly more nuanced position where he has said, I have my goals of a more affordable city, but I welcome the business community's advice on how to get there. So I don't think that this is a crisis situation, regardless of the outcome of the mayoral election. And I do think it's great that more people are engaging in local politics.
I do hear the concern that he'll raise taxes voiced from the traders and fund managers and analysts with whom I speak every day on the Bloomberg terminal. They're not the super rich, billionaire class. They're mostly just scraping by. It is a very expensive city, to raise children in. Do you think even if he wanted to raise taxes substantially, he has the power to do so as mayor?
Under our Constitution, the mayor has no power to raise income or corporate taxes. That belongs to the governor and the state legislature. So no, I do not think that there is a reason to be that concerned, because that's going to be a conversation. The governor has said she does not support tax increases at this time. And so what we're looking at is a situation where even if the mayor and the city council were to try to raise expenditures beyond what is prudent, that at that point, we have a fiscal control board that comes into play that was set up after the financial crisis, the fiscal crisis the city faced in the 1970s. We have a financial control board that the governor, the state controller run that gets put in place automatically if the city's budget goes out of whack. So we have many protections to make sure that New York remains fiscally sound. There is a debt limit. A mayor cannot borrow more than a prudent amount without hitting that debt ceiling. So there are lots of checks and balances in city government. The mayor does have a great deal of power over real estate decisions, land use, zoning decisions, and was very glad to see that this morning Mamdani joined with Andrew Cuomo, another candidate, the former governor. He joined with him in supporting 3 propositions on the ballot that would change the city charter to help us develop more affordable housing more quickly and more cheaply. So I think that his housing agenda is very consistent with what the private sector wants to see. So in that area where he has real power, real estate and land use, I think we're in sync.
And yet you still see these headlines about, New York's wealthy wanting to leave, home prices in Connecticut going up because they want to leave New York. Do you think those fears are overblown then?
I think that there is a danger of people leaving New York because they can't afford the quality of life they want in the city. Very expensive to buy a home. To buy a home in Manhattan is now over $1 million. In Brooklyn and Queens, it's over $700,000. Most of the population, like 95%, cannot afford that. So we have an affordability crisis. Child care is costing $26,000 to $40,000 per year per child. What you have to earn, a household has to earn several $100,000 to be able to afford the high rents, over $3,500 a month now in terms of asking rents. You have to earn a lot of money right now to live in New York. That's what this campaign has been about, and people are really voting for a more affordable city. Now, you don't get a more affordable city by raising taxes. So I think that's something that our next mayor is going to find out pretty quickly.
We are talking, just as a reminder, to Kathy Wild from the Partnership for New York City, for decades one of the city's most influential civic voices. And Kathy, I'm getting a message right now from a listener who's voicing kind of the same kind of surprise that I was talking about with you during the commercial break. It is wild that New York, or that the Democratic Party, couldn't come up with anyone to challenge Zohran Mamdani other than a governor who was chased out of Albany by his own party and a mayor who's basically been chased out of office by his own party. Why couldn't the Democrats come up with anyone qualified to challenge this 34-year-old newcomer?
Well, when he started out last September in his campaign, Zohran Mamdani had less than 1% of the vote and was considered a totally unlikely candidate to rise to the occasion. He only became a viable candidate when Governor Cuomo got into the race, and basically the 7 other Democrats in the race, starting with the current mayor, Eric Adams, the voting public in the primary, the other candidates were not, and the mayor dropped out of the primary. He had probably the best chance of re-election in many cases, but he dropped out, and that left us with a
in those conversations, anyone was successfully convinced that maybe they were a skeptic of Mamdani and they came out of the conversations changing their mind?
I think they came out of the conversations and the meetings that we had, and we had a number of them, and to his credit, right after the primary, Zohran called me up and said, I would like to, give me the names and numbers of the business leaders that I should speak to who are concerned about my candidacy. So I can reassure them my agenda is not to socialize business. My agenda is to make this a more affordable city of opportunity, which honestly is a goal that we all share. So my experience in seeing this is that people recognize he's a very smart, very young man. The worry is, would you hire this person to run a 300,000 person corporation? The answer to that is probably no. But if you're looking for a mayor who is willing to bring in strong professionals, and I think everybody felt better when he said he would retain our current police commissioner, who has a terrific track record and is very well regarded. Jessica Tisch is our current commissioner. He said that 3 weeks ago he would ask her to stay. That made a big impact, because the question is, will he bring in strong professionals to run the city agencies? What people care about is that we have a safe city, that the agencies are all run well, that the sanitation department picks up the garbage, that the education system produces smart kids. All those, that's what city government does. And that all depends on who are the commissioners, who are the mayor's deputies. And honestly, I think Mamdani could be a very good marketer of the city. He's a compelling communicator. And honestly, that's a lot of what Mike Bloomberg did for our city. He marketed New York and brought us really out of the crisis of 9/11 and made New York a technology capital of the world. He made enormous contribution on restoring people's confidence, the people here and the people around the world, restoring their confidence in New York. And Mamdani has some of those salesman qualities that I think might be very effective.
Kathy, can I ask about your confidence in New York as you prepare to pass the baton in terms of the leadership of partnership for New York City? What's your view on public-private collaboration as you've spent years in this job, and what's your hope for this city?
Well, ironically, as after the fiscal crisis in the 70s, that's when our organization and many others in the city were created, where the private sector really took over leading investment in a lot of areas. And I think that we may go through the same cycle as we look forward in terms of the fiscal situation of the city and state being tough as the federal government cuts back. And I think that will be, that is the basis for building new public-private partnerships. When government has all the money in the world, for investment and ways to cut costs and to make it more efficient to operate here. And that's an alternative to raising taxes. And I'm hoping we're going to be able to make that case to the next mayor.
Kathy Wild, thank you so much. That's Kathy Wild, President and CEO of the Partnership for New York City. We thank you for your time. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move. I'm Emily Grafeo, joined now by Nora Melinda, Bloomberg Television Markets Correspondent. Nora, let's start with Palantir. This is quite a big move.
This is the stock that is seeing some of the highest trading volume in the stock market right now in the S&P 500, followed behind NVIDIA. Of course, we know that we've been really looking at Palantir shares, ticker PLTR, because they've really been declining. A lot of people worrying about fears about potential stretch valuations here for this company. I mean, if you look at the price to sales ratio on a trailing basis, we see that sitting at about 85 for Palantir. This is the highest that we're seeing for any stock in the S&P 500. So while they did report stellar results, and of course, if you think about their earnings more broadly, 21 consecutive quarters where they had not only not missed expectations, but they actually reported a beat on their earnings. But we are seeing people starting to scrutinize and wondering if there's broader fears of a potential AI bubble.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a stock that's run up 150% this year. To see a drop like this today, down over 8%, it almost sparks fears, perhaps, that is this a microcosm for what's going to come next when we talk about valuation stocks running up so much and then having a drop like this. Okay, Novo Nordisk is next.
Yes, this one is in focus. This is ticker NVR. We're looking at the ADRs here, and of course, this has been the big story in the drug pharma space. A little bit of a duking it out to see who can get this company, Metsera. This is ticker MTSR. So you're really seeing a bidding war between Novo Nordisk and Pfizer. Both of them are really vying for this company, Metsera, because it offers obesity pills and different things to manage that. And it really is a startup here. So people are really just trying to think about how they can make the next step forward here in the pharmaceutical space and thinking about next generation treatments. So you are seeing a lot of companies just really trying to see who can get this to get Metsera. And you're seeing shares of Metsera up about 21% right now as we speak. But shares of Novo Nordisk pulling back down about 2% right now.
Right, and that's Novo ticker NVO. All right, and let's finally go to a company that, if you live in New York City, you know pretty well, and I think people in other cities know pretty well.
And we also know it to be quite expensive here to take in the city as opposed to the subway. But we're looking at ticker Uber, UBER, makes it super easy for you there. We're seeing shares seeing some weakness right now. Shares of Uber down about 6% right now as we speak. And this is after the company saw some legal charges that ate into its third quarter profits here. But it did report rideshare and delivery trips that soared. But I mean, you are seeing a lot of people heavily scrutinizing the fact of its third quarter profits, really starting to see some weakness here when you're thinking about those legal charges here, Emily.
Nora Melinda, Bloomberg Television Markets correspondent. Fellow Wahoo, thank you so
Wah-hoo-wah.
much. For more conversations like this, listen to our new Stock Movers podcast. Subscribe for 5-minute episodes on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Listen to Stock Movers on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts. If you're watching us on YouTube or listening to us on radio, Bloomberg Business Week Daily continues. If you're with us on Bloomberg Television, the close is up next. Markets down, S&P down over 1%. People finding safety in bonds.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Cammie McCormick. There was some confusion today over whether the administration is tapping into a contingency fund to pay for the SNAP benefits this month, as ordered by a court. President Trump posted on social media that money would go out when Democrats end the government shutdown. At the White House, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
The president does not want to have to the recipients of SNAP, but it's going to take some time.
Authorities say they've arrested 2 Massachusetts men in connection with the weekend
exit and fleeing the area in opposite directions between 12:45 and 2:50 a.m. Apparently,
labs and offices associated with the neurobiology department. No one was injured. Today is Election Day, and one of the closely watched races is in New Jersey, where Republican Jack Ciattarelli is facing off against Democrat Mikey Sherrill. Voters have their reasons.
It's a Trump man, and honestly, I hate Trump more than I hated my ex-husband.
Jack Ciattarelli promised to end sanctuary cities day one. He promised to appoint proper attorney generals, prosecutors who will actually fight crime and care about the safety of the people over here and are going to put politics aside.
Former Vice President Dick Cheney has died. He was 84. Former correspondent Peter Mayer covered the Bush-Cheney White House.
Cheney helped develop a new national security strategy following 9/11. He was a hardliner, especially on the eventual Iraq war policy that the Bush administration linked to the terror threat.
Cheney died from complications of pneumonia and other health issues. Jeff Gilbert reports Jeep is recalling 320,000 plug-in hybrid vehicles.
These are vehicles that run on both battery and gasoline. The Wrangler and Grand Cherokee 4xEs have a high-voltage battery issue that can lead to a fire risk. For now, owners should park the vehicles outside and not charge them.
On Wall Street at this hour, stocks are lower. Big tech companies are pulling them down. The Dow off 300 points. This is CBS News.
it don't.
Fancy rubbing shoulders with dead celebrities like Jim Morrison or Oscar Wilde? CBS's Vicky Barker reports from London on a unique lottery.
The most famous cemeteries in Paris, Père Lachaise, Montmartre, and Montparnasse, are also overcrowded. Only celebrities of national stature tend to snag plots these days. But 30 lucky citizens hoping to share posthumous real estate with the likes of rock star Jim Morrison, singer Edith Piaf, or playwright Oscar Wilde will be chosen by lottery. And just one catch, the winners have to renovate a crumbling gravestone or memorial in exchange for a plot beside it, potentially costing hundreds of thousands of dollars. Vicky Barker, CBS News, London.
A new United Nations report finds global climate plans have barely impacted future warming. They're required every 5 years under the Paris Agreement, but they're only expected to reduce warming.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily, with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
We are 1 hour away from the closing bell. S&P 500 down 1%. This is Bloomberg Business Week, live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio, streaming on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals. Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec are not here today. I'm Emily Griffeo, and I'm here with Barry Ritholtz.
So you'll be Carol, I'll be Tim.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I feel like I have Tim energy sometimes.
All right, I
like
have
I'm like
Carol
a dad,
energy. That works out.
So, Barry, it's an honor to be here with you. I've listened to your Masters in Business podcast, read your very numerous blog posts, and you're also a wealth manager as well.
Yes, that's correct.
So we have a lot to talk about.
All right, let's talk about it.
We'll start with markets because it's a sell-off. Now, we'll put in perspective because you like to put things in perspective.
It's my job.
We had all-time highs in the stock market
That's
3 days
exactly
ago, right?
Not only did we have all-time highs in the stock market, we had all-time highs in gold earlier last month, all-time highs in Bitcoin and a number of different crypto products. All-time highs in earnings, when you see the market hitting on all cylinders, wherever you look, even in the face of slowing labor markets, slowing consumption, kind of punk sentiment, you have to give the markets the benefit of the doubt. And today is just a simple lesson. Hey, markets don't just go straight up.
They also go down. Still ahead on the show, we have 2 hours here with myself, Emily Griffeo, and Barry Ritholtz. We're going to talk to Mark Dixon, founder and CEO of International Workplace Group, all about commercial real estate. We also have a lot of earnings out at the bell. We'll dive into super microcomputer and Pinterest. I don't know if you're a Pinterest user. I certainly am.
My wife very much is.
Okay, it's very fun. It's like new Tumblr. And then we're also going to talk about that election. It is election day, New York mayor races and also gubernatorial races across the country. We're going to speak with one of the most influential lobbyists of the city. But first up, a check on today's trade and top business stories. Here's Charlie Pellet.
All right, thank you very much. We got 53 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. Lots of red on the screen with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all declining. We got the bears voting for a sell-off today with the S&P now down 77, 67, 74 where we stand. A drop right now of 1.1%. Dow Industrials down 294, decline there of 0.6%. NASDAQ Composite Index down 452 points on NASDAQ, a decline of 1.9%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index being hit hard today, down 2.2%. Your 10-year, 4.08%, with a 2-year, 3.57%. Gold is down 1.7%, 39.34 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate Crude tumbling 0.9%, 60.51 a barrel. Bitcoin, a major sell-off today. Bitcoin now down 6.1%. Did trade briefly below $100,000. Bitcoin currently at $100,360. So we've got stocks selling off. What are the investor concerns about AI spending? Kristen Bitterly is head of global wealth at work at Citi Wealth. She was a guest this morning on Bloomberg Open Interest.
I think right now, looking out kind of the 12 to 18 month time horizon, the market's patient. Like right now, the market is patient in terms of this capital expenditure, saying that we know it will take time, but there will be an inflection point when earnings are impacted, when you're not seeing that ROI that will delineate between the winners and losers.
Kristen Bitterly of City Wealth, interviewed on Bloomberg Open Interest. Palantir, after earnings, down now by 8.7%, recapping S&P down 1.1%. And for on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcast. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is the Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you, Charlie. All right, Mark Dixon, founder and CEO of International Workplace Group, is joining us on Zoom from Monaco to talk about the company's latest earnings and the global commercial real estate market more broadly. IWG is a provider of flexible workplace solutions, think hybrid working, co-working spaces. They have 4,000 locations across more than 120 countries. Mark founded his company, which was first called Regus, in 1989, and then they renamed to International Workplace Group just a few years ago. Let's talk about IWG's latest results. Mark, thank you for joining us. What do the results tell us about the current state of flexible workspaces?
Well, it's look at the results today really reflect growing momentum in the marketplace. More and more companies looking to become more capital light, become more agile, more flexible. So high levels of growth. We've seen the best revenue growth that we've seen in a number of years in this quarter. So good momentum ending the year and a very strong outlook for 2026.
Mark, this is Barry Ritholtz. I'm curious as to what you're seeing in terms of return to office, the decreasing need for broad and widespread leases, and how are you guys taking advantage of that demand for flexible workplace?
Well, look, the idea of return to office is an old story. It's companies are still using offices in a big way. It's a key component of supporting workers, maximizing productivity. The only thing that's changed is those offices that people are using, workers are using, are in more convenient locations. So they're not all in downtown locations. They're distributed. More and more companies are seeking to support their workforce on a platform of work in many places rather than in one place. But look, the office hasn't gone away. It's just moved. We are supporting 9 million customers today. 1 million of those actually work from home. 8 million are working from offices. It's a growth market. The way people are consuming, companies are consuming real estate is changing fundamentally.
How are you supporting a company that works from home? How does that relationship work?
We supply a whole range of services for an individual that works from home. IT services, furniture, the ability, most importantly, the ability to drop into an office whenever they need one, and to get all the services you would get in if you were in an office. You get them supplied from either home or an office you drop into. It's a growing part of our business. More and more workers are working from home, in particular those people that are working in sort of back office functions. The whole commute really makes no sense for many people, and that market continues to grow.
So, Mark, you put the international in IWG. Are you seeing any different types of trends in various countries? Is it the same in the U.S. as it might be in the UK or Italy or France?
It's similar. The U.S. is a sort of trend leader in this space. I mean, U.S. companies are much quicker to sort of latch on to a trend that helps them spend less money or make more money. They're very focused on workforce productivity. I think more so as we end 25 than at any time in the past. They're all focused also on capital light. So U.S. companies are adopting more quickly, and that's large U.S. corporations, mediums. The smaller companies have always done this. The same is happening across the world, whether that's Japan, whether that's continental Europe, huge growth for us in places like it, countries like Italy or France. So it's not limited to any one country. I mean, I think that the catalyst for all of this is advances in technology. It's the technology that is available today that makes a different way of working possible. So companies are moving to this more distributed working method because it helps productivity, because it lowers costs, and because it's what workers want.
I have to ask about New York City specifically because our city is kind of on everyone's mind today with the elections. What is your view of just the office real estate market, specifically in New York City? It's kind of hard to get a read on it because there are, of course, more people working from home. But then, of course, you see JP Morgan building a massive new skyscraper in the middle of Midtown Manhattan. What is your take on just the outlook for New York City office real estate?
Look, it's highly nuanced. And if you look at work overall, there's about 1.2 billion white-collar workers in the world today, 1.2 billion. It is highly nuanced. Now, what works for JP Morgan in Midtown New York City is not the same for all companies. So what we're seeing, I mean, we have a very successful business that's growing in New York City. It's a real sort of hotbed of growth for us. But people are working differently. So where companies may have had 1,000 people in Midtown or in downtown, they may now. And those 100 people tend to be housed in better quality space. So what's happening in New York City and many cities worldwide is that companies are having less space in the sort of central business districts, but they want better space because it has to be a place that people want to come into. So there's a move to quality. The market's vibrant. I mean, New York is better, I think, now than at any time I've seen it since 2019, and it's picking up pace all the time. But still, the market's changed. I mean, it's fundamentally different in that there are problems with B and C grade properties where you used to house a lot of, let's call it more back office functions or the cheaper activities. Those have moved.
Mark, in the last 30 seconds we have, you guys are in over 100 countries. What areas do you see growth that might be a little bit surprising to listeners?
Well, look, a market we like is Africa. It's huge population in Africa and growing population. So countries like Egypt. I mean, Egypt is the Middle East and Africa. Significant growth. Middle East overall is a vibrant market. There is a lot of companies moving there, a lot of companies growing there. So the market is moving. It's sort of, yes, Asia is still a sort of powerhouse of growth and manufacturing.
Right.
But Middle East and Africa are.
Mark Dixon, we have to cut you off. Founder and CEO of IWG. Thanks for joining us.
It's 3:29 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got 39 minutes to go until we wrap up Wall Street trading on this election day 2025 with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index, Russell 2000, all in the red. The Mag 7 index down 2.2%. A chorus of Wall Street executives is warning investors to brace for a pullback amid lofty valuations. That warning triggered a slide in stocks. S&P down 1.1%, down 78, 67.73 where we stand right now. The Dow down 0.6%, down 275 points. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 463 points now. NASDAQ down 1.9%. The Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares down 1.5%. And our Mag 7 Index right now down by 2.2%. The 10-year 4.08%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.57%. Gold is down 1.6%, $39.35 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 1%, $60.42 a barrel on WTI. Bitcoin right now, look at that on Bitcoin, 99,760. Bitcoin now plunging 6.5%. Bitcoin down $7,000. Again, bears repeating. Bitcoin 99,842. Bitcoin down by 6.6%. As for the market backdrop and earnings from companies like Palantir, Ethan Devitt is Chief Global Market Strategist of Moneta Group Investment Advisors, and she was a guest on Bloomberg Daybreak.
So I think what this really does illustrate something that we've been saying at Moneta for some time is that things really are priced for perfection currently, particularly when it comes to tech stocks, which is when we can see that this kind of good news in terms of revenue, etc., essentially turns into bad news because expectations were just so high.
Ethan Devitt of Moneta Group. After earnings, Palantir down 9.2%. And again, Bitcoin right at $100,000, actually $99,992 now on Bitcoin. Recapping, S&P down 1.1%. And for on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you, Charlie. I'm Emily Griffeo here with Barry Rutholtz. Barry, look at the VIX right now. We're almost at 20. Ooh. Of course, this is the Wall Street fear gauge, as we like to call it. Are you skeptical of the fear gauge? Are you one of those that says, we don't have to pay attention to the VIX anymore?
Well, like most sentiment measures, and the VIX is technically a measure of option pricing, reflecting volatility hedging, blah, blah, blah. At extremes, it's very useful as a buy or sell signal. More of a buy signal during panic sell-offs, unlike today, which is a very orderly. Sell-off. This is, nothing's down more than 2% in terms of broad indexes. Yeah, Palantir is going to get whacked. What a fantastic run it's had. Right. So the slightest misstep, and people just, I hate the phrase take profits, but all right, we've been in this for 2 years. Look at how well we've done. Let's lighten up a little bit and reduce our exposure. That's just normal fund behavior. And so we see the market today. This is, again, NASDAQ isn't even down 2%. Right. Fairly orderly. I don't look at any of these things as if this is import of things to come. It's just sometimes markets go down.
We'll get to Bitcoin a little bit later, but let's get first, because that may not be an orderly sell-off.
Well, when is crypto ever orderly? It's the Wild West, 24/7 trading.
Exactly.
It's not like got to get those sales in before 4 p.m. No, you could trade anywhere, anytime, which is its own problem.
Exactly. So let's get to hedge funds. Bloomberg News hedge fund reporter Hema Parmar is in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio with us. She's been writing about this industry for many years now. And the latest story, it's about a shakeup, essentially, or some movement in the upper management of one of the largest hedge funds, Millennium. She's writing with Kathy Burton just yesterday that Izzy Englander sold a roughly 15% stake in his Millennium management to a group of investors, helping to prepare one of the world's largest funds for a time when he no longer sits at the helm. Hema, thank you for joining us. Bring us up to speed with just what news like this means for a hedge fund like Millennium.
Yes, so this is the first time that Izzy Englander, which who is the founder of this ginormous hedge fund, one of the biggest in the industry, running $80 billion. This is the first time that he's released a little bit of his ownership stake in this business. Now, this is a hedge fund that has performed well over the years, that has grown in size, and especially in recent years, and has a valuation now of about $14 billion. And succession planning has been one of the biggest issues that hedge fund titans have faced. How to prepare your business that sometimes is very personality driven for life after you leave. And with a firm like Izzy's, Millennium, it is something of a machine, like an institution. And he's taken many steps such that when he leaves or he's 77 as he gets older, the firm will continue to exist should he decide to take a step back. And one of those steps is the stake sale, allowing even his senior employees to then be able to purchase a stake, have equity in the business, which is not something he's ever done before.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing. He's 77.
Yes.
This is the sort of thing that most firm founders start thinking about in their 60s, or when their senior staff starts agitating for equity stake. I'm kind of fascinated. They're a big multi-strat, like Citadel, like Point72, like Balyasny. So they have a lot of different pods, a lot of different people doing different things, and they all seem to work very well together. Is there any way to judge who are going to be the next generation of shareholders in Millennium?
So the senior echelon of the most senior staff are likely the ones that will get some equity stake. They'll have to buy into this equity stake should they choose. This is a firm that has had some agitation, as you mentioned, with senior staff not getting an equity stake in the past. And Izzy's plan initially some years ago was to have one CIO come in and replace him. And he thought of that, there were efforts to go along that path, and ultimately he chose instead to create an office of the CIO, which is now 4 people big, a lot of Goldman Sachs former employees, and it's more of a group of executives that will continue to run the business should he step back.
It's always challenging to find one CIO. We saw issues at Bridgewater with that succession plan, even with Berkshire Hathaway. It was a little bit of a problem, but it seems like belatedly they're finally on top of this.
This is kind of like a new topic that you're writing about, right? Because I'm trying to think of the hedge fund industry. Most of the biggest hedge funds are run by people who have been, who started out in the 70s, 80s, and are now approaching, an age where they need to step down. I'm wondering, just kind of, is the way that they are selling these stakes, is that unique to Millennium, the way that you write about, other banks, other wealth management firms are going to get a stake?
So this is really one of the first, if not the first, hedge fund that's really given up a stake of itself. A hedge fund of this size, certainly. And a billionaire founder willingly letting go of some of his ownership. What it does is it puts a valuation on the firm, which until now we didn't really know what it was worth. We knew it was a lot. We knew that it has had locked up money for a while, and we know that its performance has been quite solid. What this does is it puts a price on it and then allows you to slice it up however you then choose with employees. When it comes to who is partaking in the stake sale, we know that a number of giant, very big bank platforms are among that group. So like UBS, Morgan Stanley, Bank of America, they are offering access to their retail wealth clients should they wish to partake in this as well too. So we are seeing a really interesting movement here, which is reflective of what we've seen in the hedge fund industry in a few different ways, which is this somewhat shift to retail, meaning opening up portions of equity accessibility to the retail investor, as well as them also seeking large institutional investors who have also taken part.
Are we seeing any move amongst any of these bigger hedge funds to tap the public markets? There are a handful, especially in the UK or Europe, of big funds that have gone public. What's the appetite like for that in the US?
I think my guess so far is this is not something we've heard a whole lot of chatter about. I don't think it's something that the big institutional hedge funds that we think about, we haven't heard chatter about that being sort of on the front lines. It's taken this long for Izzy to just give up a portion of his stake to a group of investors, I think an IPO would be quite many steps down, and not something that he might quite be ready for, I don't think.
For those just tuning in, we're talking with Hema Parmar, Bloomberg News hedge fund reporter. We were talking about Millennium, but you also have another story that you recently published about Point72, another hedge fund, planning a new equity unit as assets soar to $42 billion. I saw this headline. I knew it was important, but explain to us what this says about Point72.
So Point72, if you recall, is Steve Cohen's firm. He made a comeback about 7 years ago, and he had raised at that point about $11 billion. In the past 6 years or so, he's gone from $11 billion to $42 billion. Now, this is a huge swell of assets from both performance, but also a lot from new investors coming in. And this is reflective of a trend we've seen across multi-strats, is many of these firms have doubled their size in the past 5 years. And what that means is they then need to push into new strategies, restructure their firms. We have, Point72 now creating a new equities business, hiring a lot, pushing into new regions of the world. We're seeing expansions in places like the Middle East, setting up pods there. And we're seeing a war for talent. And so all of these things, all of these factors are sort of interwoven and a part of the reason why we're seeing this huge swell of assets as investors are thinking, well, you know what, we want to invest in these hedge funds that can trade across asset classes with multiple pods, and where risk appetite is pretty stringent, where you don't typically see huge losses, certainly on the year and rarely on the month too. It does happen, but it's not as volatile as you might see a long-short equity fund performance fee.
Which came first, the multi-strategy approach or all this capital that had to be put to work? There's a little bit of a chicken and egg issue here.
Yeah.
And amongst the 4 or 5 biggest multi-strats, they've all grown tremendously.
Yes, and then you touch on this dynamic of being able to put this money to work. I think a lot of people are looking at the industry and thinking, how big can they get? And how can they put all this money to work? So you're seeing these funds now moving into private equity, doing venture capital, doing private credit, doing SRTs, doing different types of commodities that may be less liquid. So you're seeing this movement, and then you're seeing multi-strats investing in other hedge funds, and Millennium's a big player when it comes to doing that. So there is this question of how big can they get and where can they put the money. The multi-strategy did come first, but it's swelled, and it allows you to really tack on all kinds of different things that a fund might want to do to become bigger, to accept more money. And then the other trend is to lock up that capital for longer, which only then allows you to do more private investing.
Bloomberg News hedge fund reporter Hema Parmar. Always a pleasure to speak to Hema about hedge funds. Just taking a look at markets here. S&P 500 down 1%. Tech stocks, Barry, really getting crushed. The NASDAQ 100 down almost 2%. And Bitcoin down almost 7% here. We have a sell-off, but stocks are still coming very close to all-time highs.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks sell off. 20 minutes to go ahead of the close. Bitcoin drops below $100,000. Let's head right over to the First Word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. That's right. U.S. stocks under pressure from the start today, with the Dow currently down 240 points. S&Ps are lower by 72, and the NASDAQ, that's off by 1.8%. The U.S. 10 yield is at 4.09. Gold and oil are in the red. The VIX is higher by 10%. And Bitcoin is trading lower by 6.5%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders were consumer staples and the financials. Tech was under pressure, and leaders to the upside in the Dow, Travelers and Merck, while Caterpillar and NVIDIA led to the downside. After earnings, Palantir fell 9%, Zoetis dropped 13%, and in deal news, Papa John's falls intraday on a report Apollo will not take the company private. Wrapping things up, AMD, Supermicro, and Arista Networks all report after the bell. Live from the First Breaking News Desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie.
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney. Bitcoin right now at $100,800. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type Squawk, SQUA, on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Daddy, can I drive?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Do I look like I drive a minivan?
Shut up and drive.
Don't drive angry. Don't drive angry. I'll drive. Shotgun.
This is the drive to the close.
If you had access to a car like this, would you take it back right away?
On Bloomberg Radio.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Emily Grafeo, cross-asset reporter at Bloomberg News, here with Barry Ritholtz.
How you doing, Emily?
I don't know, what do I call you? Host of the Masters in Business podcast?
Sure.
Market expert?
Co-founder of Ritholtz Wealth Management, just general pain in the butt. I'm here to point out all the things that we do wrong with money all the time and remind people, please make fewer errors when it comes to managing your assets.
You know, that advice kind of thematically makes, it reminds me of a Wall Street legend, an ETF legend, Jack Bogle. He was really, of course, into just, let's make the Vanguard website so hard to log into so that you never have to log in and check your investment, so you never sell, and then you turn 80 all of a sudden and you have a big nest egg.
The reason he was against ETFs, and I have broken with St. Jack over the years, he thought it made it too easy for people to trade their assets, whereas mutual funds, you have to pick up a phone, call somebody, you don't get a print till the end of the day, that sort of thing. If only we had an ETF expert here to talk about these things with.
Let's get to the drive to the close. We're here with Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Isabel Lee in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio, talking about ETFs and talking about new entrants into the $13 trillion ETF industry. This year, we have 60 new entrants. So this is issuers, these are fund managers coming up one day and saying, I want to launch an ETF.
Yes, so this and last year, we saw 60 new entrants. And if you look at pre-pandemic, like 2020 to today, we've seen more ETF launches than the period going back to 1993 when the first ETF was launched in Canada, mind you, because that's what Canadians always like to remind us of the Americans. They launched the first ETF. So this is just, we always talk about how there are new ETFs in the market, but I think we forget sometimes to talk about the new players. Because you think that, sure, Roundhill, Rex, Vanguard, and all those, they will keep launching, but the new players is what's interesting. For instance, this year we saw Man Group. That's the world's largest publicly listed hedge fund. They launched an ETF. Pictet, that's a European asset manager in Europe. They have around $900 billion in assets, and they launched an ETF. And then in the story, we highlight a 25-year-old lady, ex-Jane Street, ex-MIT, who also launched an ETF as a one-woman band. And all she had was a great idea, maybe $300,000 also, to really start it going. And now it's live. It has around $6 million in assets, which is decent, but it just shows that almost everyone with certain level of proficiency can launch an ETF.
So I was speaking earlier this year to Dave Nottig. He's president of ETF.com, and he told me there's going to be 1,000 new ETFs issued this year. That's a giant number. What he mentioned that was so surprising was how many of these were active.
Yes.
And then in addition to that, there are some that are leveraged, directional bets, option-based, just very exotic derivative strategies. What are you seeing in ETF world, and are any of these 1,000 new ETFs going to stick?
So that's exactly what Emily and we sit next to each other. We always talk about how fee compression actually is a story of yesterday, because now to stand out in this Wild West where $13 trillion nearly dominate this space with more than 4,500 products, it's really to just have this crazy idea that will make people's jaw drop. So this year we saw the filing of an 5X ETF. That's leverage ETF to the maximum. 5X, we've never seen that before.
Well, is that to the max? Because doesn't that mean the following year we're going to get a 10X?
I don't even know if the 5X will be approved. We don't even know if 3X will be approved. In Europe, they have a couple of 3X ETFs, but none tracking single stocks, all usually indexes. But this year we've seen that in the US, 3X launches, 5X launches. So because we're seeing active ETFs, fees are actually becoming higher. And Emily wrote a story about that. And I think investors just don't care so much, because what they want is this sophisticated strategy wrapped in an ETF where you can just click buy, because now technology has made it so easy, and a confetti will probably pop up, and then you have that ETF.
In an ironic twist, and I'm going to bring up Bogle again. Bogle may not have wanted this, but by making passive ETFs so cheap, basically you can get the S&P 500 ETF for like no money. It almost opens up a slice of your portfolio to add a 5% allocation to an ETF that's more expensive. So that's what we're seeing, that a lot of these issuers feel like they actually have the runway to launch something that's maybe 90 basis points. Talk about what this story that you wrote about, this Exchange Street person, coming out and launching their own ETF. They're only 25 years old. What did it teach you about what the barriers to entry are to this market? How does it work?
It's becoming lower because, look, you need less than $500,000 and you can launch an ETF. But the story doesn't end there, because you have to keep it running. And not only do you have to keep it running, you have to market it and get flows. And this is a title, actually. They're a full-stack white label platform. They said you need around $65,000 to set up a fund, around $225,000 to really just keep it going with operating expenses. But then you need a great idea, and you need to get people to give you capital. And we've seen that while we've seen record launches, closures are also on the uptick. We've seen one ETF close for every 5 that have launched. I mean, probably just the product of a healthy ecosystem, but we're really seeing that it's becoming harder to stand out, to survive, which is why you see more and more of these niche, crazy filings. But a lot of the folks really, so for instance, this 25-year-old Sophia Massey, she handed out the day-to-day outsourcing custody to a network of specialist providers. And
so you mentioned the marketing of this, and some of the ETFs that caught my eye earlier this year are from very well-regarded, very popular analysts, guys like Dan Ives and Tom Lee. Both of those have attracted billions with a B of dollars. 225,000 to launch, 225,000 to carry it. Sounds like you need 100 million or 200 million. If you hit $1 billion, that's a successful ETF, isn't it?
Absolutely. First of all, it depends. Like Sophia, she wants 100 million, she says, and she'll be happy. Of course, I'm sure the bigger, the better. But 1 billion is a stunning success. Tom Lee and Dan Ives achieved those benchmark milestones in less than a year. So it goes to show that, yes, it really is. Because in the beginning, people were probably like, they're just talking heads maybe. What do they know about it? But their followers followed and piled cash. I think now Tom Lee has nearly $4 billion. I think Dan Ives just recently hit around 1 billion. So those are really impressive.
But both of those guys were early to AI, early to NVIDIA, early to tech. They're in the hot space and have been there for quite a while. Not a surprise they're doing that well.
And not only do they get flows, but their performance is also great. Like year to date, both ETFs are up 31% for Ives, 20% for Granny. So sometimes you see Cathie Wood, there was a time she was getting inflows, but then performance was down. And there was a time performance was up, but she wasn't getting the inflows. But both these guys have it both.
They're killing it.
It really speaks to the strength of having a winning strategy. Isabel Lee, Bloomberg News, cross-asset reporter on everything that has to do with the $13 trillion ETF industry. Thank you for joining us. We have 10 minutes left to go in the trading day. S&P 500 set to close out the day lower by 1%.
listening to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. I'm Emily Griffeo with Barry Ritholtz. Barry, we have 7 minutes left to go in the trading day. The S&P 500 is set to close the day. Maybe we'll close at a session low, but we're very slightly bouncing off the session lows. And the NASDAQ 100 is down over 2%.
Yeah,
right
pretty
now.
impressive. It's, you know, the NASDAQ tends to be much more volatile than the S&P.
Mm-hmm.
You get more upside, more downside. It's not really a surprise. And again, the Dow Jones Industrial, you know, barely off 0.5%, because these are big, stodgy companies that don't really have the same sort of beta as the NASDAQ does. In non-jargon, they're not as volatile. They don't swing up and down as much.
One asset that is known to be much higher beta and swings more is Bitcoin. Bitcoin's had an incredible year this year, but now it's falling 6% today. It's at about 100,000, and I swear just a couple of weeks ago it was at 126.
That's
so
right.
It's, now I'm looking, actually the year-to-date gains in Bitcoin are only 7%. So maybe not as incredible as it was just a little bit earlier. But
yeah, not quite a crypto winter. We've seen these periods where it gets cut in half and stays down for a year or two. You know, it's always hard to read into the minds of traders. Sometimes people are just raising a little cash because they think there's better buying opportunities down the road. Sometimes it's, hey, I got to pay my taxes. And if you're an independent trader and you file quarterly, raising a little capital, especially after a great year where you could say, hey, I'm up 20, 30, 40% for the year. What do I need to fool around the last 8 weeks? I'm going to tap out, pay my taxes, and go on vacation. That is not uncommon in this world.
And that's what you did.
Well, I have been not willing to sell all of my equities, but when the bubble chatter gets too loud and when you start to be concerned, not that the market's going to crash, but maybe that other people are going to do something silly, I like to sort of let's get some dry powder in case opportunities come along. So,
meaning cash.
Meaning cash.
Okay.
So what I did was go through some holdings I had in my personal account. In our client's account, we haven't really made any substantial changes, but I personally sold all of the crypto and Bitcoin I had last week. Not a call on crypto, just a call on, hey, you know, this has done great this year. This was a speculative trade. The trade has done great. Let's take a little something off the table. And I like it when this sort of period takes place where the market's starting to get, hey, 6 consecutive up months in a row. Maybe we're due for a pullback. I like to look at, I mostly am a passive indexer with some other ornaments around that tree. I look at some of the individual stock holdings I have and I try and decide, hey, is the reason I bought this still in effect? If I bought it because of I'm waiting for a new CEO or a new product or an FDA approval and none of those things have happened, we all end up holding these things for reasons that no longer exist. Clean up your portfolio, get rid of those, leave your core portfolio alone, but if you want to trim around the edges, feel free.
And what about the gold? Because gold is another one that's had an incredible year right now. And you wrote in your note something about bringing jewelry to a
I'm
jewelry
married
shop
for
just quickly.
32 years. You married that long, your wife accumulates a lot of broken single earrings, broken bracelets. So we took a pile of this stuff to the local jewelry shop we go to. And at one point, one of these piles was about $7,000.
All right.
Don't think you're getting
Almost 2
away for
ounces.
free. You show up with $7,000 in credit towards something.
Towards a new piece of jewelry. Oh, I love it.
So I have something else to sell 20 years from now.
Okay, wonderful. Well, listen, we have 3 minutes left to go in the trading day. Let's take a look at gold right now. It is lower, almost right just under 4,000. Coming up next, the closing bell. Let's go to Charlie Pelletsundo with a business flash. Wait, are we not going?
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 3:58 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We are under 2 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. With the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, they're all in the red. 2 minutes to go until we get the latest numbers out of Advanced Micro Devices heading into the close. AMD right now down by 3.5%. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in the red, with the S&P down 81, drop there of 1.2%. Dow Industrials ahead of the close down 257, drop there of 0.5%. While the NASDAQ Composite Index right now is plunging 489 points. NASDAQ down 2.1%. The Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares ahead of the close down 1.8%. And our Mag 7 Index down right now by 2.3%. A chorus of Wall Street execs warning investors to brace for a pullback amid lofty valuations. That triggered a slide in stocks amid worries about whether the market has run ahead of itself. Another concerns are about the run-up in artificial intelligence. Mira Pandit is global market strategist at JP Morgan Investment Management.
The risks are around if that adoption doesn't continue, if it starts to tail off, if people aren't actually using the paid versions of these technologies, or if it's more of a consumer technology as opposed to an enterprise technology.
Mira Pandit, global market strategist at J.P. Morgan Investment Management. Another big concern today for investors, the run in Bitcoin. It was trading this hour below $100,000. Bitcoin, $100,680 right now. Bitcoin down today by just about 5.8%. There you have it, sound of the closing bell at the New York Stock Exchange as we wrap up trading on this election day with the folks from Capital Group ringing that closing bell. Again, recapping here, S&P down 80, drop there of 1.2%. Bitcoin, by the way, now at $100,700. Stocks on the move include Hertz Global Holdings today. Shares soared after the company posted better than expected profit in the third quarter. HTZ on the ticker. Hertz shares up today by 36.1%. Rival Avis Budget Group, it uses the ticker CAR for car, up by 4.3%. And Apple is preparing to enter the low-cost laptop market for the first time, developing a budget Mac aimed at luring away customers from Chromebooks and entry-level Windows PCs. On a down day for U.S. stocks, Apple shares gained by 0.4%. So recapping, losing day for the S&P, down 1.2%, all part of a broader market sell-off. Bitcoin at $100,692 after dipping below 100,000. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
Welcome to Bloomberg Business Week Daily. In the final hour of the show, markets just closed lower. The S&P 500 down 1%, NASDAQ 100 closing lower, more than 2% lower. I'm Emily Graffeo, cross-asset reporter with Bloomberg News, here with Barry Ritholtz, host of the Masters in Business podcast. We're filling in for Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek,
who are off in Colorado. What are they doing?
They're traveling. They're on location, on assignment, as Bloomberg's Tom Keene would say. Listen, we have some earnings crossing the wire right now. Amgen, third quarter adjusted EPS coming in better than expected, $5.64 a share versus estimates of $4.99. We're going to get to all of these earnings in just a little bit. We're also waiting for AMD, for Pinterest, and just another headline crossing right before the market closed. Bitcoin dropping below 100,000 for the first time since June, Barry.
Yeah, that's a big fall. Remember, this is another one of those assets that has had a huge run up. You know, every time I hear people talk about markets are extended, valuations are too high, it's bubbly, that's a giant beat by Amgen. If you expect it to come in at 8.7 billion and your revenues are 9.5 billion, and I'm rounding, that's a huge, huge difference. Mm-hmm. If you want to know why markets, other than today, keep going higher, when you see earnings like that, there's nothing more bullish than all-time highs, except all-time highs with record-breaking earnings.
The theme of the day, the top story, one of the top market stories on the terminal was about these Wall Street executives, warning about bubbles, warning that we'll see a 10% decline soon, valuations, the news about Michael Burry, making put bets on NVIDIA. What do you make of that kind of sentiment? Is that normally what we see in late cycle?
Hold Burry aside, who is a terrible prognosticator, but a fantastic steward of capital and fantastic trader. Think about the hindsight bias that we have from the heads of these large banks and these large brokerage firms, not a one of whom warned people in advance of what was the largest collapse in the financial industry, since the 29 crash. To imagine that these guys who aren't economists, aren't really analysts, but are running large businesses, to imagine that they're going to identify a bubble in real time is kind of foolhardy. I think everybody feels compelled to take a stab at it because they didn't see it coming in 08, 09. They didn't see it coming in 99, 2000. So there's this real tendency to, all right, let's make up for lost time. I am watching a lot of data that suggests that the economy is decelerating. That's very different than data that says we're about to fall into a contraction. And let me just remind all the listeners, the consensus for most of the past 3 or 4 years has been, oh, we're about to have a recession. Remember, 100% chance of recession in 2023. Markets were up 25% that year. 0% chance of recession in 2023. In hindsight, are the odds of a recession ticking up as we continue to see a lot of cross currents? Sure, but we don't know. The future hasn't been written yet. To be so definitive and to lack humility, I find that to be problematic.
And yet that was definitely the theme of the day, perhaps leading to some of that decline in the equity market. Let's listen to some of what those Wall Street execs had to say in a panel on market trends at the 2025 Global Financial Leaders Investment Summit. Goldman Sachs CEO David Solomon, Morgan Stanley's Ted Pick, and Capital Group's Mike Gitlin offered their takes on what's ahead for investors in the months and years ahead.
Is it all sustainable going into 26? We tend to think of 2036 more than 2026. But if you look forward, what are some of the things that are sustainable? AI deployment and diffusion, adoption, productivity will continue to get better. It will take a long time, but it will continue to get better. Diversification into non-dollar assets. We continue to see demand for non-dollar assets around the world. Dispersion in terms of corporate opportunities and company opportunities around the world for investment. We talked a little bit about deregulation. There's a positive growth impulse to that, and I think the economies, and Colm talked about this, and I always love presenting after Colm. It makes it so much easier, so thank you. If you look at the deregulation, I think that's a positive growth impulse. And last, earnings. Earnings are strong, and that's super important. I think if you look at the credit markets as well, if you look at 30 years of data, we're in the richest decile of credit spreads. So stock markets aren't cheap, credit's not cheap, and there's speculation in both precious metals and also cryptocurrency. So I think on a near-term valuation side, there's some challenges.
Most governments are running most developed economies are running very, very aggressive fiscal plays, and that, underlies economic strength and forward momentum. And so I think it's a pretty constructive environment. Give you lots of things that could go wrong, but at the moment, those don't seem likely in the short-term distribution of outcomes. But of course, it is likely there'll be, a 10 to 20% drawdown in equity markets sometime in the next 12 to 24 months. And I'd say there are very few people in this room that don't think that that's a meaningful possibility. It doesn't mean that the general direction of capital flows, investment, portfolio allocations changing. It just means things run and then they pull back so people can reassess.
Diversifying from the public market is still part of the theme going forward.
Yeah, I think the theme is important, and importantly, when you think about some of the developments that folks on this stage are looking at, where they can have strategies that incorporate some of the best of public and private investing in a single product, that could be interesting. But diversifying amongst the private asset class and best of breed and having hygiene around diligence, really knowing where those asset managers have excellence is important, and then obviously layering into that over the long span of time.
All right, well, the market has closed and we're getting plenty of earnings, some of them from the biggest tech names in this market. Super Microcomputer just coming out now. That stock is down about 9%. The company's second quarter net sales forecast beat estimates. First quarter results, though, adjusted EPS 35 cents, missing estimates of 41 cents. Net sales also missing estimates. Let's go right to Bloomberg Intelligence senior hardware and networking analyst Woo Jin Ho, who joins us on Zoom in Princeton on these earnings. Let's just get your initial reaction, Woo Jin, on these earnings.
Yeah, hey, Emily. So, look, the numbers that they printed for the quarter, not a surprise. They pre-announced on October the 23rd. So they actually came in and consensus was too lazy to update their numbers. That's why they came in below. right? The 9% operating margins, 9.5% operating margins was a pleasant surprise. But let's take a focus on the outlook. They guided to $10 to $11 billion in sales. Consensus was at 8.1 billion. Sounds great. However, EPS of 50 cents at the midpoint fell below consensus 62. So the margin that we gained in the first quarter, you're losing it all on the second quarter. There's a couple of things. I do think there was a higher share count that's involved here. That's dragging EPS a little bit. But at the end of the day, they're almost giving away their AI servers to win deals.
So I'm always surprised to see a firm raise forward guidance the same time they miss consensus, even with the warning last month. What do you make of this bullishness on the company about next quarter?
Yeah, so Barry, if going through the press release last quarter, they actually said that they had $12 billion in orders that came in. So they really didn't recognize those orders, and they were coming in the subsequent quarters. Now, my fear was at the time was that it was going to be a much more back-end loaded year for Supermicro, but it seems as if those orders are going to be booked and shipped in the second quarter. So the numbers are actually pleasantly nice for the second quarter, and it's going to be more balanced in the third and fourth quarters to make their actually increased $36 billion revenue guidance for the full year.
Okay, so how do you square the 11% downside move in the post market? Overreaction?
Yeah, it's got to be margins, right? Because the sense that I had as well as the street was that the margins were going to hold firm at around 6 to 7% level. It seems as if they might be dipping further down, it's at the end of the day, it's all about profitability and cash flow. They've been burning cash to win some of these deals, and if the cash isn't going to be as strong as hoped, earnings as well as the earnings, they're going to struggle for the full year, right? What's good is $36 billion in revenue if you're not going to get earnings growth along with it.
Woo Jin Ho, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Hardware and Networking Analyst. Thank you for joining us on the Supermicro Computer earnings. We're going to go to some other earnings now. Pinterest. We're joined in the studio here with Bloomberg Intelligence Global Head of Technology Research, Mandeep Singh. Earnings from Pinterest. So Pinterest sees fourth quarter revenue of $1.3 billion to $1.34 billion. I guess that was just meeting the estimates, but take us through your initial reaction of Pinterest.
I mean, look, these companies are compared against Meta, Alphabet that had reported numbers, in the case of Meta, over 20% growth at a base that's 50 times larger than Pinterest in terms of ad revenue. So when you're guiding to 14 to 16% growth, when your larger peer is growing over 20% and guiding to that, it doesn't look that great. And look, there are a lot of changes going on in the world of digital ads. I mean, so far what we have seen is LLMs really impact search in a big way. And even then, Google ended up, printing a great quarter in search. On the social side, I mean, Meta is obviously investing a great deal in terms of building the infrastructure for deploying AI. But at the same time, they've been able to show how AI is helping them drive better ads, and ad pricing has been strong. For the smaller players like Pinterest, I think it's a double whammy in the sense that not only are they under pressure in terms of engagement, like time spent is less on these platforms, but they haven't seen that kind of lift that Meta has shown with ad pricing, and that's why their top line growth has trailed.
And what's kind of fascinating, year to date, Pinterest before today was up about 13.5%. Meta is a pretty substantial laggard this year, especially after the punishment it took earlier in the year. What are your thoughts on the long-term prospect for each of these companies?
I mean, look, in the case of Meta, they're talking about spending over $100 billion in CapEx. And I think Meta is being compared to all the big hyperscalers who have a significant cloud business, and they have shown, ROI in terms of at least monetizing that AI infrastructure in the form of cloud revenues.
It's more like pure consumption on the part of Meta, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, all of their holdings. Amazon, Microsoft, Oracle, they're generating revenue from their spend.
That's right. And look, in the case of Amazon, their ad business is now close to a $65 billion run rate, growing at 23%. So again, when you compare an Amazon ad business to Pinterest, you have to ask yourself, where are all the retailers going in terms of their ad spend? And they're going directly to Amazon as opposed to going via Pinterest.
I don't know. I'm a long-standing Amazon customer, and I find myself on the site much less because it's festooned with ads. It's become too annoying to navigate. When I search for a product, I want to find that product, not 6 similar products that make me scroll down the page. Google has kind of figured out how to make search more useful. They used to similarly be problematic. Their AI product seems to be helping them out. How do you see this shift from these core businesses to these secondary businesses affecting what these companies do?
I mean, look, in the world of agentic AI, and it's hard to fully grasp what agentic AI would look like, 2 years from now, but everyone is thinking of new ways to drive e-commerce. If it's not a human user making that e-commerce purchase, and it's one of their agents, multiple agents, then what would that look like? And what does that mean for these companies that rely on sending traffic and generating revenue via ads? So that could change completely as a result of agentic AI.
Well, all the young guys in my office dress themselves from things they see and purchase on Instagram. Are we going to see a similar expansion at Pinterest?
I think so. I mean, that's what Pinterest is moving towards is one, incorporating AI-generated content more and more, because right now generating content using prompts and that too, images, which you see on Pinterest, images of things that you care about when it comes to kitchens or household, like you can generate that kind of content using AI prompts now. So I think Pinterest is trying to infuse AI-generated content, make better recommendations, all the things that come with AI, but they don't have the infrastructure that Meta has because they have spent so much money. So in the case of Pinterest, if they really have to go big on AI, it will be a drag on their margins. And that's the other risk with Pinterest.
And the commentary coming out of these earnings, the company's saying our investments in AI and product innovation are paying off. Now the stock is down over 12% right now, but they did beat on monthly active users for the quarter, 600 million, estimates of about 590 million. Mandeep Singh, thank you so much for joining us. That's Bloomberg Intelligence Global Head of Technology Research on all these earnings. And we are getting more right now. AMD third quarter adjusted EPS beating estimates, coming in at $1.20 versus 92 cents year over year, and beating estimates of $1.17 per share. Revenue, this is the big number here, and it's a beat. $9.25 billion, up 36% year over year, and beating estimates. Taking a look at what the semiconductor stock is doing in the post-market, AMD up just slightly, up about 2% after those earnings beats. This is Bloomberg.
It's 4:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg, and this Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses, Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment, see if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Lots of earnings after the bell, and we got you covered with AMD reporting adjusted EPS for the third quarter that beat the average analyst estimate. Advanced Micro Devices did forecast revenue for the fourth quarter that beat the average analyst estimate. AMD saying fourth quarter revenue will be in the range of $9.3 to $9.9 billion. Estimates were for $9.21 billion. After ours, we do have Advanced Micro Devices up by roughly 1%. Arista Networks third quarter adjusted EPS beat estimates. Amgen raised its full year guidance after third quarter results beat expectations. Super Microcomputers second quarter net sales forecast beat estimates. And Pinterest, stock we were just talking about, projected revenue for the current quarter that did fall short of analyst estimates. A down Tuesday, election day around the country. Stocks sold off. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index, and yes, the Bloomberg Mag 7 index all in the red. S&P, putting it all in context, down 1.7%. The Dow down 0.5%. NASDAQ Composite Index down 2%. The NASDAQ 100 Index down 2.1%. The Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares down 1.8%. And our Mag 7 Index, the Bloomberg Mag 7 Index, down 2.3%. 10-year 4.08% with the 2-year 3.57%. Gold was down 1.7%, $39.43 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude 60.35 a barrel, down 1.1%. And a big move today in Bitcoin, breaking below $100,000. Bitcoin now down 6.4%. Brief print there at $99,999 on Bitcoin. Recapping stocks lower, S&P down 80, drop there of just about 1.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you, Charlie. Well, let's get back to the election. On this election day, New York City is going to be deciding if a socialist will run the capital of capitalism, Barry Ritholtz. That was one of the top stories of Bloomberg. That was the headline. This question.
I find all these broad labels so misleading.
Okay.
Who's really a socialist? Who's a capitalist? We have new industrial policy in the United States with the government taking big chunks of public companies. When the government owns the means of production, I know college was a long time ago for me, but I kind of remember, isn't that socialism
I
or
think
worse?
so. I have to think back to, right. You're right. It is a good point. We're going to ask all of these questions to an expert. And just to zoom out as a reminder, we have Democratic nominee Zohran Mamdani. He's been leading the polls since June. This has alarmed some Wall Street titans. He's vowed to tax the rich, while he's excited younger New Yorkers with promises to make housing and childcare more affordable. And of course, this is an election with record turnout in early voting. Let's talk now to Suri Kashir, Chief Executive Officer of Kashir, in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Let's get your take on how this election feels different. So many new voters coming in, record turnout in early voters for a non-presidential year. What do you make of the excitement for this race?
Just to put this in context, as of 3 o'clock, 1.4 million people have voted between early voting and voting up until 3 o'clock today. So we have, let's say, 5 more hours to go, 6 more hours to go since 3 o'clock. The last time we saw these kinds of numbers was in the Dinkins-Giuliani campaign in 1993 and 1988. We haven't gotten to 2 million people voting since the 50s during when Wagner ran for mayor. So this really speaks. Generally, in the last 3 mayoral cycles, we've had 1.1 million people vote for a mayor. So we already have surpassed significantly the numbers of people coming out. I think it speaks to the passion that people have for this race on any side. Anybody that you're supporting, you feel really passionately about. You feel really passionately about this race. This is a change moment. And the question people have is, do we really want this much change in New York City? Is that good for the city?
Suri, that's the magic word, change. I'm not a political analyst, but I read a lot, and the consensus over the years has been when there is a change election and there is a large voter turnout, doesn't that usually accumulate to the challengers' side? Like during this sort of big surge of voters, that doesn't tend to work to the incumbents' benefit. And I know that neither of these folks have been mayor before, but one would assume the former governor of New York is closer to an incumbent than a 34-year-old city assemblyman or state assemblyman.
What I think is unique about this election is that Andrew Cuomo is running on a third-party line that was created for this election. The last person to win for mayor on a third-party line was John Lindsay in 1969. So it's a very hard race, even though he's the known name, and he was the former governor. Well, he wasn't the mayor, he's not the incumbent, but he was a governor, he was the attorney general. His father was the governor, a three-term governor, right, ran for fourth term. So they are known in New York circles, certainly, and Mamdani is really a newer face in New York City politics, although he was an assembly member. I think the reality is running on a third-party line is really tough. When John Lindsay won on the third-party line, it was the Liberal Party line, which was a state party line, which was a more established third-party line than Fight and Deliver, the line that was created for this election. So it's an interesting race in that way. If you saw if you voted and you saw there were 9 lines with 7 people on the ballot. So even though Eric Adams and Jim Walden dropped out, they were still on the ballot, which is also very confusing. And it'll be interesting to see if people still vote for Eric Adams because maybe they didn't even hear that he pulled out of the race. And of course you have the third, Curtis Sliwa, the third person running, who's on 2 lines. He's on the animal rights line, and he's also on the Republican line, which is a major line. Right. So even though Trump has said, don't vote for Curtis Sliwa, vote for Cuomo, because a vote for Curtis is a vote for Mamdani. At the end of the day, there are Republicans that will vote Republican.
I wanted to ask about the passion that you spoke about. I mean, is it equal across the voter base, or are the passionate voters the ones backing just Mamdani? Or are the Republicans in New York City passionate about voting for Curtis Sliwa?
Look,
both of them.
Yeah, look, I think we've seen a tremendous amount of money spent against Mamdani, and those people are certainly passionate. They are mostly behind, at least the polls show, they are more behind Andrew Cuomo because they think his numbers are higher and he's got the better chance against Mamdani. But certainly very significant amounts of money have been spent, especially in the last day, scaring people for everybody's going to leave New York, crime is going to go up, terrible things are going to happen. And the question is, will that resonate with the voters?
Really curious what your thoughts are on the Trump endorsement of Andrew Cuomo. I mean, obviously Staten Island, that'll carry some weight, but what is the Democratic advantage in the rest of New York City? 8-1, 9-1? What does a Trump endorsement do for Cuomo? Does it help Mamdani in New York?
Look, I think it actually energizes a lot of Mamdani voters. I think that one of the reasons, many reasons why Mamdani has done as well as he's done. Firstly, his message of affordability is something that's resonated, particularly amongst younger voters. I think his grassroots campaign, social media, 95,000 people on the streets knocking on doors, QR codes, really organized campaign. A lot of that has motivated people. But let's be honest, many New Yorkers are motivated by how angry they are about what's going on in Washington. And so in a sense, that is what is fueling some of the excitement about Mamdani, that he's so different than Trump.
He is the Trump of this election. His use of social media and his outsider status, he really is running a similar campaign to that the president ran in 2024.
For those just turning in, we're here with Suri Kasrir, the chief executive officer of her namesake firm. And as a reminder, Michael R. Bloomberg, the founder and majority owner of Bloomberg News parent company Bloomberg LP, and a former New York City mayor, gave $1.5 million to a super PAC supporting Andrew M. Cuomo's bid for mayor and reiterated his support for the former New York governor a week before the election. You know, Suri, you wrote in your notes to us about vacancy rates, and I'm wondering if you can just tell the listeners here why that's relevant, that vacancy rates in New York City, why is it relevant to the mayoral election?
Okay, so I would say there's two vacancy rates that are important here, right? The vacancy rates that I was talking about is New York City government has about 17,000 vacancies, jobs that are vacant, jobs that have not been filled. Now, Mamdani has talked, and so has Andrew Cuomo, about the importance of housing. So many New Yorkers can't find housing, can't find affordable housing, but can't find housing. Actually, when everybody talks about all the people who are leaving New York, there are actually 85,000 more New Yorkers here this year than last year. People are graduating colleges and staying here. People are coming here, graduating in other parts of the country and coming here. Young people want to be in New York. Mamdani is attracting young people. I think if he gets elected, it remains to be seen whether he can help fill those vacancies with young people who want to live here in New York. It is very hard to create and build new housing when the agencies that do that work don't have the appropriate number of people to review paperwork, to give permits out, to help get this housing built. So I think the significant vacancy rates are a real problem in New York. We haven't been able to find people who want to work in government, and hopefully this attraction of young people will bring people who want to be in public service.
Suri Kasrir, thank you so much for joining us on what is shaping up to be a very historical election for the future of New York City, the future of the Democratic Party in the United States. Thanks again. Just taking a look at how markets closed the day, S&P 500 down 1%, NASDAQ 100 down 2%, and a flurry of tech stock earnings to watch. AMD, one of those, that stock dropping in the post-market.
It's 4:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. This update brought to you by Van Eck. Founded in 1955, Van Eck has been guided by conviction, not convention. Spotting change early and turning it into opportunity from the very start. Advanced Micro Devices delivering a revenue forecast that is failing to impress some investors who had bid up the shares this year in anticipation of an AI-fueled sales bonanza. Now, after the bell moments ago, AMD said fourth quarter revenue will be roughly $9.6 billion, though analysts had estimated $9.2 billion on average. Some projections ranged as high as $9.9 billion. A down Tuesday with the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all ending today's session in the red. S&P down another 80, down 1.2% at 67.71. The Dow dropped 251 points, down 0.5%. The NASDAQ Composite Index was down 2%, while the Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares slumped by 1.8%. Our Mag 7 Index down 2.3%. The 10-year 4.08%, with the 2-year 3.57%. Gold was down 1.8%. Spot gold $39.30 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 1%, $60.41 a barrel on WTI. Bitcoin now at 99,232. So we got Bitcoin very close to $99,000. Bitcoin now down by 7.2%. As for the broader market, Kathy Buszczynski is chief economist at Nationwide Mutual Insurance, and on surveillance this morning, she said investors are increasingly concerned about divisions in the Federal Reserve and Fed Chair Jay Powell's inability to rein in FOMC members.
I think he has lost some control of the committee, and he is somewhat of a lame duck. So you're looking ahead to next year, who fills his seat, right? And what's the other composition? And how does the data play? I mean, I think at the end of the day, the data is going to really call the tune.
Nationwide's Kathy Buszczynski interviewed this morning on surveillance. And by the way, you can hear more of the conversation on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Again, Bitcoin just above $99,000 now at $99,063. It is dropping by 7.3%. Indeed, looking at a $98,000 print right now on Bitcoin, just below 99,000, 98,990 now on Bitcoin. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcast. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you, Charlie. Well, let's get back to Election Day on this November 4th, 2025. This is Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Emily Griffeo here with Barry Ritholtz. We're going to go right to Skylar Woodhouse, White House reporter at Bloomberg News. She is on location in Leesburg, Virginia, on the ground right now from the Winsome Earl Seals campaign event in Leesburg. That is the candidate for the governor in Virginia, the Republican candidate. Skylar, just bring us up to speed with the mood at this campaign event and tell us what's on the ballot here for Virginia governor.
Absolutely, Emily. Well, we're here in Leesburg, Virginia, and the press was only just let in a little over an hour ago to get set up and to get ready for the election night. Polls in Virginia closed at 7 o'clock, so the time is ticking, and things will certainly start moving along pretty soon, and we'll start to see those votes coming in. But here in Virginia, this is the first general election since President Donald Trump was elected to return back to the White House. So this is really going to be the first moment where we see from Virginia voters who have been impacted due to their proximity to Washington by the president's policies. So what we're watching for tonight is to see how are Virginia voters responding to President Trump's agenda. Now, the president sought to shrink the government workforce with his DOGE policies. And look, lots of federal workers in Virginia. So all eyes are on how voters in Virginia are going to respond to the candidates right now. Between the two candidates, Winsome Earl Sears, the Republican candidate, has really leaned into President Donald Trump's policies, campaigning on common sense policies, which is rhetoric that we have seen from President Donald Trump. And the Democratic candidate, Abigail Spanberger, she has leaned into basically saying that President Donald Trump's policies have hurt the Virginia economy. So as those votes start trickling in, it will be very interesting to see how voters are responding to President Donald Trump.
So I'm not a big fan of polls, but I'm looking at this range, and they seem to be all Spanberger, +7, +10, +15. I'm going to assume it's going to be a little closer than that. Is this simply a referendum on the president's impact on the local economy?
Yeah, I mean, look, polls, as we know, in today's world, they can mean one thing and the results can be the total opposite. Abigail Spanberger has been the front runner in this campaign cycle, pretty much dominating the polls since things really took off on the campaign trail. But the Sears campaign, you know, they have been the underdog in this campaign. But I will just want to note that, you know, they've made a lot of ground. They've really leaned into what happened in Virginia with the Democratic nominee for Attorney General Jay Jones. So they tried to sort of use that to get some momentum. But look, polls can say one thing and the results can mean another. It will be interesting to see how voters are responding. But what I can say on both sides, for the Republicans and Democrats, they are really pushing voters to get out and vote. President Donald Trump just last night in a tele-rally was really encouraging voters to get out and vote. He was encouraging voters to vote all up and down the Republican ballot. I will just note he has not officially endorsed Winsome Earl Sears just yet, but he is encouraging voters to vote Republican, touting, you know, if a vote for a Democrat means higher energy costs. So look, President Donald Trump is involved in this election, but he is really encouraging voters to vote up and down the ballot.
Tell us a little bit about just the policies at stake here. We've been talking about the New York City mayor race all day. Big focus here on housing, affordability. What's going on in Virginia and what's at stake policy-wise?
Absolutely. Well, I mean, like I mentioned earlier, Virginia is sort of in the mix of, it's due to its proximity to Washington. They're essentially neighbors. Lots of federal workers here in Virginia. The CIA is headquartered in Virginia. You have multiple Navy and just Army bases throughout the state. So lots of federal workers who have sort of faced the brunt of President Donald Trump's policies. So it will be interesting to see how they respond to that shrinking of the government workforce. And plenty of folks who work in Washington, D.C. live in Virginia and are making that commute, or now are no longer making that commute. And this also comes at a time where the government is still shut down. So on top of President Donald Trump shrinking the workforce, now we are in a shutdown that is now lasting more than a month. There are a lot of issues right now for Virginia voters, and all of it boils down to inflation, the economy. Folks, you know, are missing paychecks right now, and so a lot of people are going to the polls trying to decide, well, how is my quality of life going to improve? And for the two candidates, it's going to come down to who was able to effectively communicate how they plan to tackle the economy.
So, any thoughts on what's going on in some of the redistricting referendums, like Prop 50 in California?
Yeah, well, look, this election day is really sort of the welcome to midterms. 2026 is just around the corner, and soon midterm season will fully be underway. And for Republicans and Democrats nationally, they are trying to gain or regain as much control in Washington as possible. So what we are seeing right now, just across the country, and particularly in California, is plans to do redistricting. It's coming at a time where Democrats are trying to gain more House seats. Even we can take a look at Texas, where they're trying to pick up more Republican seats. So this is going to be sort of one of those key themes that we see heading into 2026 on redistricting and how Democrats and Republicans try and pick up more House seats.
Skylar Woodhouse, White House reporter at Bloomberg News. I think you have a long night ahead for you, so good luck with that. Thank you for joining us. And just checking in on some of Skylar's reporting here. Whoever wins the election in the Virginia gubernatorial race will become the first female governor of the Commonwealth, home to the Pentagon, CIA, and hundreds of thousands of military and civilian federal workers, as Skylar told us. Just taking a look here on how markets close the day on this election day. The tech stocks really getting crushed here, Barry. NASDAQ 100 down 2%, S&P 500 closing down 1%. Traders finding safety here in treasury bonds and the dollar, not finding safety anymore, though, in gold, and of course not finding any safety in Bitcoin either.
To be fair, down 2% is just a flesh wound. It's really not that bad.
Exactly, especially when we're just coming off all-time highs.
That's right.
Just on Friday, right? We had a Halloween all-time high in the S&P, I think.
We did pretty well on Monday. Wasn't a bad day either.
That's exactly right. Well, before we get ready to wrap up, we have stocks on the move. When we come back, this is Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
listening to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, stocks closing out this Tuesday, this election day, lower with the S&P 500 dropping and Bitcoin really getting crushed, Barry, down 7%. We had some earnings after the bell, though. Some good, some bad. That's normal.
Yeah, I'm kind of fascinated by Palantir and AMD. Both are on the move, and we have someone we can ask about.
Exactly. I'm Emily Grafeo, along with Barry Ritholtz. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move today with Carmen Reinecke, equities reporter and deputy team leader for U.S. equities at Bloomberg News. Let's go to Palantir. That was a story dominating yesterday's post-market trade and today's trade.
Yeah, so, and it's also just, it's unusual to see a company beat and raise in its earnings and then fall this much. So Palantir, which is ticker PLTR, fell nearly 8% today, which is the worst one-day drop since August. So they were at or near record high before earnings, so maybe a little bit of buy the rumor, sell the news. But there was also some tension that sort of came around after the report. So Michael Burry of the Big Short fame disclosed some bearish wagers on Palantir and NVIDIA. So he bought Palantir put options. Seemingly, a little bit of a bearish bet. That could have been why the stock is moving. Also, Alex Karp, CEO, I think gave a lot of very colorful comments on both the earnings call last night and then on CNBC again today. And, he has a ton of retail following. People generally really like him, but you never know. I mean, maybe that could have also sort of added to some bearish sentiment.
And what about AMD? That's also did pretty good, but we're seeing, not a great response.
Well, it's kind of all over the place. So it was, it was up a little bit. It was down as much as 4%. Now it's just slightly below zero. It's, kind of trending down toward, flat. But this is also one that had a really huge rally up into earnings today. It was near a record high. It's really gotten this huge push behind it as sort of the contender to NVIDIA in, the AI chip race. So, they gave a revenue forecast that maybe is sort of failing to live up to very lofty expectations. Fourth quarter revenue, they said, will be roughly $9.6 billion. Analysts had estimated $9.2 billion on average, but there was some very high projections that were, nearly $10 billion. So we'll see what's, going to keep happening there. I think the earnings call is coming up, so that's something definitely I'll be listening to. But we have a few other really interesting after-hours movers. So Arista Networks is down. Let me see where it is now.
It's down about 11%.
Wow.
So the company's forecast for adjusted gross margin in the fourth quarter fell short of the average analyst estimate. But that's really the only negative thing I could see so far looking at this report. So it's one I'm going to keep an eye on. The other one that's just a big, double-digit move that caught my eye is Axon. So this is the taser maker. Shares are down more than 20% right now in after hours. The company reported a narrower capital expenditure forecast for the full year. It seems like that's something that people are sort of zeroing in on. And there were some segment sales that sort of fell short of Wall Street estimates. So Taser segment net sales were 238 million. Estimate was closer to 260 million. And then software and sensors came in about 305 million, and the estimate was 427 million.
That's a big miss. 20% is still, that's a giant whack.
Yeah, it also said it will buy Carbine, which is an emergency communication and response platform. The deal values that company at 625 million. So we could also just be seeing that. Yep.
Huh, interesting.
I'm always curious, maybe Barry, we could get your take on this, about how investors are supposed to interpret the CapEx in this environment. Like after earnings, if a company comes out and says, we're going to spend more on this exciting new thing, is that good or is that bad for the stock?
We discussed that briefly with Mandeep when he was here.
Right.
If it's some of the hyperscalers that have a business that depends on CapEx spending, so those are the Amazons and the Oracles of the world, hey, the more we spend, the more revenue that gives us out a couple of quarters or a couple of years out. The investing community seems to like that. But on the flip side of that, when you have Meta, when you have Facebook, I still can't call it Meta. When Facebook says we're going to spend $100 billion because, Facebook.
Because we have the money.
Right, because we have that money. You get a general response from investors that, hey, $100 billion is a lot of cash flow. Your earnings are going to be affected by that. We're not that happy. And what was Facebook down? What was Meta down briefly after earnings? About 9%. That's a pretty big move for a nearly $1 trillion company.
Carmen, in just 15 seconds, what are your sources saying? Do they like to hear CapEx? Or if a company comes out and says, oh, we're going to spend a ton?
You know, I think it's so cyclical, and this is something that we even saw sort of a year ago in the AI, trend, is that, people were not excited about CapEx because they weren't seeing the ROI. So I think if there is the idea that ROI is going to come, people are happy about it. But if those results aren't there, or they're not anticipated to be there, then it becomes something that investors want to punish instead of reward.
Carmen Reinecke of Bloomberg News, thank you for joining us. For more conversations like this, listen to our new Stock Movers podcast. Subscribe for 5-minute episodes on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Listen to Stock Movers on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts. Barry Ritholtz, thanks for joining us. Thanks for joining us.
Well, Emily, thank you so much for co-hosting this with me. This has been a blast. It's always fun to do this.
Do you think Carol and Tim are listening, or you think they're like enjoying their luxurious travel day?
I think they're wondering how spectacular a state of Colorado is, especially this time of year. The leaves are changing. It's gorgeous out there. I'm sure they don't mind it.
I think we're going to hear from them tomorrow.
All right, good.
They're going to have some big interviews coming up. Once again, I'm Emily Griffeo. This has been Bloomberg Business Week